Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Are you working? One moment. Did you say I've frozen, or did you say that because I disappeared quickly? Sorry, people. I had to go put my teeth in because you never know. The future Mrs. Pap might be watching, and I don't want to scare her off. How's everybody doing? Hello. God bless. Hello, upstanding member. Hello, Lisa. Nice to see you. Hello, Mrs. W. Let's pop my chat out. That's not a euphemism, by the way. Pop that down there. Put that there. Lovely job. As you can see, my head is not quite as red as it was, and you can actually see some hair across there since my hair transplant surgery. Um, it's looking good, I think, but we'll see as it grows. If there's any issues with the sound, please let me know in the comments as the night goes on, because I'm using some different earphones because the other ones make my ears sweat like I'm in between Gemma Collins' thighs. Um, and also the bit that goes over my head, I don't want it rubbing and making my head sore. So I've got these in-ear ones to use. The sound is terrible, but it does a job just for listening to people talking. So there we go. Michael Castrian, good evening to you. Hello, Si. Hello, Joseph. How are we doing? 66 people watching. Good evening, Kaz. 66 people watching. There must be something else going on. Who else is live tonight? Anyone else live? Maybe everybody's gone over. Oh, 75 watching now. They must have heard me. Hiya, Queenie. Good evening, learning what nature has to offer. Hello, Keith. It's not Bluetooth. They're not Bluetooth. They're wired. They are wired. Good evening, Stuart. Hello, Claire. Hello, Peter. Strictly's on. That'll be why then. People watching Strictly rather than watching Pap. Good evening, Hunter. Thanks for joining us. So, plan for this evening is going to go through a few stories. Again, as for the last couple of weeks, I've not read these stories. I've just seen the headline. That's it. So you're getting my reaction to them as I read them. Just to give you an update of what's been going on in the world or in the UK. Most of them you might even have heard of already, but I'm going to give my reaction to some of these stories anyway. Then we're going to open the phone lines and we're going to take some calls till about 10 o'clock, maybe 10 past, something like that. At that point, we are going to open the panel. But initially, unlike last week we opened the panel, had a chat, and then we done the giveaway or the quiz. We're going to do that as soon as we open the panel. Okay, so if you are disappearing for the phone calls session that we have, you need to be back here by about 10 o'clock. It won't be before 10 o'clock, but you need to be back here by 10 o'clock in order, if you want to have a go at winning £20 Amazon voucher, then you need to be back by 10 p.m. Hi, Shithead, Tree Dude, good evening. How you doing, Scar? Good evening, Sean. Are you, Phil? Hope you're all right, mate. Right, okay. So, what do we want to do first of all? We want to share screen. I don't want to do display capture. What I want to do is window capture. So, let's have a look. Window capture, and oh, they're all hiding from me. Okay, I need to open them in order to see them. That's a pain in the arse. Um, okay. No, why is it not showing that? Don't start messing me about today. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay. EMA, good evening. Vampire, good evening. Um, I think we're up to date with people that are commenting. Oh no, we're on top chat, not live chat, so I might have missed a few people. Good evening, Ricky. Nice to see you. Tic Tac, good evening to you. James, hello. Okay, right. First and foremost, I need you to let me know if you can hear me as well when I transition this over. Right. Can you hear me? Did you hear me talk with that other screen on? So when this is up, you can hear me, can you? Just type Wales online if you can hear me, or just type Wales if you can hear me, just so I know for definite we're on the same page. Yeah, good, 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 good. Thank you very much, people. Sorry, don't mean to be a pain in the arse, but it's not showing my microphone in the audio mixer when I change over to that page, you see. So that's why I double checked. Okay, so let's get onto this one first of all. Let me remove that so we can see what's going on. I also need to open. Oh God, no! Pressing the wrong buttons. Oh, I also need to open that. Right. Okay. So, police found victims of sexual abuse, then reopened the case just to balls it up again. This is to do with child abuse, by the way. And the police ballsed it up initially, and they ballsed it up a second time, which is not very good. Let's see which police force it was. Obviously, it's a Welsh police force, but we'll see which one it is in a minute. A catalogue of shocking police mistakes has robbed 3 alleged child sex abuse victims of a chance at justice and allowed a suspected pedo to remain at large. They allegedly abused by an adult in the mid-90s, but a series of police mistakes spanning 30 years has meant the case has never been able to proceed. The case was opened last year following a Wales Online story when one of the ladies who was then a child waived her anonymity to let people know what had happened. Um, Apparently, prosecutors had recommended her abuser be charged in 1996, but it never happened. I'm not sure if it says why it didn't happen. We'll have a look in a sec. Video evidence was lost, then found, um, only to be shared with the people who were alleged to have committed the offence. Jesus Christ! Let's give the defence, a helping hand in coming up with a bullshit excuse by showing them the evidence. Nicely done. And it was the testimonies of the children at the time in the video footage that was shared. So it was their police interview that was shared, giving the suspects obviously ample time and ample uh, information to be able to try and refute the allegations. The footage was described as extremely compelling by a prosecutor. The same prosecutor letter explained the litany of police failures, which meant that despite the strength of the evidence, the alleged abuser has been left to walk free, while Michaela and two other victims endure the impact of what happened. Something to remember here as well, guys, is that, with everybody going on about, loads of people are talking about this Russell Brand thing. Now, whether you believe it or not is entirely down to you. At the moment, I find it difficult to believe, not because of who he is, because I don't necessarily like the guy. I don't think he's funny. But I find it very difficult to believe because, number one, none of these people ever went to the police, and it's unlikely that nobody goes to the police, especially if they've abused multiple people. It's likely that at least one person goes to the police, to make a complaint. Whether it gets brushed under the carpet or not is another matter. But I find it unlikely that all these people coming out of the woodworks haven't made complaints against him before now. That's one thing. Secondly, the people who are said to have been, yes, they've been to the police now, Sean, but they didn't really have a choice, did they? And did they go to the police, or did the police contact them? That's another thing to look at as well. Again, these people went to the media. The media created this documentary. They didn't do a documentary on some other, but never done a documentary on Hugh Edwards, never done a documentary on Philip Schofield, didn't do a documentary on Jimmy Savile until after he was dead. So why, it just doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense to me. Again, not suggesting that he has or hasn't done anything, but I find it difficult to believe, especially seeing as they had actresses doing these, sitting in for the people who are allegedly abused, should we say. And actresses and actors are paid to what's the word? Hype things up, aren't they? So, if an actor was, you've got to make this sound really bad, and an actor's going to be sitting there going, talking with a warbly voice where, crying and all that kind of. An actress or actor is their whole life is about bullshit, isn't it? Let's face it. So I find it very difficult to understand why nobody has been to the police about Russell Brand or complained about him in any other way if he's as bad as they're saying he is. But again, I might be wrong. I'm not suggesting one way or the other. But what my point was, everybody talking about it. If he did do any of these things, anybody talking about it, or everybody talking about it, could mean that the case is tainted. Therefore, they might not be able to go ahead with any prosecution should one come up, and vice versa. If he didn't do anything and people are talking about it, it could put a spanner in the works there as well. What was I getting at? Which means that a potential abuser could walk free. So we've got to be very careful with allegations, especially when they hadn't even been to the police at that point, or investigated for that point. So you just got to be very, very careful. I've been called out on my channel for talking about people in the police, and they go, "Oh, not been found guilty yet." No, not been found guilty, but there's a police investigation, and they think that there's enough evidence to charge them. So therefore, I will talk about it. At the moment, there's nothing like that with Russell Brand. So again, we've got to be very careful on what we say. But sorry, Sean. So this isn't anything unusual. The police ballsing up. In fact, I'll tell you a little story about myself in a bit. It's nothing major, but I'll tell you a little story about what's happened recently. and I'll do that after I've gone through these articles. But this is obviously the right. So they've actually printed, or they've actually published the video interview of one of the girls. I'm not going to play it. It says it's distressing detail of alleged child sex abuse. Now, obviously, they're going to blur, beep out some of the bits, but I'm not going to play that. If you want to read that or watch that, go to Wales Online and watch that. But this is 30 years. Somebody or several children over 30 years have had to live with the fact that the police fucked up their investigation. They go back to the police. Police reopen the investigation and they fuck it up again. I mean, I probably didn't even need to go through this article. We all know this shit happens. The police will either be asked to do something or not asked to do something. And if they can't be asked to do something, then they'll find every way that they can not to fucking do it. But ballsing it up that badly. Again, I've said this before, 200 years nearly of policing history in this country. Okay. And yet they go and do something like send the prosecutor's evidence to the defense. I mean, how can you fuck that up? Honestly, how can you fuck that up? I don't get it. I mean, I know I've sent the wrong text to people before, slightly different. When you're dealing with a case like this or anything with I've never sent important information to people that it doesn't belong to. But I have sent the wrong text to people, like my girlfriend and my bit on the side. No, I'm joking. But I think it's absolutely disgusting and ridiculous, even how they can balls up in that manner. What else have we got going on in the news at the moment? Oh, here's one. This is an interesting one. Window capture. Okay. Nottinghamshire Police Force focusing on education this Black History Month. Again, I'm not going to play this video. But Nottingham Police Force is now delivering Black History training to officers, staff and new starters. The force has targeted education as its key theme for Black History Month, which runs throughout October and will focus on the immense contribution made by Black people to the community. Personally, I think that there is an immense contribution from all people to communities, Black, white, brown, yellow, whatever. I think there's an immense contribution that all people have made to communities. And I think that if you're joining the police and the police need to educate you on Black history or how to deal with Black people, then perhaps you shouldn't be in the police force. You know, perhaps the police should be hiring people that are or that understand equality, that understand how to respect everybody, you know, how to be impartial with everybody. Perhaps the police should be focusing on hiring the right people rather than hiring people, you know, just to fill a gap, and then trying to educate out of them any prejudices that they may have. You know, I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys watching, but I think that this is a ridiculous situation to be in. You know, this is the police, as I've just said, the police should be impartial, respectful, equality minded. And if you're hiring people that are not impartial with equality in mind and respectful to all people, then perhaps it's your recruitment process rather than anything else that you need to worry about. You know, not enough Black history has been taught in schools other than slavery. But Blitzer, I think that any history that contributes to the country that we live in or the world that we live in, I think that should be spoken about. But I don't think it should be spoken about in the sense of what they're trying to do. Okay, this is all a case of um, uh, look, the black and minority people have allegedly been ignored and persecuted for since the beginning of time, right? This is what they make you believe, right? Um, but it's not. It's not true. Yes, there have been slaves. Yes, people were made slaves. White people were the first slaves. White folk were the first slaves. Okay. And then white folk, specifically the UK, squashed the slave trade. Okay. Um, there are lots of black people that have made remarkable um, contributions to the world, in science and all sorts of things. Music, there's been fantastic black singers since fuck knows how long back, but yet there's no opportunity, and we've got to get down on one knee and praise the community for the fact they've been suppressed and repressed, or whatever you want to use, what word you want to use, for so long. I don't believe it. I don't believe that is the case. I think that a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people use this all as a I'm a victim mentality. And most of the people that are screaming about it now aren't victims at all. Well, they're victims of their own doing. Okay. They're like, oh, I don't want to go to get a job. I'm just going to protest. Oh, I've got no money and it's all the white man's fault. That kind of thing. It's ridiculous. Just live your life. But anyway, going back to this Black History thing, I think mandatory training was recently introduced for all officers and staff around the stories of the Windrush generation. Okay. I don't know what the Windrush generation has got to do with, policing now. Okay. There was people here from Jamaica and Africa and all these other countries before Windrush. It's not like there was never a black person in the country until Windrush, and all of a sudden they started appearing. That's not how it was. So I don't know why Windrush has got such a stake in this education. Again, as I say, yes, there are people that have come over. The NHS, one of the most diverse organisations in Europe, for that matter, which is great. But they were hiring people for their skill. They weren't hiring them because they had a quota to fill. So do we need to start hiring now because we need to fill a quota, or should we continue hiring people based on the skill level that they have? Nottinghamshire Police Force don't seem to think so. What else does it say? The topic of Black History Month and Black history in general is deeply personal one for the man delivering the sessions, careers advisor Nigel Best, who was born in Barbados before coming to the UK at 8 years old in 1966. It's more about an education, he says. Black History Month is more about education than just being a celebration for me. I know it's been around since 1988 in the UK, but for me, it means a lot more than that. And therein lies a problem. The guy has an agenda. He's just said it. It's more than education for him. There's an agenda there. Rather than having somebody in there that just wants to teach Black history, you've got somebody in there with an agenda based on the Home Office's agenda and subsequently the government's agenda. Again, I think it's ridiculous. I think that if you're hiring people that needs to be educated on how to respect and deal with people from different cultures, then you're hiring the wrong fucking people. Correct me in the comments if you think I'm wrong. I don't want everybody to simply agree with me. If there's people out there that don't agree with me, let me know, by all means. No issues there at all. But that's another waste of money as far as I'm concerned. That's taxpayers' money that is being spent on something that's not needed. It's not needed. Just hire the right people. What else have we got? Oh, this is an interesting one. I know some of you will have heard about this one already. Here we go. Walter Mitty, Northants police chief, responds to medal wearing investigation. Nick Adderley, you may remember, was the same piece of, or the same twant, shall we say, who during COVID said that they don't want to go as far as searching people's shopping bags, to make sure that they were out of the house legally. Strangely enough, there's also been, I think it was Maya Tusi, made a video about this within the last couple of days regarding the lockdowns having absolutely no effect on COVID whatsoever. So these people, so if that had no effect whatsoever, then the science was wrong, then the advice was wrong, then the suppression by the government and their political force called the police was all wrong and illegal, in my opinion. Therefore, if there was nothing to back it up like they said it was, I think people should be taking out fucking lawsuits against them all, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, he was wearing a which was it? Uh, I can't remember what the bloody medal's called now. I'm sure it said what the medal was called. Anyway, so he was wearing a medal that he shouldn't have been wearing. He says in a recent article, he said that he was given 2 medals by his brothers that he wears or that he wore. There is also information put out by the police force that said he was in the Falklands. So not only did he just misrepresent himself by wearing the medals or medal, the police force itself has actually stated, I believe in a post somewhere or in an article, maybe on their website, that he was in the Falklands, even though he was only 5 years old at the time or thereabouts. So the IOPC confirmed that after assessing a referral, they started an investigation. Our inquiries are at an early stage. The complaint allegedly relates to the South Atlantic Medal. Thank you to those in the comments that have said that as well. To those who served in the, 15, age 15, not 5. For those who served in the Falklands between in 1982, which happened when Adderley was 15. Previously, Northamptonshire Police had stated Mr. Adderley served in the Falklands War, but he didn't. He couldn't have done. He was 15. No, it's slightly different if we're talking First World War, because lots, and maybe Second World War, because lots of people that were underage wanted to go and fight to defend their country. But the Falklands War, unlikely that there was anyone underage that was going to sign up for that. He says it's disappointing that someone's leaked such details about what I deem to be a very personal family issue that I have yet to respond to formally. Coming from a military family, I wear all my medals with pride and have always worn the 2 medals my brothers gave me to wear when one became critically ill and one emigrated alongside my own. Now, I'm sure there's people, I know there's people actually in the comments who have served. As far as I'm aware, and I've got no military background whatsoever, no forces background whatsoever, but as far as I'm aware, you cannot wear a medal, whether it's given to you or not, unless you yourself have earned it. I mean, somebody can probably correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure you cannot wear a medal for something that you have not earned yourself. Right. So even if it was given to you by somebody who's passed away or something like that, then you keep it in a box, you keep it on your mantelpiece, whatever. But you don't wear it on official engagements or anything like that. Um, Especially when you're just wearing it and no explanation of it. You're just wearing it. You know, there's been no explanation of it, as far as I know, until somebody pointed it out. You can wear your father's medals, but on the right chest. There is something that there is something that I did see earlier. Excuse me. That he decided to wear it. That he's turned round and said, "I'll start wearing it on the other chest." But um, they're his brother's medals. People in the comments are saying you can wear your father's medal. Is that the same when it comes to brothers or sisters or mother if they were in the armed forces? Can you wear theirs, or can it only be a parent's medal? Um, you would think if he's been in the armed forces, old Nick Adderley here, you would think he would know this anyway. You know, this copper should know. Right. Okay, Sean, that's great. Thank you for that. Says she can wear her grandfather's medals. But can again, people might not know this. You might not have been in this situation, but can you wear a sister's or brother's medal? If you can wear a father's, it's like I don't know. Let's say you're. Uh, how can I put it? No, I can't think of a. I can't think of a way to put it. Um, I can understand wearing a parent's medal, you know, but I've never seen or heard anything about wearing a brother's or sister's medal. And he's saying that they were his brother's medals, therefore it could well be a Walter Mitty type situation. Although he's going to deny it and just go, "Oh, I didn't realise, silly me, silly." If you didn't realise that the medal's supposed to be worn on the other fucking chest, how the fuck can you run a police force? Do you know what I mean? Especially seeing as you've been in the armed forces, allegedly. I haven't, and even I know that Walter Mitty's wear fucking medals that they didn't earn. Um, anyway, so that is being investigated at the moment, and I'm sure it will come back as being swept under the carpet with no further action um, at some point very soon. I think I've got two more things to have a look at here, and then we'll get on to the phone calls because I know you get bored of me talking. Um, what's this one? A detective superintendent issued a written warning after a misconduct hearing. Lincolnshire Police recently held a misconduct hearing for Detective Superintendent I don't know what the fuck that says. Um, there's his name. If anybody can pronounce that for me. Fuck knows. Absolute fuck knows. Anyway, the hearing did conclude that Detective Superintendent has breached several standards of professional behaviour, and for breaching not just one but several standards of professional behaviour, he was issued with a written warning, an 18-month written warning, not a 5-year written warning. According to the details released by Lincolnshire Police, the detective superintendent was found guilty of breaching authority, respect and courtesy, orders and instructions, and discreditable conduct. This is from a incident back in September 2022 where he went into a supermarket whilst off duty and identified himself as a copper. He misled a supermarket worker by falsely claiming to be investigating an allegation of harassment despite not acting professionally. Now, it turns out that Detective Superintendent Mrs. knew the people, okay, who were being accused of harassment. So it would appear that he'd gone in there to abuse his position to get the allegation of harassment stopped. Um, Interesting. So he did not disclose his personal collection with the individuals involved in the alleged incident. And the supermarket worker was led to believe he was acting in his official capacity as a police officer when requesting CCTV footage, which he recorded using a personal mobile phone. No doubt so he could take that to his friends and say, look, this is what they've got. He was cleared of unauthorized access to police systems for unrelated cases, but was issued an 18-month written warning after being found guilty of breaching authority, respect, and courtesy orders and instructions and discreditable conduct. A detective superintendent, somebody who everybody else is supposed to look up to, somebody who everybody else goes to say, boss, I've got an issue. What do I do? And the boss turns around and says, well, this is what you do. Or, boss, can you teach me how to do this? And, that's what they're there for. Now, to be let off with a written warning for something like this, I cannot imagine for a single moment that if a lowly PC or a PCSO done exactly the same thing, I would not imagine for a moment that they would be sacked. They would be sacked. But this is a detective superintendent who, of course, they want to try and keep hold of. It's easier to replace a PC than it is a superintendent, because you need to replace a superintendent. You need somebody that's managed to squirm their way out of trouble many, many times through lying and deceitfulness. But he has obviously, yes, thank you, JD. Notice that, got to keep the box ticked. That was what I was going to say next. Is, can you imagine them sacking someone who's foreign? I mean, that'll be straight to the tribunal. Oh, they're sacking me because I'm not British. And then they'll be giving their fucking job back anyway because, reasons. But this is the state of the higher ups, if they're going to go do something like that, abusing their position, and that's a massive abuse of position. Imagine me doing so. Imagine me nicking a car. Right, let's just say that me nicking a car, and I've got a friend who's a copper. Right, I get caught rummaging through the car, not by the police, but by the person. They call the police or whatever, and my friend then goes to the people and tries to convince them that it wasn't me, or that there was no crime there. I mean, that no matter what level you're at, PCSO, PC, sergeant, inspector, superintendent, whatever, I think it gets worse the higher you go, because the lower you are, the more stupid you're going to be. I think, in respect of you don't know you don't necessarily know all of the rules, and you might accidentally overstep the boundary in some cases. But for a superintendent, this is ridiculous, and the geezer should be fucked off straight away, as far as I'm concerned. And we've got one more, and then we're going to get these lines open. And remember, I've not read any of these stories, by the way. I'm reading them as I go through them with you. So the next one here is the Metropolitan Police's response to the IOPC decision on gross misconduct hearing for the officer who shot Jermaine Baker. Now, Jermaine Baker was shot. Allegedly, him and some others were going to break some people out of prison. I believe they were in Woodford at the time. I'll have to have a look through this in a second, but I believe they was in Woodford at the time. The police turned up, surrounded the car. Apparently, Jermaine moved. He got shot and was killed by an officer or a firearms officer called W80. And then the police turned around and said that an imitation, I believe, an imitation firearm was found in the car, as it says there. However, Jermaine Baker at the time did not have the weapon on him, did not have the weapon in his hand, and as far as I'm aware, was in a very vulnerable position with the police aiming their guns at him. So the police had the upper hand at that point, but yet they shot him still. And now what they're doing is they're all bitching and moaning that firearms officers are being held to account, which they fucking should be. You cannot give a, you can hang on. You can't give a weapon to somebody, police or otherwise, and say, we're not going to hold you responsible if you fuck up. I mean, how does that work? In the army, you get fucked if you kill somebody. You still classed as murder. If you kill somebody with no reason, you know, it's still classed as murder, right? Unless it's a negligent discharge or something like that. But you will still get done for that. You still get held accountable for that. You cannot turn around to firearms officers and say, yeah, you know, we don't want you to leave, so we won't hold you accountable for killing people anymore. I mean, that's just gonna bring in more Wayne Cousins and you know, all the other psychos that are working at the armed unit at the moment. How can it be safe? How can it be safer for members of the public? The armed police are there supposedly to make the streets a safer place for you and I. How can it be a safer place for you and I if the armed police aren't going to be held to account? It can't be. It can't be, and it won't be. Now, a public inquiry did conclude that Baker was lawfully killed. I don't know how anybody can be lawfully killed unless at that moment they are about to kill somebody themselves, in my opinion. A bit like Sheku Bayu from Scotland, who the police killed after they had a phone call saying he was off his head walking around with a knife. When the police turned up, there was no knife, but yet they killed him. And rightly so, they should be held to account, as there was an inquest going on some time back. But how you can lawfully kill somebody who is not at that moment in time about to kill somebody else or cause somebody else grievous bodily harm, I can't see how that can be lawful. Again, my opinion, I might be wrong. You might think I'm wrong. That's absolutely fine. The IOPC, however, did say that W80 should go through a misconduct hearing. Now, it doesn't say anything about a gross misconduct hearing, I don't think. No, misconduct proceedings, misconduct hearing. It doesn't say a gross misconduct. So what are they bitching about? If he goes to a misconduct hearing and gets found not guilty, no issues. If he goes to a misconduct hearing and gets found guilty, it's misconduct. The worst he's going to get is a fucking written warning. He's not going to get the boot for a misconduct hearing unless it's a gross misconduct hearing. But yet they're bitching. This is what they're doing, is they're using the other incident recently. What's the other one where the police are all saying they're going to hand their guns in because of it? I can't remember that I can't remember that who was involved in that situation now. But all the police were going, "Oh, we're going to hand our guns in. We're not going to be armed police anymore." Blah blah blah. And this story, I think, is being used to perpetuate that bollocks as well. You know, you've got to be held accountable if you are in such a position of trust and a situation where you're dealing with life and death. Chris Kabar, thank you, Chris Farity. Especially if you are in a position where you could take somebody's life. All it takes is for you to sneeze whilst you're aiming your gun at somebody with your finger on the trigger. Okay. You are in that situation where you have people's lives in your hand. And if you are taking people's lives when they are not at that time a direct threat to other people, I think that has to be murder. There's no other way. They're pulling the trigger, meaning that they meant to pull the trigger, unless it's a negligent discharge. Um, so if you pull the trigger, meaning to pull the trigger, then that's premeditated. You know you're going to pull the trigger, and you've pulled the trigger. That's murder, as far as I'm concerned. Again, some of you may disagree with me on that, but I think this is. I think we have to be harsh with people that are in these positions. You know, if we don't hold them to account, they could go around killing people for fuck all. Well, they do kill people for fuck all. But can you imagine if they get their way and every copper is armed with a gun? Yeah, I'd rather go to America where they're armed with guns than stay here where you got fucking police that may be issued with guns and have got no fucking real life training, real world training. In America, they're brought up with guns. Right? They know how to handle them. They know how to use them. They know how to store them. They know it's going to kill you if you're not careful. You give guns to every Tom, Dick, and fucking Sally over here that's wearing a uniform, right? And you're going to see death rates go through the fucking roof. And what they're going to do is they'll change the law to make it impossible to hold them to account. Fucking sickening. It really is sickening. Again, I think that he should be held accountable. I think he should be taken to a misconduct hearing. As I say, it's not gross misconduct; it's a misconduct. So he's not going to lose his fucking job over it. You know, there's no mention of a gross misconduct. So therefore, with a misconduct hearing, you've got training, a bit of extra training, and maybe a written warning at the worst. But they're bitching about it. You know, I don't. This is a scary time to be alive, people. With police, it's off fly. With police turning around and saying, "Oh, do what we want, or we're not going to go out and do what you want us to do. We're not going to go and do our job." Fine, you're sacked. As far as I'm concerned, if any other job, if you go into another job, and if you're a cleaner and you go into work and your boss turns around and says, "Right, I need you to clean those toilets," you go, "Fuck off! I'm not cleaning those toilets." And everybody turns around and puts their brushes down and says, "No, none of us are going to do any work because you want to make them clean toilets." They're going to go, "Well, fuck you then. See you later. There's your P45s. Off you pop." Let the machete boys walk about unstoppable is what Paps wants. No, that's not what I want at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. We're not talking about that situation. We're talking about a completely different situation at the moment. I'm talking about coppers who haven't been brought up with weapons, being issued weapons. Granted, the firearms officers do have training, more training than other people, or than other police constables do. But still, they are not brought up around weapons. They are not. It's not part of their life like it is in America, right? I mean, if we were allowed to be armed over here, okay, what's going to happen when somebody pulls a machete out and tries to stab somebody? Boom, stopped. Nobody's dead apart from the person that was going to kill people. Yeah. Somebody pulls a machete out, you pull a gun out to protect somebody and say, "Oh, I don't think so, mate." And put the machete down and go, "Right, fuck that. I'm not going to get shot." Um, Nobody, me, especially, I'm not saying that we should let people walk around with machetes. But what I'm also saying is we should not let every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the police force walk around with a weapon either. Okay. Anyway, moving on because I don't know if JD is just trying to wind me up with that comment or not, but we're going to move on from that to the phone calls, because that was the last of the ones I wanted to talk about. So we're going to get onto the phone calls in just one moment. And as always, you can phone in, you can bitch and moan. Police gun stops machete. Does it? Tell that to that young girl that was on the bus. Tell that to, I can bring it up now. I can go through about 7 people that have been stabbed or cut in the last couple of days. And the police weren't there to shoot the offender. And even if the police were armed, the police weren't there to shoot the offender, or wouldn't have been there to shoot the offender. So therefore, police guns do not stop machetes. The only way to stop machetes is for everybody to be able to fucking protect themselves properly. But we're not allowed to, because the government are scared that an uprising will happen and it will get used against them. So, moving on. Oh shit, where is it? There it is. A few clicks. Oh, excuse me. Right. There we go, folks. 01515289590. You're yawning like an old woman. I'm not boring you, am I, Sean? Getting onto the phone calls now. 01515289590. If you want to share a story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names. Feel free. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Boutros Ghali, everyone.
Hello, how you doing? You all right?
I'm doing okay. How are you managing?
Good. Not so bad. Not so bad. Plodding along as we do.
Oh, good. Some interesting news stories have come up recently that do not paint our institutions in a very good light. When are they ever in a good light, I suppose? I don't know if you heard this first one about this old woman who went out shopping and they tried to flog her a rainbow-coloured bag and she didn't want one. So the next day she received a phone call from the police telling her that she was banned from shopping at that shop and was prohibited from handing out leaflets within 150 meters of the shop, because apparently not buying a rainbow-coloured bag for your shopping is now a non-crime hate incident.
Oh, interesting. I've not heard that one. It's not local. It's not near me, is it? I'll go down there myself and refuse one.
But we've now gone from, in 2013, we just want to marry our same-sex partner, to bake the cake bigot, and now buy the bag bigot. How long will it be before date the Decepticon bigot?
Well, do you know what? I've been thinking this for the last few years, right? If somebody found out that I've never dated a black girl, would I then be called a racist because I've never dated a black girl? Could that be, could that be construed as being racist? I mean, there's some fit ones out there, all way out of my league, by the way. But I've never dated, mind you, or a Polish girl for that matter, or anyone other than English for that matter. Does that make me a racist? Does that make me a bigot? Does that make me hateful? Do you think?
Oh, I don't know anymore. It's so crazy finding out what's bigoted and what's not bigoted. And, women's rights is woke one minute and then it's hate the next. And then it goes back on in on itself. And I just look at it all as you're all a bunch of loons.
Sorry, let me just clarify something. I may not have dated anyone who's white British, but I've seen lots of them in pornos. So I do watch them. I do enjoy, I do enjoy watching them,
Yeah,
but
the old I'm not racist, I've got colour TV angle.
yeah, something like that.
Speaking of angles and race relations, somehow I've managed. My local shop sells the Scottish Sunday Post, which is a bit
Right.
like buying tomorrow's copy of the Daily Express in Pyongyang. And on page 9 of today's Sunday Post, there's an article by Gordon Dury. I'll read the brief outline of what it says, and then I'll skip to the final sentence of the article because I find it rather chilling.
Yeah.
Okay, a pair of white supremacists targeted Hamza Yusuf for abuse during a series of racist incidents lasting more than 15 hours. Carl O'Brien and Tracy Curry filmed themselves storming into an SNP constituency office to hurl abuse about migrants and the First Minister. They made more than a dozen abusive phone calls to political staff and left MP Stuart Hosey distressed after confronting him about a white majority nation. The duo said that they backed Putin's war on Ukraine and targeted innocent restaurant customers with racist abuse before clashing violently with police. O'Brien, 25, and Curry, 35, are due to be sentenced at Dundee Sheriff Court on Tuesday. Now, the final sentence that really made me stand up and take note was, bail for both was continued, and Sheriff Alistair Carmichael is scheduled to impose sentences when they appear again this week. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a Liberal Democrat MP for Shetland and the Orkneys called Alistair Carmichael?
I wouldn't know personally. Somebody in the comments might do, but I wouldn't know that.
Now, either this is a different Alistair Carmichael, in which case the paper should make a notification saying no relation to the MP for Shetlands or the Orkneys, or they're trying to hide something sinister in plain sight, which is that an elected member of Parliament is passing sentence on 2 individuals for a politically motivated crime.
Yeah.
I find that very disturbing. And the fact that they've hidden it in plain sight shows that they know what they're doing because it'll pass over most people's head. But the elite and those in the know will read that and they'll go, oh, one of us. We can expect a stiff sentence then for having wrongthink. And I'm not defending the defendants, nor am I saying people should be prosecuted for hurty words. What I am saying is there is an inherent conflict of interest here, if this article is to be believed, and that is really sums up the sorry state of this country and how corrupt it is.
Oh, it's a mess. There's no denying that. There's not a single person, I don't think, even the lefties, I don't think there's a single person that would say this country is not a mess, to be honest. It's just that there are people out there that think that they can fix the country by going down certain routes, which is only going to make it worse.
Yeah, but I do not believe that MPs should be passing sentence on people for crimes of a political nature. It's a conflict of interest.
Yes, I suppose it is, yeah.
Yeah. And one other thing, I did mention this in the chat, but what you're talking about police and firearms. Now, I don't get along with my mother, as everyone knows, and everyone is quick to remind everyone else. And so take this with a pinch of salt, because coming from her, it could be true, could be a pile of bollocks.
Doctor told me I've got to cut down. Doctor told me I've got to cut down on my salt.
Me too. When I was about 9 years old, she told me a story about how my stepfather, when he was in the British Army serving in Northern Ireland, was on guard duty at a checkpoint, and this would have been late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
And there was a car approaching, and apparently it didn't stop early enough or slow down enough or whatever excuse. He panicked, and then he opened fire. He opened fire and killed the driver and the passengers.
Yeah.
It later turned out that they were innocent of any wrongdoing, and that when there was an inquest, all his mates in the army lied and covered up for him.
Sounds familiar.
And he got off scot-free.
Sounds like a familiar scenario.
Yeah. So corruption, is nothing new. And, if my father can allegedly get away with manslaughter, then is it hard to believe that an MP can sit in judgment over two members of the public for a political crime?
Well, no, political crime. You've either got it's either a criminal offence or it's not, and if it is, then it's the police that should be dealing with it, not a politician. It's like this thing with Russell Brand. The politician has got themselves involved in it, as you know. What's her name? Dinage.
Caroline Drainage.
Yeah, by writing to different companies, and what she's ultimately doing is she is trying to give punishment over an offence, a potential offence that's not even been identified as an offence yet.
Well, we've got Ofcom threatening Rumble now. They're going around saying, do as we say or we'll ban your channel and we'll issue an arrest warrant that if any of your leadership team ever sets foot in this country, we can put you in prison. Who gave them the right to do that?
Well, they haven't got the right to do that, have they?
Yeah,
only a court can make that decision.
How dare they? Yeah. How dare they threaten people for defending a person's right to be considered innocent until proven guilty?
Yeah. Well, it's not anymore, though, is it? It hasn't been for a long time. Nobody's innocent until proven guilty because the police or whoever's investigating will turn up with a preconceived idea, and they will do everything based on that preconceived idea rather than doing what they're supposed to do and impartially investigate both sides of the story and then come to a conclusion from the evidence. They don't do that anymore. We know they don't do that anymore. If a corporation phones the police about a member of the public, they're on the corporation's side. If a member of the public calls the police about something, then they're on the side of the person that called them rather than the other person. And it's all wrong. It is all wrong.
Yeah, I just it does give me nightmares, this amount of tyranny, and the police seem to be able to make laws up as they go along and are accountable to no one. I mean, they don't even listen to the Home Secretary when she tells them, stop this non-crime hate incident rubbish.
Yeah.
I mean, this all dates back to Plebgate. And ever since Plebgate, these cops have had a huge chip on their shoulder and they think they can, act with impunity. And
it reminds me of.
It's not going to end well.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. Quite often I think about this. RoboCop. You know how the corporation takes over the police force. The police force is a corporation. I mean, it is now, but it's a company that run the police force, and they have so much power that nobody can touch them. And that's where I think is where we're going. I think the police will turn around and say, we don't. I think the police will turn around at some point, or the government, and they'll say, well, we can't afford to run the police service anymore. So we'll put it out to tender. We'll give it to companies who want it, like G4S and Serco or whatever. We'll give it to them. They can do it. It make it a profit-driven endeavour. All of our taxes go up so that the government can pay these companies for the different arrests that they make. It's a very, very dystopian and frightening future, I think, ahead of us all.
Yeah, it's worse than RoboCop. Much worse. I mean, how long are they going to? These 6 mega prisons with the built-in crematorium. They sound suspiciously like something from the third RoboCop film that we never saw but was mentioned. And these detention centres where people are processed and the conditions are very oppressive. Yeah, we're heading down a very dark road, not just in this country, but especially in America. And if we lose America once and for all, the rest of the world is gone. I mean, they've now taken away Trump's business license, and in effect, they've rendered him bankrupt and forced him to hand over his assets to a third-party receiver, all to try and stop him from running for election.
Yeah, well, I think what they're doing though is I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, because I think the American public, or a lot of the American public, are now seeing for what it really is. Okay, they're preventing somebody who, as we've discussed before, and I don't talk about it a lot because I don't do politics, but we've discussed it before, and that is the fact that he didn't go to war at all whilst he was in office. He done a lot for the country. He looked at it as a business endeavor. Let's not waste money on this, that, and the other. We spend money on the things that need to be spent on, and fuck the rest of it, so to speak. And then they get in Biden, who many people have now come to realize he's just a puppet. He's an idiot that can be manipulated, whereas Trump wasn't necessarily that manipulated. He was probably manipulated somewhat, but nowhere near as much as fucking demented Biden.
Oh yeah. And now, speaking of Biden and shit in America, Grant Shapps, everyone's favorite man with multiple identities, is now going to send British troops to train Ukrainians in Ukraine. And the Russians have just come out and said, well, we consider them legitimate targets. Great job, Grant. Or is that Mike? Or should that be Michael? You've just escalated a regional conflict into a potential world war.
Somebody's said,
an absolute moron.
Somebody's put something in the comments a moment ago about that. Let me see if I can go back and see it. Christ, where is it?
I mean, why do people like Hancock and even have parliamentary seats, let alone a place at the cabinet table? And why is the Tory party infested with far left sleeper agents like Caroline Noakes and Caroline Drainage? And why are all these left-wing women in the Tory party always called Caroline?
Because it's close to Karen. It's as close to Karen as you can get without being called a Karen. There we go. But Bearded Vet said Sunak has already said that Shapps was talking shit, basically, and it's not happening.
Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. He's really got to start reining in some of these idiots.
The only reason they're there is because many of them will just toe the line, and they've all got money. That's the only reason they're in there. That's the only reason they've made it in the fucking parliament. They're all thick as shit, most of them. You know what I mean? What have they really got to do? All they're supposed to do is listen to their constituents, take their constituents' concerns and votes to Parliament, and that's pretty much it. But they get
well,
involved in everything.
To be fair to them, they do take notice of what their constituents say. It just depends on what your interpretation of constituents is, because their interpretation is different from ours. When we think of constituents, we think of people like ourselves. When they think of constituents, they mean Davos and the Bilderberg Group.
I suppose that is,
so they're all after the Davos central vote. That's the only swing seat in this country, is Davos in Switzerland.
Don't they have a get together? They have a get together once a year or something, don't they? In the forest somewhere for Davos.
Yeah, now that's what I call a rotten borough. Anyway, I'll speak to you again, and
no worries.
May God turn Tony Blair to stone and destroy him with a lightning bolt.
And have mercy on our souls.
Amen.
All right.
I'll speak to you again.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Sign up. 01515289590. There was somebody trying to get through a moment ago. You can try back now. Oh, there we go. That was quick. Hello, good evening and welcome.
5289590. Hi, mate.
Hello, mate. Hello. We try that again.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not so bad. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. I spoke to Simon yesterday. Yeah, in the government now, I don't know if nice comment about machetes and guns. In the coppers today, the Met, they say that, you know, they see the guy who's talking about Northern Ireland. Well, when we were in Northern Ireland, you know me, going back a few years, we used to have a yellow card. We used to have a yellow card in Northern Ireland, and he used to stick to that like glue. But if the copper can't do the job, hand his weapon in and say, sorry, here's your T-45, fuck off. You know, and the copper, you were talking about the guy that wore the medal. Well, as you know, you wear all your medals on the left-hand side. That's where the heart is. And if you're gonna get a medal, and you've got to have permission from the medal from the Ministry of Defence medals, at war medals, and that's why the government now are issuing 2 million. I think it's just over 2 million veterans ID cards.
Right.
They're
Okay.
fed up with all these people being water bloody mitties.
Yeah, it's wrong.
You know,
it's wrong. Why would anybody want to take credit, shall we say, for?
It doesn't. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say or whatever. Some of these people have done it, but they know nothing about it. I mean, if you can wear your dad's, your granddad's medals and thing on the right hand side, but a copper to wear that medal, he should be ashamed of himself. He should be kicked out.
But he won't. As I said, he won't be. It'll be a case of he'll turn around because he's the chief constable, and loads of people love him for some reason. And he'll turn around and go, "Oh, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Sorry."
No, it isn't an accident. It's you. The law. You cannot wear that medal. He's never earned the right to wear that medal, and he shouldn't wear it. And I'm not joking. You'll get a lot of veterans, and you'll get some do-gooders and baddies about it. So, well, hang on. I mean, where I live, being a veteran, I can't even get a rail. I can't even get a bus card till I'm 65, 66.
Right.
And all these other people are getting, we give him a rail, get him a bus pass and all that. Well, I serve Queen and country. What about me? What about the other 2 million people that can't get bus passes? The veterans. It's disgusting.
No, because the veterans aren't allowed anything, are they? You know, I watched a video earlier. I commented on it. I think it was on Twitter. It might have been on Facebook of some migrants being shown around a property, And
oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did.
and she turns around and she says, oh, yeah, I need parking. And the woman goes, so if there's no parking, you're not going to take the property? She went, no, I'm not. And it was their 10th property, apparently. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I commented on that, and I said, do you know what? For me, if I wanted to get a council property, which I'm trying to get at the moment, by the way, back down south.
I know you are. Yeah.
I'm only allowed 3 refusals. If I turn down 3 properties that they offer me, I then go to the bottom of the queue. And then I have to wait potentially years again before I get back to the top of the queue. But there are people that obviously people in this country who have paid their taxes, paid their dues, in some cases paid with parts of their body, i.e. veterans and stuff, that get fuck all, that get, they can't even get on the fucking list for housing. And you ship on over in a fucking inflatable banana, get off in fucking on the shore of Kent, and the next thing you know, they've got an entire fucking list of properties that you can go and look at. Which one do you want? They don't do that. They don't say to us, which one do you want? They say, right, this is your fucking options. Take 1, 2 or 3. Take it or leave it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but, I mean, coppers today, I mean, I don't know, they're not well trained like we are, like the military. And I mean, it's like you said, I think you said a couple of months back, they're sitting there, he's got his 9mm Glock, he's posing with his weapon and all that. But when it comes to actually doing the job, you know that if you pull that trigger, you're going down the road. So why should the rest of his coppers say, oh, I'm handing me licence in or whatever? Sorry, but he's going down the road, back to work tomorrow, back to work as usual. I just lost another one. So go and get another one out of toy cupboard.
Yeah.
It's like you said, there's always plenty of these. Oh, I'm going to tell them, I'm going for the tactical firearms unit. Yeah. You've got the balls to go and do it. Good luck to you. But if you pull that trigger, you know where you're going. You're going down the road. You're not going to go and see your wife or your daughter.
If you do it wrong. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying that people shouldn't be, a firearms officer, right? I think that they are needed. I do believe that we do need people with weapons in order to protect people. I would prefer if we could protect ourselves, to be quite honest, but we're not allowed to. But if you pull the trigger wrongly, then you should be held accountable. Don't give a fuck who you are. Don't give a fuck what your position is. Even in the army, you pull the trigger wrongly, you're fucked.
Yeah, go down the road. It's called war crimes.
So to try and get out of it by blackmailing the police by saying, well, we're not going to carry our weapons then. Well, fucking don't carry your weapons. Let us fucking protect ourselves.
And it's like the guy was saying, G4S, not bloody lightly. If G4S, Turco and Mighty ever took over, I'd say, well, bugger this for going to soldiers. I'm going down the Falkland Islands.
I'm going to. Oh fuck! I'll try my luck crossing the border into North Korea if that happens here. Yeah,
it's like Mighty made a recruiting thing down. You know where I live. They had a recruiting thing the other day, and I was sitting there, and there's a couple of coppers there. I've got nothing against them, although there's a couple of must have been about 18 veterans, couple of squaddies, couple of HMP. There's 6 of them, 3 women and 3 guys, and a couple of psychiatric nurses. This woman's gone in, and I'm like, she says, I'll go next. Okay. So I went in. We were all sitting there. But she goes, he watches that. He says, he's pissing about. She says, I won't be pissing about. I said, well, all he heard was, got him on the floor. He heard was snap, broke his wrist. I couldn't stop fucking laughing. I was almost pissing myself. I just sat there and goes, yeah. And we said, so we had a cup of tea. Like, we said, what are you doing? So we're only paying like 33 grand a year.
Yeah.
He said, fuck me, I was on that fucking 10 years ago, mate. Yeah, so was I. So we all got our applications for now. I've done the first interview. We're going on to the second interview, and I'll let you know by the end of the day. So all 23 of us tore up, shredded our CVs, and then this manager goes, "Where you going?" No, you keep your fucking job, mate. It's fucking absolute shit. And we all walked out, went down to Crawley, We all stayed in the Wetherspoons. Just totally, absolutely garbage. I mean, up where I am, there's a lady was saying to we were in the Wetherspoons, and the lady said this bus driver who she knows up near Box Hill. She said that I'm not going to go there. He said that guy came over. He's like Nigerian or whatever, black. He'd been over here. He come over. I give him an SAA license, which God knows he couldn't read or can't read or write properly.
Yeah.
He just got a security job up where the old rehabilitation centre is. Moved from Surrey into Birmingham. He's just been up there. He's been up there. I think it was about 8 weeks, and I gave him a flat as well.
Well, you'll find an awful lot of security because it's an easy job to get into. Let's face it.
Yeah.
You know, I had an ex-girlfriend who was security, and she went for a 1-day course. It was a 1-day course that she went on, and she was given a license after that. And then she went and she was doing like event security.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, events is events, cash in transit. That's a different ball game.
Yeah, but it's still easy to get into, and you can tell it's easy to get into all of the or most of the security situations because many of them can't even speak proper English.
Yeah.
And for them to understand what they're being taught, they need to be able to understand and converse with a decent level of English, and they can't. And therefore, how can they understand the laws and the processes that they're supposed to follow? It's a dangerous game.
It's like you said, I got all my bits and pieces. I've got to go back. I think it's Wednesday. I got another 2 weeks of this course, whatever I'm doing, and I just want a job.
Yeah.
I want corporation. They just you can't get it. So what do you have to do? And I do not want to be on the dole. I just want a job. Not taking any old job, but somebody said, "Why don't you go and do retail security?" I said, we're in this group. I said, "Would you? I mean, I'm 64 years old. Would you do retail security? No, you've got to be nuts."
Well, retail security now, they tell you all they do. You go to somebody tries to walk out the shop with something that they've stolen. You're not allowed to fucking grab them anymore.
Nope.
You know, you're not allowed to tackle them. You're not allowed to try and prevent them, other than letting your presence be known. So what's the point? What is the point?
If another supervisor is the other side of the coin and he's a supervisor and he manager said, "Well, why didn't you stop him?" I said, and the lady said, what would you do? He said, "No, I don't get paid. I don't get paid for getting a knife in the back."
Yeah.
So let them crack on. It's like the poor cash in transit woman that delivers and all that, you know. I get that. Yeah, take the box, mate. Take whatever you want. I mean, it's up in Epsom the other day. They were unloading a 16. Yeah, it was a 12.5 ton armored truck.
All insured, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's all insured.
Yeah, but
insurance.
You can't carry.
Well, no, insurance won't give you your life back, will it?
No, you can't. I mean, they had about 3 women. They had electric palletized, and they were dumping it in the back, dumping it into the old Lloyd's job, about 3 or 4 pallets. Closed it off. That's it. And I said to one of the girls, I said, "Well, I'll go and get a dust cart. We'll split it in half. You have a quart, and I'll have half." She says, "Oh, I'd love to do that." You know, and they're in a bloody great armoured lorry. You couldn't even, like Loomis. They get the coins out and they're like 200 weight. So you've got £300 worth of £2 coins. You couldn't even fucking carry them. You couldn't carry them.
Yeah.
You put them in a shopping trolley. Help yourself, mate. You know, kids don't. I mean, they should do what I mean. Germany, they don't muck about. Nor do the French police. Hungary don't muck about.
Just give us a second. Somebody's trying to phone me on a withheld number. They've tried phoning a few times, and due to the shit I've had the last few weeks or month or so with people ordering shit.
Okay, mate.
No. They've hung up now. But
sorry,
when it rings next, I'm going to answer it straight away.
Yeah. Okay. How are you in general, my friend?
Tired, but that's about it at the moment, thankfully. Yeah, I've been okay. Sleeping like shit, tired constantly. I didn't wake up till about 1:30 today. About 1:30 this
right,
afternoon.
okay.
I think I
Right,
woke up.
Simon seemed all right yesterday. Sidewoods, he was on, and I like him. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, well, he did put a
It's
post
just,
up on Facebook that he weren't feeling so good, or he was having a shit day or something. But
yeah.
but yeah, he seems to be okay now. Thankfully, he's a nice guy.
It's right in it's right in what you and your people say, but where's it going to end? It's like you said, if it ends up with, it's going to end up with people being a civil war in the streets, and the coppers won't be able to hand it. The army might get called in, but schools that way and the other sideways, about how can a woman, she didn't want to buy that handbag. Well, it's her right. If she doesn't want to buy it,
Yeah, of course.
You can't make people buy it. So
Absolutely.
they're just idiots. It's like the drivers, they can't get. I speak to my mate who works for Truck and Drive. He's the owner, and the Ice Road Truckers. He says they can't get them. They just can't get them. And my mate was meant to take her driving test, and they cancelled her driving test. She was fuming, And yet my other brother Andrew, he's just gone for his medical for his HGV. He charged him 130 quid, and the doctor's old school, like yourself, and my doctor's old school, like him. He's old school, but what do I have to do? And you get these new idiot drivers that just pass a test and all that. Oh, I'll give it. Oh, I don't know, but I can drive a car. But
yeah,
it's gonna everybody. Coppers. I mean, look at that copper that I returned a car. How can I return a police car? It's
driving like a cunt.
Oh yeah, I think it was something like that. You said I thought he was driving like a crocodile. I've never seen a crocodile or penguin. Never seen a polar bear drive a car.
Oh, they're fucking idiots. They think they're invincible because they wear that uniform and they drive around in liveried cars, and they ain't.
Yeah, they ain't. They got 8 pints of unit. They've got 8 pints of blood the same as we have. They're probably married or whatever, so I let them crack on. But
yeah,
the police today, Croydon. Croydon's not far from where I was.
Yeah,
where I am. But when I was in 151, that London district, that was where our HQ was. But a lot of them, it's like, I just don't understand it no more. If these kids, like these drug dealers, you do drugs, you go into a totally separate prison. Same as the offence, sex offenders. Right, you go over there, that's your lot, right? We'll give you 3 meals a day, a shower, controlled showers and all that. So when am I coming out? You're not. You're in here till you die, till you have a heart attack.
Yeah.
And if you die, next, it's our society is so sad that where I live, I've got a guy downstairs at 86 years old, lovely guy, I've got guys that guy works down at the British Petroleum, the other one's a teaching assistant. But
right.
Where's it going to go? It's just fucking shot. And there's just a house round the corner up where I live, and it's just been sold for 575 grand, £250,000.
Nice.
It's a 4-bedroom, yeah. And I go down the road to Dorking, to Box Hill, and you go past Michael Caine's place, the old stud farm in where I mean, down that way.
Yeah.
He still rings me up now and again. But it's like the bed store's gone. That's after 35 years of trading. That's gone down a thing. Oh, they might change the weight bridge down at the mole towards Bookham, but it's a brilliant logistics hub, Junction 9, but nobody wants to move in. They've got big factory spaces, but it's like, what's happening? It's like Epsom, Dorking's better than Leatherhead, but Leatherhead is like, the travel lodge are taking, as you were saying about the other, they come abroad, they're taking them in there now.
Yeah.
There's one up towards Red Hill. They're taking 300 in. So where's it end? When's it going to end? It's going to end where someone. It's going to end when some of these people that I'm not going to get myself for you banned, but it's going to end up where people come out of them places and they go around. You can see them. They go around looking at the schools and all that. Like you said, some of these people haven't even seen a woman where they come from because they've been tightly controlled. But you know, the Ukrainians have got it's their own fault. They've got to really start. They got more. I keep asking and asking and asking. Well, Poland won't give any more toys out of toy cupboard. America will, but what do you think about the poor woman that she said? I've got a Ukrainian there and some other geezer sorted about. Yeah, we give them another whatever they want, you know, out the toy bank. But what about the place in Honolulu where they got burnt down because of the fires? What did they get?
Oh, in Hawaii, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably get what they get. If they get $6,000, it'd probably be a kick in the crutch with a crowbar. But it's and you see on nearly every television thing today, we got to give to that humanitarian. That, you know, I'm sorry, but where's your infrastructure? Why didn't you go and check your dams? Why didn't you go and check this? We didn't.
The other side of it, on the flip side of the coin, so to speak, is in Hawaii or Maui, these people have genuinely lost, or some people have genuinely lost everything. Okay, actually lost everything. They haven't given it up. They haven't walked away from it. They've actually lost it. So people who have lost everything due to some kind of a disaster or a war where everything's been destroyed, then fine. But there are people that are leaving countries that, you know, or areas of countries that aren't under threat of war, or where they're living quite normally, but yet they're giving everything up to come over and seek help from other places. You know, again, there's two types. You've got somebody who has lost everything, and I'm talking their home. You know, some of them have lost their family. Granted, there are people coming over who have lost their home and family. I'm not taking it away from them. Some of them have come from areas where war is going on, but a lot of them are coming over here from or going to other countries, should I say, where they've not lost everything. They're walking away from it, and that to me is an absolute piss take. I think. Yeah, you know,
and I think the way you probably like me and Simon does, it's going to go back to where the Balkans in the 80s and in the 90s, you know, and the Serbs and the Croats and the countries. Some people, it's how it is. It's going to go. We're not going forward. We're going backwards. Sorry, but if Ukraine should hurry up and start sorting it out, and I think all the Ukrainians in this country, they come in. And I say, because they like our Western way of life, they're working, they're married, and all that. And so, sorry, if you're married, your husband is going. Well, we're not having you back. You can get. Well, they should send him a thing to go back and fight for Ukraine, fight for the country.
Yeah,
it's totally. Sorry, you come over here. Oh, I fled war. Yeah, you fled war because you're married, but what do you do for living? Oh, I'm a computer engineer. Well, I'm sorry, we've got hundreds of computer engineers. So you go back and sort that out.
Yeah.
Then you can come back. Oh, I don't want to do that. Well, I'm sorry. You like taking our money, you pay our taxes, but sorry, but you know, if anybody said to me, what do you think about Ukraine? I say, no, not my war. Not my war at all. And a load of veterans have spoken about it. They get the guys that are coming out now, they're getting fed up of the kits. The kit is getting a lot better. You know, I have no trouble with that. But when you've got people that can't do the job right, or I mean, look at that American that went to North Korea. Well, they're going to throw the key away. They're just going to throw the key away with him. Mm-hmm. You know, he's basically he's going away. He's going somewhere where they might let him out for an exercise yard or whatever. I don't think he'll go to Guantanamo Bay. He'll probably go to I don't know where they look at, where the Americans look their people up in America. I don't know. They do have military prisons, but it's like the nurses. Our nurses are brilliant. Our doctors, but doctors should be like the police. They shouldn't go on strike. And you're not telling me that a doctor's on good money. You're on about $80 grand a year. A junior doctor. Well, I'm sorry, if that's what you want to do, you chose the job to do, you go and do it. Stop bloody moaning.
Well, I say the same thing with the police, right? The people join the police, right, and then they go, "Oh, I got pushed, or somebody stepped on my toe, or or whatever it might be." Look, you know what the fucking job entails, right? Yeah. You can't tell me that you've lived in a little bubble, just reading cop sucking posts on Facebook all your life, and then all of a sudden you've joined the police and realise it's not quite what you thought it was. Bullshit. You joined them knowing what to expect, knowing what the job entails. Now stop fucking bitching and get on with your work.
Yeah, I think the people have got these, the top security prison in England, in London. I think they should just move it out, build a bloody great I'm upset a few people now. Build a bloody great prison near Stonehenge, or like 10 miles down the road and say, okay, yep, that's it. Stonehenge prison. So they're going, my monument and all that. Oh, sorry, it's just a pile of bloody rocks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you go down there and you go down to Salisbury Plain and you go and it's Friday night in the old days, Thursday. Hello, Scouts, what have you been doing? I've been doing on a rough day at the old factory today, so go to TA. We might not have an exercise at Salisbury Plain at the weekend. The governor might say, okay, Scouts, load days up. We'll go down and we'll spend a Friday night, spend a Saturday night at Salisbury Plain. Come back late, about 4:30, put everything away. Then from 6:30 till 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon, you go and chill out. But the army today is like, I don't know about that. I'm going to say you could touch his button, yeah. They fire the weapons and all that, but they train because that's what they train for.
Yeah.
You take that money, and we know we put our lives on the line, but as soon as the firemen go on strike, but you can't understand that, or one of the ambulance. I reckon if you take, apart from a policeman, if you take an ambulanceman and a fireman, the minimum should be 5 years minimum, and the maximum should be 10 years. No excuses, nothing. And all these people that have been in prison that haven't been convicted, they should release them.
Yeah.
Because I think it's totally wrong. You know.
Bridge, I'm going to have to wrap it there, mate, I'm afraid.
Okay, mate.
On that one, but...
See you next week.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Keep your, what was I going to say? I keep trying to break into Broadmoor, but the bastards won't let me in. I'll catch you later, dude.
Take it easy.
Yeah, bye, mate.
Bye now, bye. Before I answer any more calls, I want to respond to Spanish Chicken, who's asked me about my hair. I don't know whether he was being sarcastic or not, but I'll answer you anyway in a non-sarcastic way. It's implants from the back, or transplanted from the back to the front. Depending where you go, it can be very expensive. I was lucky; I found a deal, and I got that deal done. And painful, it's not painful apart from the anesthetic injections. The anesthetic injections, I've got tattoos. I've got my whole back's been done. I've got tattoo around my nipple, shall we say, on my right side, and it goes a little bit under my arm. I've got tattoos on the backs of my hands. I've got a tattoo on my neck, that side somewhere, just there. And none of them came anywhere near as painful as the anesthetic injections. However, that only lasts for about 60 seconds to a minute, to 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes. And once that's done, you feel absolutely nothing. In fact, I nearly fell asleep twice whilst they was cutting the hairs out the back of my head. You just do not feel a thing after that. But that initial that initial anesthetic injections that they give you, it's like a swarm of bees over your entire head because they numb it all. Okay. And for me, there was 3 technicians, each with a syringe. So I was getting like 3 pricks at a time. I'm glad, God bless the UK, is not on here still, because he'd rip me for that. But I was getting, it was 3 stabs in the head with needles basically at a time. And it's only in for a second, but the anesthetic, the local anesthetic is like acid. So they jab you, the initial needle going in, and the burning sensation of the anesthetic is the worst part. But as I said, it lasts a minute, 2 minutes. I handled it. I did have to ask them to stop at one point, but I was nearly over at that point, and they only had to do about another 15 jabs after that. But yeah, if you can get through that, the rest of it is absolutely fine. I've had absolutely no issues whatsoever, none at all. Second thing I wanted to bring up is somebody was making comments about the last caller. Now, I want to make it clear that people phone this channel for a variety of reasons. I started this channel, started the live streams on this channel, and very soon after we started because I openly talk about my mental health, we started getting a lot of people phoning because of their own mental health, especially during COVID. A lot of people don't have much interaction with people during the week. Some people might not have any family around. Some people might be housebound. There's lots of reasons why people may feel isolated. And on these phone calls, they get to phone up and talk to somebody that will listen to them. And I do listen to people, especially if somebody phones up and they've got something that they want to talk about mental health related. I will listen to them for an hour if need be, because I know what it's like. And they could be in a situation where they're at the last straw. Do you know what I mean? They could be on the last straw. They've had nobody to speak to. They are embarrassed to say that they don't want to be here anymore, for example, and they just want to reach out and talk to somebody. So I will give people the time that they need. If they're just phoning up and talking about a situation that I've spoke about, or the police or something like that, then we'll have a chat, 10 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes. But anything other than that, if they phone up and I can tell that they need somebody to talk to, I will let them talk for as long as they need to. Okay. I've had quite a few people be in touch with this channel and have later come back and said to me, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here anymore. Now, I don't necessarily believe that, but that's what people have said. By allowing people to talk, by giving people, some company, if you like. That there are at least half a dozen people that I can think of that have turned around and said, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here anymore. And I appreciate. I don't necessarily think that that's true as such. I don't see it that way. If that's how they see it, then I get it. But I don't want people thinking that they can't phone in and talk if they need to talk. It's important. It's good to talk, as Bob Hoskins used to say. And I just think that some people need to interact with people because they might not. And I don't know what goes on outside of this channel with people's lives. People only tell me what they want to tell me, and that's fine. So I don't know if somebody's at the end of their tether. I don't know if somebody's having a hard time. I don't know. But what I do know is when they phone, I can tell sometimes if they just need to talk, and I will give people the time to talk. I think that's important. Same as I would for you. If you called in for any reason, I would give you the respect to let you talk, whether other people thought you were boring or not. So just wanted to get that out. Just wanted to get that out there. So please, let's not have let's not have people slagging other people off, saying they're boring or whatever it might be, because that ain't fair. And I would call anyone else out for doing that to you. So I don't expect you to do it to other people. Right. I don't remember that one. There's been a few people that I've spent a long time on the phone to, Carmen. But I don't remember. I know that sounds bad, not being able to remember certain people, but since the strokes, I fucking, my brain's shit. But I don't remember that particular one. I do know that I've spent a long time on the phone to quite a few people. Shy, I know I didn't want to say your name because I didn't want to call you out personally, but seeing as you've put it in the comment there, not having a go at you, I'm just saying to you that, you know, we need to understand that there are people out there in various situations, and some people, you know, as it says, talk shit. It says it right there. Talk shit. Share a story. Talk shit. Right? These things are important to people. Some people just need to know that they're being heard, and I think it's important. So I would do exactly the same for you, Shy. Anyway, turn the volume back up. 01515289590. We've got another 15 minutes or so. So if we can get 2 calls in between now and game time, let's try and get it going. So if anybody wants to call in, whether you want to share a story or talk shit or even call me names, by all means, give us a shout. Oh, if anybody wants a chance at winning a £20 Amazon gift voucher, be ready, because after the phoning, I'll be inviting people up onto the panel in order to play a game. It's a general knowledge game, so nothing too difficult. General knowledge game. 12 questions each. Winner who answers the most questions will receive a Amazon gift voucher for £20. But I will put the link to the panel in the comments at 10 o'clock. Loafer, what is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? I call them torpedoes. It's like, you know, it's a play on words. It's like a torpedo, but a torpedo. You know, the ones that literally round the U-bend, well, here anyway, out into the Mersey, taking down one of the tankers, or one of the cargo ships, taking Jaguars over to other countries. Yeah, Carmen. It sometimes it's more difficult than others, but I think you can tell from a lot of people when they're talking, from what they're talking about and how they're talking, whether they just need somebody to talk to, somebody to bend their ear. Other people, not so much, but as I say, I think it's important that everybody feels that they're heard, and I'll listen to whoever wants to talk. Paper first saves the skitters. Oh, fucking hell. Tina's website was taken down a while ago by Tina, I might add. She was looking to move host. I believe she's been looking to move host, but she's got a lot of other stuff going on at the moment as well, which can sometimes get in the way of other things, especially when you do everything on your own. Like me, I don't have a website yet. It's something that I've been meaning to do for a long time, and then something happens in my personal life that puts that on a back burner. And I think that's where Tina is at the moment. She is still helping people. Might be worth. She might even pop up tonight, to be honest. If she doesn't, I do believe Nightbot has got her email address. So I'm sure we can pop her email address out for you in the chat at some point, or one of the moderators can do that for us. You got her email. Cool. Yeah, it's probably the best thing to do, one must, to be honest, at the moment, while the website's being dealt with. As I say, she's got some other stuff going on outside of what she does online. So the email is probably the best option. I think you put a space there, Roger. I think you've done that with a space. You need to do it without the space. Right. Okay. Nobody's called in for a bit, so we'll shut that down for now. And we will just prepare. We'll prepare for our game. Got the questions here. Quite a few questions, actually. How many does it say? 400 questions. But you only get asked 12, random 12 questions. I keep a score. And whoever wins gets the voucher. If it's a tie, so if you draw with somebody else, then you two will go head to head after that. Elon Musk did make some money from PayPal, yes. Cards ready. Now, I don't take the cards out and leave them out after a complete game. They all go back in and get mixed in for the next week. So some of you may be lucky enough to get a question that was asked last week or the week before. Some of you may not. It's just the way that the cards fall, the way the cookie crumbles, so to speak. I just think it makes things a little bit more interesting by wondering if you're going to get a question that you was already asked previously or not. I think that adds to the excitement. So I love the logo game, Lisa. I think it's good. I used to play it on my phone a lot. on the app. You just get the app to do it. You'll get what you're given, Roger, and you'll bloody well like it. What I will be doing, however, if there are people who haven't been up to play the game yet, I will accept those over people who have. So if we get 6 people in the back that have never come up to play yet, they will get priority over people that have been on for the last few weeks. Just to make that clear. And if there aren't anyone coming on that hasn't been on before, then those of you who have had a chance to win in the past might win this time. So there we go. Like 4 minutes. So get yourselves ready, guys. Do you know what? Fuck it. Let's get people up now. Based. Right. There's the link in the chat. Pin the message. If you want to go on the panel for a chance to win a £20 Amazon gift voucher, click that link. Come on up. I will have to check you out in the back of StreamYard before I bring you up on screen to make sure you're not somebody trying to damage the channel. Roger, just pretend you're polishing your head. That'll do.
Actually, that felt quite nice.
You perv.
Good evening, mate. Good evening,
How you
chap.
doing? You good?
Yeah. I didn't get a kip this afternoon, but hey, I'm here.
Did you enjoy your day out, Mrs. W?
I did, yes, thank you. Very nice. And I brought him home some cake.
Yes, I saw.
Bloody
I
huge.
saw.
That's the first time a cake's ever beaten me, I'll tell you.
It is. You're right, Truth Crusader. That's exactly what it says. It's not a ball stop. It's a solar panel for a sex machine. However, I'm wearing it now because soon I can't wear this because I won't have the solar panel.
Well, unless you look from the back for a while.
Well, it's not a solar panel you'll be able to see unless you're behind me.
Ooh, no.
That'll cost. That's going to cost you money. Jack, do us a favour. Just do that with your hand. Good man. Thank you very much. Hello, young
How
man.
are we?
All right,
we?
young Jack.
Oh, today's something. Yeah, all right.
Good stuff.
Amazon being a pain.
I've done it again. Look.
Quick question. I don't know if you order from Amazon semi frequently or not, or at all, Dan. But do they ever deliver after 10 p.m?
No.
No.
No. So if you're waiting for something, it won't be here tonight, unless the person is extremely late, or is not extremely late, is a little bit late. You might find a few minutes after 10 it might turn up, but it's very, very unlikely.
Yeah. Interesting, that one, isn't it?
Bearded vet, can you turn the camera the other way?
What's he looking at?
He's laying down.
He might be in bed.
No, he's definitely not in bed. He can't hear me. He hasn't got his earphones in.
Go on, Mikey,
Anyway,
get your earphones in.
Anyway, the hairy beast with his bandana on, just sitting in the back there. Oh shit, he's got his earphones in now. No, Mikey, I need you to go from this to this. There we go. At least I know it's you. Hello, buds. How you doing?
All right, Mikey.
I'm all right, mate. All right.
Good stuff. We've still got room, guys. Still got room. Link is pinned in the description. If you want to go at winning a £20 Amazon voucher, then click that link. Get yourselves up here on the panel, and we'll be starting. Well,
Imminently.
I'd like to have more than 3 people up having a go for it, but
Well, it don't matter. I never bloody win anyway, do I?
That's because Dan always gives you the worst questions.
I'll have a go. I'll be number 4 and have a go if you don't get any more takers.
we're doing the quiz in a minute, Gary. Unfortunately, JD, I thought
when I have my go, she'll jump in and have a go on here as well if there ain't anybody else coming up.
Yeah, no worries. JD, I thought that said you love a motorboat, not a motorhome. I thought you was talking about a.
Nowhere in the park.
Oh, dear.
Actually, lower that down a bit so I can see the rest of the info.
Patriot or Pat Riot, I just got a notification. Thank you. Appreciate that. If you're still watching, I don't want you to think I was being rude by not thanking you. I've literally just looked at my phone and seen it. So just want to say thank you for that. Loafer, do us a favour. Good man. Thank you. Hello, matey.
Good evening. Good evening. I was having trouble with my headset and microphone the other night on another live stream. Can you hear me? Is it all right?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Roger, you screwed it up. Never mind. Good evening.
Gary, the link is the pinned comment. I'll pop it again in the chat just in case you can't see the pinned comment for any reason. There you go. I will need you to show your face on camera whilst you're in the back of StreamYard. If you don't want to be on camera on StreamYard, that's fine. I won't bring you up until you hide your face again. But I need to confirm that you're a person, as I have done with these 4.
Be aware there's some porn bombers about as well. Rev got one earlier.
Yeah, hence why I need to make sure, again.
Yeah. And they used a video to get on as well.
And the good thing about that, which is why I say,
you want to see it
do something different each time, and at least that way I know. And that's, somebody tried to get on the other week, and they were moaning they couldn't get on. But unfortunately, I have a rule, and that is, to prevent my channel from being targeted and fucked up any more than it already is. That is.
Yeah, this one followed the usual pattern, got on with obviously a video clip and was in the background chatting for a few minutes. Then all of a sudden, bump up it came.
Yeah.
It's me, bruv. It's legit, honest, bruv. Yeah. You know it is if you're using that sort of language and they're typing in the StreamYard chat and they're coming up with that.
It wasn't his voice.
Well, you can get these voice altering software now, can't you? I was on somebody I subscribed to on YouTube tonight, and somebody was doing a really good Prince Charles. It was very funny. Keep stum.
Right. I don't think we're going to get anybody else come up.
No.
Just in case anybody's zooming in on my passwords, I'll just have to cover that up.
Is it the same ones I got off your computer earlier?
PASSWORD 123.
Not saying.
No, they stuffed me right up on mine because I always used to use the one password. Of course, now, this conflicts with another password you're using, so you got to change it.
Well, thing is, I've got a new PC and I keep trying to log back onto Discord, but it keeps giving me the runaround. I've not been on for over a year. I think.
Discord is playing up at the minute, Loafer.
Yeah,
all over the place.
No, the worst one is
I
that
won't show them, but I got post-it notes with a load of passwords on, and I ain't got a clue what any of them refer to.
I think the worst one is where you can't remember your password, right? You go and do a password reset, and you type in a new password, and it says your password can't be the same as the existing password.
Use that fucker then.
Hey, Roger, do your post-its include instructions on how to log off again?
Yeah.
Yes, Heather. Oh, hang on a sec. I couldn't hear that because Lothar was making a noise.
It says about all these post-it notes. He was getting so confused with them all. I said, right, write them in a book. So he got a book and he wrote them all, either in the front or the back of this book, and everything's fine till the next time he needs a password. And I say, you wrote them in a book, and he can't find the book.
Yeah, I mean they make these passwords. I don't like using them, to be honest.
No.
I have an app on my phone which is made by a YouTuber that I've followed for ages. He's a massive YouTuber, and he's made an app called what's it called? It's called For Privacy, and you can. It's based on a blockchain, so nobody can access it without the keys. You have it on your phone. You can set up a password for it on your phone, and I can put everything. I can put all of my personal documents in there, all of my passwords and stuff in there, and nobody can access it.
Well, I've got a similar sort of thing. It's called a header.
Yeah. Gary, I need you to show your face, mate, in the back here. Before I bring you up on the, bye, Sean. Before I bring you up on the panel, and I won't show your face. I won't bring you up while your face is on camera if you don't want it to be. But I do need to see your face in on camera before I let you up, because there are a lot of people gore and porn bombing, trying to take channels down.
Yeah, it is, Chris. It is short-term memory issues, and I did have them a bit before the stroke as well. It started when I had a blood clot on the brain.
Do you have a post-it note on your flyers saying only shake 3 times?
Yeah, any more than that, stand a foot further back.
Yeah, otherwise dust cloud may appear.
Yeah,
I can stick a tissue to the wall at 5 yards, mate.
I don't know what Lothar's done, but he's gone very quiet again.
I'm just talking to Amanda. She wants to know what the flag is up behind me. It's the national flag of Kyrgyzstan. It's a fictional country created by shitposters, formerly on 4chan and on YouTube before it went. The apocalypse came in.
I've got a flag next to me as well.
So it's a shitposters flag, basically, for non-conformist and dissident political thinkers like myself, people that hate the regime, don't like to. Basically, libertarians, people that don't like being told what to do, what to think, what to buy, and who to believe, shit like that.
We're going to get on with this quiz then, because this is what happened last week, wasn't it? We got chatting.
Yeah, I just heard Gary says he can't get through. You were in the back of StreamYard there, Gary. It's just that I need you to put your camera on, mate. If you're coming back, you need to make sure your camera's on. I'll ask you to do something, not rude, but I'll ask you to do something to prove that you're a human being, and then I can bring you up.
Gary Shields. We used to have a regimental sergeant major called Gary Shields.
You're very quiet there, Mikey.
Oh, hang on.
He's muffled by that beard.
No, he's got himself a decent mic as well, because it works well on his YouTube channel.
How's that?
Still a little bit quiet. I know you speak quietly anyway, but
yeah, I'm turning the gain up a little bit.
Yeah, I've just turned volume up this end as well. Pap will probably deafen me now.
How's that?
Yeah, that's
right. I can hear you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right. Okay. So we're going to go in order of how you are on screen. Gary, I can see you in the back, mate, but I need your camera on. I'm sorry. I can't allow people up unless I see the camera and see their face. So I hope you forgive me for that, but I have to protect the channel. Right. I don't know if you've heard me shuffling the cards or not, but I have been shuffling them.
Oh, that's what you were doing.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cards off the top. I'm going to take 4 cards off the top each time rather than take them from random places, because that took a bit of extra time taking them from random places.
We all mute in again while each is answering.
Yes.
And
So
no interruptions.
So Roger's first.
Oh wow.
Jack, if you still actually Jack's on the phone, so I'll put Jack at the end for now.
Have you got a kiddie section in them questions?
So I'm going to take 4 cards off. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. So you've got 4 cards, 12 questions. Let me turn them around so I've got the questions in front of me, not the answers. Otherwise, I will end up giving you the answers before
I don't mind.
the questions. And I think 1, 2, 3. You're lucky, Roger. I think you're going to be very lucky. No, but I think you're going to be very lucky here. But let's start with question 1. So, are you ready?
I am.
Okay. What does the acronym P2P, as in Papa? Guys, can you mute yourselves for us, please, while I'm doing this, if you don't mind?
I would say place to place.
Hang on, I've not finished the question yet, so I won't take that answer just yet. So what does the acronym P2P, a term we associate with file sharing, instant messaging, and IP telephony, stand for?
P2P. Program to program?
It's not. It's peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer.
I wouldn't have known that one.
Oh, I forgot to write it down on my file here.
Oh, right. It doesn't look like I'm going to get any right, do it?
Bearded loafer Jack. Right. Yes, you can. If you want to answer questions in the comments, if you want to try and help out, that's absolutely fine. People on the panel might take your answer, they might not. It's entirely down to them. But yes, you can answers in the chat if you want to. Okay, the next question 2. Name at least one of the 2 flying pioneers, the Wright brothers.
Orville and Wilbur.
You still only get 1 point, but yes, that's correct.
I'm trying to make up for the first question.
Question 3. What colour is the starting piece in a game of chess?
Oh, fuck me. It's only a choice of 2, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it's got to be white then. Yeah.
Racist.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for that white supremacy. You get the first fucking move. Yeah.
It is white. It is
I've
white.
never played the game, so.
I wonder how long it'll be before there's a petition to change it.
Yeah. You got to have rainbow-coloured pieces.
You take it in turns.
Question 4. Jack the Ripper terrorized which city in 1888?
Whitechapel.
City
London,
of...
sorry. London City. Whitechapel Borough in London.
I'll give you half a point for that. Shouldn't, but I'll give you half a point. I don't want you crying. No, actually, you're not having half a point, and I'll tell you for why. Well, I won't need to tell you for why. You'll know why when I read these next questions. In which sport do you compete in a half pipe?
Snowboarding.
Snowboarding is one. Skateboarding, skiing, BMX, or inline
BMX
skating.
or freestyle
Any of
mountain
those
biking.
answers,
Yeah.
any of those answered would suffice. Next question. What is the name of Elvis Presley's daughter?
Lisa Marie.
Correct. Question 7. What prize can be regarded as television's equivalent to the Oscars? Now, we had this not so long ago.
Yeah, you had that card.
Is it the Golden Globe? Or no. BAFTAs. So I'm trying not to look at the chat.
It's the Emmys.
Emmys. Yeah, Heather said I had that one the other week. No, I still couldn't remember it.
Somebody did. That card's been out recently.
So have the next 2 cards as well. That's why you're not getting that half a point for that other question, because you should get some of these. Question 8. What neurological disorder involves falling asleep involuntarily and randomly?
Come on.
Oh, fuck me. We talk about it.
No, that's definitely not
Come
it.
on. Think. You know this.
What did you say? Necrophilia. Fucking hell, it's that narcolepsy.
It is narcolepsy. Congratulations. Question 9. What is the tower attached to a mosque from which Muslims, or
Fucking hell, we had
it's
this
not,
the
it's
other
not
week
called
as
Muslim,
well.
but we did, in which they call their faithful to prayer. What's it called?
Minaret.
It is a minaret. Well done.
It was. I think it was. Either
Thank you,
Holly or-
Loafer.
It was Holly or Loafer that had the question.
They're feeling sorry for me. Gun tower. Yeah.
Question 10. What drink does James Bond famously prefer shaken, not stirred?
Dry martini.
Oh, come on.
Correct. What was the French Emperor Napoleon's last name?
Bonaparte.
Correct. Don't look so worried there. You're thinking about this question.
Actually, I had to think about that one.
I had this question the other day. Why are you asking me again?
Yeah.
Question.
If I were you, Dan, I'd put them out for next week. Out of the way, not to be used.
Oh, hang on. It's supposed to be 12 questions, isn't it? That's 3 cards for, yeah. So that card can go back in the pack.
Oh,
Hang on.
pardon me.
Right. And your last question. What city is Lady Gaga from?
Fuck me.
This was last week as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. New York.
Correct. Well done. 9 you scored.
Same as last week.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now it is Mr. Veteran's turn.
Buongiorno.
Guten Tag.
Good Nacht.
3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay,
She counts to 3.
let's make sure again that I've got them on the right side. Okay, question 1. Are you ready?
No, but go on.
That's not your question, by the way. I'm just checking. Question 1. What does the acronym WOW stand for in a computer game context?
WOW.
WOW.
World of Warcraft.
Correct. Question 2. What colour are the blood cells that carry oxygen?
Red.
Correct. Question 3. What French phrase means ordering separate items from a menu and not a set meal at a restaurant?
A la carte means outside, I think. Or buffet.
What's your answer?
Go for buffet.
It's a la carte.
Oh, there you go.
Question 4. In what country was Osama bin Laden killed? I'm sure that one's up for debate.
Sam meddling in was Afghanistan.
Well, it ends with a stan.
Well, Pakistan, yeah.
Yes, it's a Pakistan, not Afghanistan. I'm sorry.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was Afghanistan. Took him back over the border or something.
Okay. Question 5. How many miles is a marathon?
26?
I need you to be a bit more specific.
How can we be more specific than 26?
Because it's not 26.
26 and a half.
Is that your answer?
I don't know. Do I look like the sort of person that runs a fucking marathon?
It's 26.2.
Well, there we go.
Question 5, 6 even. How many points does a Star of David have?
6.
Correct. Question 7. What was the name of the space shuttle that exploded shortly after takeoff on January the 28th, 1986?
Columbia.
It was Challenger.
Well, they both exploded eventually, so.
Yeah, but one exploded on the way back, didn't it?
Yeah. Columbia is one that happened in my lifetime.
UNICEF works to ensure the rights of what population?
Children. Oh,
No, I'll take that. That's correct.
oh, okay.
Don't doubt yourself so much. Question 6. No. 7. No. Question 9.
Yeah.
What is Novak Djokovic famous for?
Novak Djokovic. Isn't he a football manager or something?
Don't ask me. You can't ask me. You have
Oh,
to
there you
tell
go.
me
Tennis,
what your answer
tennis
is.
player. Tennis player.
Well done, Kaylee. Did she give you the answer there?
Kaylee? No, she's upstairs.
Oh, is she? Who's you looking at then?
I was looking at the telly.
Oh, I thought you was looking at someone giving you the answer there. Okay, next question. Christopher Columbus and his crew in 1492 sailed the ocean blue in what 3 ships? Christopher Columbus and his crew in 1942 sailed the ocean blue in what 3 ships?
In 1942?
No, 1492, sorry. My bad, 1492. Is that going to change your answer?
Santa Maria, and I don't know the other 2.
It was Nina,
Okay.
Pinta, and Santa Maria. But it was only 1 point for all 3 answers, I'm afraid. In which ocean can you find the Bermuda Triangle?
Atlantic.
Correct. And your last question. What iconic brand does the acronym DKNY stand for? As in Delta Kilo November Yankee, DKNY.
Something. Donna Karen, New York. Guns Lover.
Correct. Okay, well done. That's 6 points.
I did shit this week.
It wasn't perfect.
No, but I did have some daft bloody questions. I don't know.
Oh, Roger's rubbing it in there. Look,
It's nice for Roger to actually win something for a change.
he's not won yet. He's up against Loafer next. Okay. Hello, Loafer. Oh, I've got to unmute you, haven't I? Let's try that again. Hello, Loafer.
Good evening, Sugar Lips.
How the hell are you?
I've got out of this horrible malaise I've been in for the last 5 or 6 weeks. Finally got my vehicle back on the road. Unfortunately, I've got some bad news. The last surviving grandparent, 86-year-old, my father-in-law, he's been diagnosed with leukemia. He's got a bronchial infection because he started chemo, and he let his little shih tzu out last week for a walk around and a piddle in the garden, and it was torn to pieces by wild coyotes. So things finally started picking up, and now they've all started turning to shit again. My father-in-law lives in Southern California, by the way. Rotherham wasn't good enough. Anyway, on with the quiz.
Well, wild coyotes, it could be Rotherham, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can make your day a little bit better. I mean, even though you won last week, you know, you'd still win again. Did give other people the opportunity. Let me change my screen here and get those bars off. Right. So, question 1. Are you ready, Loafer?
I am indeed.
Right. Question 2. No, I'm only joking. Question 1. What comprises the layer in the stratosphere that protects us from the sun's harmful ultraviolet radiation?
A wild guess, ionosphere.
It's ozone.
Ozone layer, of course it is. Yeah.
Question 2. Who appears on the $100 bill?
Thomas Jefferson, wild guess.
Benjamin Franklin.
Damn.
Question 3. What colour are the goalposts in ice hockey?
Good grief. Might be a trick question. I'm going to go white.
They're red.
Oh,
This. Okay. Question 4. What do you call a person who exposes misconduct or illegal activities in an organisation?
whistleblower.
It's not PAP.
Whistleblower.
Whistleblower is correct. It is correct.
Hey,
Well
I've got one.
Question 5. Oh no, we haven't had this one. Who was the Soviet Union's final president?
Mikhail Gorbachev.
Is correct. How many bones are in the human body?
Oh, a lot. A wild guess, 63.
Not the answer I'm looking for.
63. Stab in the dark. I've no idea.
200. It's 206.
Oh, a lot.
It's like that joke, isn't it? How many bones in your hand?
A lot.
I can't remember now, but it's something like 17 or something. How many bones in your hand? And they say 17, and you go 18 when I'm alone.
Oh. delete your browsing history.
Next question. So, question 7. What is the process used by plants to convert energy from sunlight to store it in chemical bonds?
Photosynthesis.
Is correct. Question 8. What sport is depicted in the logo of the fashion brand Ralph Lauren?
Polo.
Is correct. Question 9. What is the name of the blood vessels that carry blood to the heart?
To the heart and away from the heart. It's got to be arteries, isn't it? Arteries.
Arteries take blood away from the heart. Veins return blood to the heart.
Bugger.
Question 10. How many letters are there in the Latin or Roman alphabet?
24.
26.
Oh, that's it. I'm out.
Question 11. In the famous equation E equals mc squared formulated by Albert Einstein, what does the E stand for?
Energy.
It is. Question 12. What does FPS, that's Foxtrot Papa Sierra, what does FPS refer to in computer games?
You're asking a tech boomer, mate. I've absolutely no idea, and I'm not.
I know it. I'm not going to say it.
No idea.
Fucking puerile shenanigans.
Well done. No. Go on, Jack. What's the answer?
Well, there's two. There's first-person shooter, and then there's frames per second.
It's first-person shooter.
Yeah.
So, okay. Loafer.
5.
That's your worst week so far, mate.
Yeah.
5, yeah.
They've all been tough. Fair enough. Everybody's questions have been reasonably tough tonight. Right.
Apart from Roger, he had 2 cards that were given.
Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack.
Come on, Jack. Take it away, Jack.
Okay,
I bet my missus will beat me. You wait.
3 cards off the top.
So you just got specific questions, and it's not topic related, is it? Just anything?
No, these are just random.
Okay.
General. I say general knowledge. This is an American game, so some of them might be American, but that just adds to the intrigue. Okay. How do you say Japan in Japanese? We've had this question before as well.
You asking someone who's English?
It's rude. It's rude.
Is it?
Ish.
Okay.
It's rude-ish.
No, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know.
It is what they're saying in the chat. Nippon.
Okay, I wouldn't even known. So I wasn't even looking at the chat, to be honest.
Question 2. How many Disneyland theme parks are there in Europe? Well, just think of all the Disneylands that you've heard of. And count the ones that are in places that are in Europe.
I think the main one I've heard of is Disneyland Paris. Just gonna say Disneyland, just one, I guess.
Correct. Disneyland Paris.
Okay.
Question 3. Who painted the painting The Scream? You know, the one that's like that?
Bloody hell. Right. Got a couple of people in mind. Got Leonardo da Vinci, got Picasso. Trying to think who else now. There's quite a few others. I'm not sure. Oh, this is an interesting one. This is. I was looking at the chat. Someone said Rishi Sunak.
I was laughing at Loafer's one. Edvard Fanny Eater.
Let's
see.
Picasso.
It was Munch, Edvard Munch, if that's how you pronounce it.
I've never heard of him before, so.
Okay, now you should know this one.
Okay.
How long does it take the Earth to rotate half a turn around its axis?
Half a turn.
Half a turn. How long does it take the Earth to go one full-time round and then divide it by half?
Just going to say 12 hours.
It is 12 hours. Well,
Yeah.
it takes 24 hours-ish
Yeah.
and a few and a few milliseconds or
For
whatever.
some reason, I had 365 days in my head for some reason. I don't know why. It takes a full year for it to go round.
Okay. Question 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking hell, you're not going to know this one, I don't think. Julius Caesar supposedly said, Veni, vidi, vici. What does this mean? You wiped it up afterwards, Mikey.
Wait, say that part again. The 3 words.
Veni, vidi, vici.
Veni, vidi, vici. I'm looking at the chat somewhere. I don't know. I haven't. I'm
No.
No.
I'm gonna have to push you.
No, I don't know.
I came, I saw, I conquered.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Question 6. If your zodiac sign is a fish, in which 2 months could you have been born? If you was a bird, you'd know this without even thinking about it.
To be honest, I don't really bother all that stuff, but I
wouldn't get it. I know what the fish is it's Pisces, but I don't know what months they are.
Something's
I'll
telling
give you a
me.
hint. I'll give you a hint. We've already passed the months. It's not a great hint. We haven't got like 3 months left, but we've already passed the months.
I'm going to say June and July.
Well, June. I think June to July. I believe is Gemini because I'm a Gemini on the 16th.
Yeah,
Could be end of May, end of May to June. But I've got no fucking idea what the others are.
I don't have it. Yeah, I'll be honest.
It's February and March.
Right. Okay. I wouldn't have even got that regardless. So
I wouldn't.
Bastard.
Go yourself, Roger. Oh fucking hell! What jersey number did the Canadian ice hockey player Wayne Gretzky wear? What jersey number? Keep an eye on the comments as well, because some people might know this. So, what jersey number did the Canadian ice hockey player Wayne Gretzky wear?
People putting stupid numbers. 69. I don't know.
Have a guess between 1 and 100.
That's like a 1 in 100%, a 1 in 100 chance of me getting it.
9% chance of getting it wrong. Absolutely.
Do you know what?
You got more bloody chance than I had then.
So I'm just gonna go 17.
It's 99. I wouldn't have got that either. But again, it's the way the cookie crumbles, mate, I'm afraid.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Question 8. What is plastic made of?
Hold on. I might be getting this mixed up with rubber. I was going to say resin, but I think that's got something to do with rubber, not plastic. Oh, bloody hell.
Don't forget you can look at the comments, and if you want to pick one of those answers, you can do. But you can't hold people accountable if it's wrong.
No. I'm going to say one of the logical answers because some other, like oil, bloody hell. I'm going to say squashed women's tights. No. I'm going to say polyurethane.
Polyurethane is a kind of a plastic, isn't it? And that's made using something else as well.
Oh, right.
I'm going
Polymer?
to give you a little chance here by letting you answer again, and I'm not going to take polymer. I'm not going to take polymer as an answer either.
Okay. Joe, you can tell I don't. You can tell I don't think. Fine, crude oil. I'm just gonna take it out.
Nuax. No.
If only.
It is crude oil.
Okay.
It is crude oil, or petroleum, as it's known.
Okay. To be honest, you can't tell who's being serious and who's just messing about in the chat.
That's why you've got to take a chance. So
Yeah.
The way I see it is, if you don't know the answer, you might as well just take one from the comments anyway, and take a guess. Because you've got as much chance of getting it right that way as you have. Well, you've got a better chance of getting it right as you have of not answering it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, now this card has been out before.
Okay.
So these questions have been answered before. So question 9. What does it mean to cook pasta al dente?
Right.
And it doesn't have to be pasta. It can be vegetables. You can.
I've heard that phrase because I used to watch a lot of Gordon Ramsay videos, and he used the same phrase. Funny enough.
That's where Jack learnt to swear watching Gordon Ramsay.
Is it right? Okay, if we're just looking at the example of pasta, is it it's not soft, so in other words, it doesn't like basically, is it with like some sort of crunch, like with some sort of bite to it?
But when the Viagra's wearing off, you mean?
No, not Viagra, you weirdo.
I'll accept. No, I will accept that. It's firm. It means it's
right,
firm.
Okay.
So it's not soft, but it's got a bit.
He uses that word a lot. Gordon Ramsay does.
So I'll accept that. So your next question, Jack. Question 10. What is the main ingredient of guacamole, or guacamole, as some people?
Oh, bloody hell!
And it's not puke. It might as well be, because it's fucking horrible.
Guacamole. All I know is it's green.
Think about what color it is.
All I know is it's green.
And what things are green that are fucking horrible?
Well, avocados are horrible.
Correct. I'll take that. That's the correct answer. Well done.
Or as Americans call it, I'm thinking of aubergine and eggplants, aren't I?
I'm trying to get you to catch up with Roger here, because Roger's been celebrating already. So okay, question 11.
Yeah.
What famous psychologist developed and named a hierarchy of needs? I don't know what that means, but I'll repeat it. What famous psychologist developed and named a hierarchy of needs? I'm afraid I couldn't even give you a clue on that, because I never heard of the fucker myself. Let me put it this way: somebody in the comments has got it right. I will say that much, but it's down to you to guess which one.
Right. A lot of people putting forward. What? No, this isn't my answer.
I'm telling Vet to stop cheating.
Oh, okay. This isn't my answer. A lot of people putting fraud in the chat, but I don't believe that is right. Now, there was one Maslow. I'm going to say Maslow. I don't know why. Just for some reason, I've got. It's just.
Evening, James.
It is
Maslow. It is Maslow.
Bloody hell.
Now you're level with Bearded Vet. Now your next answer could.
I'm the Grand Wizard's son.
could put you ahead of Bearded Vet. So, what artist is famous for the songs Your Song and Tiny Dancer, among others?
Tiny Dancer?
Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell.
And Your Song. He's also got a song named after me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny you mention that because those two songs actually ring a bell. Because this person, actually was starred in a.
He actually rings bells. He actually rings bells himself.
Listen, hear me out. He was actually starred in he starred in a song with Ed Sheeran and the Lad Baby. I think it was either last year or the year before, one of the two. It was about sausage rolls, and it's Elton John.
It is Elton John. Well done. You've beaten Bearded Vet.
I've beaten the Grand Wizard. I need a big beard now.
Right. That gives you a total of 7. That gives you a total of 7 points.
Bloody hell.
Heather, are you playing?
What's the point? I'll only belittle him if I win.
And it's going to come to the same place, isn't it?
Give it a try, Heather.
That is the point.
Give it a try, Heather. You'll be amazing at it.
Do, Dan?
Yeah, have a go. Go on, have a go.
Whichever way it goes, I'll get the new elastic from the catapult from Amazon anyway.
Round of applause to me. Woo!
Shift your arm.
Right.
I will warn you.
I'm moving. I've got to let the cat out as well.
I will warn you, I have been drinking.
Oh. Don't slay your words.
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Tell you what, that's really. Tell you what, that's really weird that you've just said that, and I'll tell you, you'll understand why that's weird that you've just said those words in a minute. Okay.
Because there's a question about the Hulk.
Let's get into this, shall we? Right.
Okay.
Question one. What publishing company created superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America and the Hulk?
Oh, I know. I know you know. Sod off. Go away. Stop looking over your shoulder. I can never get it right between Marvel and DC. I'm going to go DC Comics.
Marvel.
I'm not going to listen to him again, am I?
About to die.
Look at him wetting himself in the back there.
He wants me to lose, doesn't he?
Question 2. According to legend, what happened to everything that King Midas touched?
Turned to
And
gold.
it didn't report him for sexual assault.
It turned to gold, and he touched.
It did turn to gold. Correct.
That means his daughter turned to gold as well, then.
Yes.
Question 3.
The moral of the story is don't wish for something that could ruin your life.
Yeah.
Like a woman. Which chess piece?
It never comes true anyway.
What are you doing, Roger?
Anyway, excuse me, Jack. I thought the agreement here was that everybody else was muted. This is my time alone.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Dan. He can
It's our time alone.
Our time alone.
Right.
I don't care who's watching.
Question 3. Which chess piece can be moved in an L shape?
That'll be the knigget.
The knigget is correct, or the knight for other people.
Now we have a knigget. Who said knee?
Question 4.
Give me that glass.
Sod off.
Is a penguin a bird?
Yes.
It is. It's a bird, but it cannot fly.
I know, neither can an emu.
Question 5. What goes black, white, black, white, black, white, red?
Oh, I've got this image. I heard a joke coming then. Yes, but my brain is now off on the joke. Bear with me one moment, please.
Okay.
I'm going to kick myself. Oh, it's what's black and white and red all over.
Yeah.
It's a newspaper.
No, that's different. That's different. Black and white and red all over is different to what's black, white, black, white, black, white, red.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, it's a penguin in a microwave. And that wasn't one of your questions, by the way.
No shit, Sherlock.
Right. Question 5. What?
I got something to do with the zebra crossing the road, and there's too. Yeah, they got hit by a truck. There's just too many of them.
What color are the robes worn by Buddhist monks?
Orange.
That's correct. It is orange. Question 5. A woman can visit a gynecologist. What is the equivalent for a man? These days, it's the same fucking thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I was going to say it depends what you identify as. Being a woman and having no knowledge of gynecology, is it a proctologist?
It's not. It's a urologist.
No, I thought that was to do with bladder and kidneys, urology.
Well, it is. It's the
No,
piss system.
Sorry. We all have kidneys and doofers.
Yeah, but your things.
I query that one because girlies don't have prostates, hence the proctologist.
Well, I don't know.
You got it the wrong side.
I don't know. I've never checked to see if his girl's got a prostate. I've never checked, so I wouldn't know.
Well, we don't have the same problems. Let's put it that way. Anyway, okay, we'll agree to differ. Next.
Okay. Next question. What does the acronym UFO stand for?
Oh, you can fuck off. Unidentified flying object.
No, you can fuck off is UCFO, not UFO. But no, you're not. That is correct. UFO is a unidentified flying object. Right. Question 8. What is the only day, according to tradition, when a woman can propose to a man?
Leap year, the extra day in February in a leap year.
Or the leap day. I will accept that because you explained it very well. Yes, that's correct.
I could have said February the 29th, but, you know.
Now, if you get all of these questions right, you beat Roger.
No shit. Sorry.
Okay, question 9. I had to fucking count on my fingers then. Question 9. What happens to Bruce Banner when he gets angry?
He turns into the Hulk.
He does indeed.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. 2 questions. Okay.
Question 10. What is the difference between a biography and a memoir?
A biography is a book written about somebody, where a memoir is somebody's personal memories.
That's basically correct. Yeah. A biography is written by somebody else about somebody, and a memoir is written by yourself.
Sorry, I
about
missed
you.
I missed the by somebody else.
But you were
Sorry.
right. You were right. You were right. You were right. What is the difference? Question 11, penultimate question. What is the difference between a bull and an ox?
Right. A bull is a male cow. An ox
Is a
not
male.
cow.
It's a male as well.
Think about what you just said.
A bull's still got his bollocks, an ox hasn't.
No.
An ox is a castrated bull. You're right. Well done.
And he's telling me no.
Yeah, but you beat me now, ain't you?
No. It's at the moment it's a tie with one question to go.
Ooh.
And Heather's drunk, which is quite embarrassing for you, Roger.
Don't embarrass me, mate. I see it most nights.
Okay, question 12, Heather.
Yep.
What museum is the most visited in the world and has the Mona Lisa on display?
Mona Lisa is in Paris, France, Louvre.
Is correct.
Well played. I'm never
Congratulations.
speaking to you again.
Well done. That's it.
So you've won 2 prizes.
You beat our Roger by 1 point.
And
Well
I didn't want to, but there were such easy questions for me. And that's what matters. No, that's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Loafer's knowledge is humongous.
Yeah.
And he got bad questions tonight. I got questions that suited me tonight. And that's the only reason that I did so well, because the other week when I had a go, it was pathetic. Because I hadn't.
What do they say? It's only easy if you know the answers.
Exactly. I sat over there going, yes, I knew the answer to 2 that Loafer got wrong.
But well done. No, that's really well done. I'm even more happy that now Roger has to live with the shame.
Yeah.
Roger, he's got a cook now.
All through the rest of the evening. Dan, thank you, my darling, for making me play.
You're very welcome.
I wasn't going to.
I'll can I just, Loafer, just to make sure people know, can you let them know whether or not you received your prize?
Yes, I did indeed. Yeah, I did. It got into my PayPal account. Thank you very much. Don't want to spend it on. It'll probably be another book.
Obviously I want people to know that you have received it, because there are people out there that will use the fact that, you know, somebody's given me something to give away to suggest that I've kept it. So I wanted to make sure that anybody that does receive a prize from this lets everybody else know that they've received it.
Yeah, confirm it.
I will confirm when you give me one, Dan.
I'm sure you will.
Can I say thank you to everybody, to the lovely comments that are coming up on the screen. Thank you, Palm. Yeah, as always, I've proved I'm not a dumb blonde. I may be blonde, but I ain't dumb.
Heather, you got 2 prizes.
What's that?
One from Dan, and then you got one from Roger. Roger's got to cook the food now for a week.
Don't ask me to eat his cooking, please. Oh no,
that's a booby prize.
He doesn't okay toast, but I can't live on toast for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it's a booby prize. That's what prize it is.
I tell you, many years ago now, because he's never done it since. He cooked me Valentine's dinner and I got it all sorted for him. I got it all in. So I've got lamb shanks, which are already cooked. You've only got to warm them through.
Yeah.
And I got these new potatoes in butter that you stick in a microwave for a couple of minutes. And some, we were having peas or something with it. It wasn't complicated. The lamb was burnt and the potatoes were crunchy. He has never cooked for me since, apart from toast, which, yeah, he's still got to learn after
I did
50.
cook you salmon once when I had
That wasn't me.
No, it was you.
No, it wasn't.
Oh dear.
No, sorry, you did not do me salmon. You did belly pork, and I can't stand fat.
I love belly pork. I can't eat it though because of the fat goes straight through me these days.
Exactly.
I love it.
I can't eat belly pork, and he did me belly pork. And yeah, it was okay, but I can't eat belly pork. So I do all the cooking.
Well, just to clarify, Heather came first. I'll just the first three people. Oh shit! I shouldn't even do that because then it's yeah, no, first three people. First three spots. First goes to Heather again. Well done. 10 out of 12 questions. Congratulations. Then comes Roger with 9 out of 12. Then was Jack with 7 questions.
Wow.
So what we should do is we should do that. The top row. Well, apart from me, obviously, Heather.
You can't see Jack. You can't say.
Actually,
You've got to squat.
You are actually in order now. You've got Heather,
Yeah,
Roger,
look,
and Jack
there you
in
go.
the line.
Me,
there we
go.
you, Jack. First, second, third. I need
Congratulations.
to be taller than you because I should be on the upper. That's better. I'm on the upper twins.
Hiya, Tina. Tina's in the chat.
I'm going to let him have his chair back, and I'm going to go back to the chat.
No worries. Well done. I will speak to you. I'll do it tomorrow.
Hang on.
I'll give you a shout
darling.
tomorrow.
I trust you.
And we'll
I
sort that
trust you,
tomorrow.
my love. Yeah, no problem, darling. I'm going to
All
come and get it in kind.
You getting Roger to drive you up?
You go around the
He
No chance.
It could be really horrible. He could give you a loose change. He'll give it you in pennies.
I'd go round the corner up there. You'd probably get 2 or 3 for the same money.
Right, I've got 2 people in the back here. I've got Alan and I've got Tina. So Alan, do us a favour. Just do that with your hands. All right, that'll do. Good man. And Tina, I don't know, just pull a funny face or so. Oh, that'll do. I know that's you. I said Tina before I could say anything. She's doing that. Hello.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes,
No
you can.
echo either.
No, I'm on my mobile. I'm still sorting out my computers.
Yeah, Dan did say
Oh, dear.
earlier on you were having issues and that.
Yeah, that even the tech guys have had a look at it. They can't see what the fucking else caused it, so they've got the machines with them. So they're just sorting out all 3 laptops I got on my standalone. Something's been put through by Windows. It's not just for me. There's corruption right across the country. They're literally sabotaging what's left of Windows 10 because the government told them they have to keep it going with support. They don't want to do that because they're already bringing out 13. They've just sold 11. No, they've got 12 and 13 running side by side. So they're just making money for madness. Anyway, nice to catch everybody here. Hello, panel. Sorry, guys, I can't respond to messages. I'm on my phone and I can't do both. So
It's nice to see you, Tina. I'm glad you've
thanks,
jumped
man.
on.
Yeah, it's been a while, isn't it?
It has. And Alan, how are you, my friend?
Good.
Yeah, you need to get on that good mic when you come on here, mate, because it sounds terrible. Sorry, man.
I'll check my settings.
It is really quite. It sounds like you're in a big room and you're at the far end whispering.
You saying that, Tina? I was having problems last week.
Yeah.
I downloaded the new editing suite, the free Windows one.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've had a lot of problems about that one.
And I couldn't record on the computer. Every time I tried to save the video, it did something, wouldn't save the video. And I've since found out that because it's cloud-based,
yes,
it was trying to send it up there, then back down to the computer. And it was just sending the whole computer slow. It wouldn't turn off or anything.
Because you've got the cloud turned off.
You know?
Yeah.
Just don't use the cloud. I don't trust it.
I don't.
I don't use the cloud, love. I really don't. I've got my own. It's called SafeKey, and that's a separate account I pay for. And SafeKey is a vault, and nothing can get into it. Even the police have got to get a court order to get access to it. So
that's similar to what you got in it, Dan.
Yeah, mine's for privacy. Is it's American-based company.
Yeah, mine's called SafeKey. It's American, yeah.
Smarter Every Day. I don't know if anyone ever watches him on YouTube. He does some really mad stuff on there. He's like an engineer. He's an engineer basically. He makes some mental stuff. But basically, he got together with some other people, and they've spent like a year or two creating this for privacy, which is based on a blockchain. And without a password, nobody can get into it. It's impossible to access because it's.
They certainly do things better than we do over here, because a lot of the ones I used to use here, like Dropbox and all the others, they're not secure. They're not secure. They say they are. You pay the money, but they're definitely not secure. I hope everybody's missed me. I've been still causing trouble. Don't worry. Upsetting governments. But for those that I'm outstanding responses on, I apologise. I have been in hospital a couple of times. They thought I had a heart attack, but it was the muscle between my ribs. It's called constitutes, and I've got damage to the muscle. So I must have been too much weightlifting. So not really. But yeah, I'm still bugging government. So I apologise. I've been running around after my mum with dementia, getting all the social services sorted out. So I've had that to do. So anyone that's got outstanding responses from me, sorry, but not sorry, but I'll catch up. That's me done.
Real life is, it's all very well helping other people with their issues, but when you're spending all your time doing that, there are times when you have to deal with your own stuff, because we tend to put our own stuff on the burner. Whilst dealing with other people's things, and we can get really behind on things. So I'm sure nobody's got an issue. I'm sure everybody's cool with it.
Well, if you have, don't care.
There was somebody asked me on Friday on my live as well, Tina. I just said, as far as I know, she was having issues getting the website up, and she's also had some tech issues. So if you
thanks for that, Roger. Appreciate that. I do try and catch up with people, but my mum doesn't live with me, so I've got to travel to go and see her and then sort out the other two twats that are living in the house that don't want to do anything. And then I got to bark orders at them and write a fucking list like a 2-year-old of what they got to do. So
if we want to go and visit ours, we got to take a shovel.
Well, I'm in a similar situation to you, Tina, as well. So,
sorry, who said that?
I'm in a similar situation to you as well, Tina.
Is that you, Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, hiya.
Yeah, right, you're right. I'm in a bit of a similar situation to you as well, Obviously, my nana's got dementia. I mean, we live not close, but it's not like I've got to travel by car or anything like that. It's probably about half an hour, 45-minute walk to her house or whatever.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
It is.
I don't live that far away, Jack. Don't get me wrong. My city split in two by a river. When I was kicked out at 15 and a half by my dad, I swore I'd never go back, because when I crossed the bridge, I suddenly found all this luxurious food I could eat, like steaks, a bit of meat for a change, rather than a fucking plate of chips. So basically, I started to enjoy my life. So they're not far away, but every time I go past over that bridge, I get a headache, and it's like I'm fucking back in this shithole called a housing estate. So so it just drives me nuts. And I've got no real relationship with my family. In my mother, she never raised me, and all I've got is bad memories about the house. So I try not to go there. But when they start freaking down the phone because something's gone wrong, and I'm like, oh my god. So I really want to get the two of them and slap the shit out of them. They're adults, for God's sake.
I'll be honest, one of the most See, I did have an auntie who also had dementia many years ago, but she unfortunately passed away from it. And it's especially considering. Go on, Dan. I know you want to say something then.
No, it's all right, because I know Alan was speaking a minute ago as well, but we still can't hear you, Alan.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, it's very quiet.
Very, very quiet, mate. Very, very quiet.
Yeah, Jack, I understand your pain, mate. It's not nice to see with dementia when you see people
Nice.
go downhill. My mum's at the stupid stage. She's playing a game at the moment. 1 minute she's not got any bananas, then she's perfectly compos mentis. She's sane, but then she throws you the wink. But she is learning quite a lot about foul language and sexual orientation, and literally trying to tap every man she fucking sees because he got a big dick.
Yeah.
So, that's the stage she's got to at the moment. So
I would probably say my nana is, I would say, mid to late stage dementia.
Yeah.
I would say she's getting very close to being late stage now. Basically, the reason why we've been having issues is because my aunt has arranged, and everything's been pre-agreed between my mum, my aunt, and their dad, my granddad. And at first he was like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Well, he was a bit and ahhing, like, no, this doesn't sound like a good idea. Eventually he said yes, and it turns out a few days ago he's rang up the social worker or the social services or whatever that's dealing with it, and has said that he's told as a porcupine, but he's basically told them that we no longer want the respite for my grandma when we do. So my aunt is now annoyed because the social services, because they rang her as well to let her know. She is now she has to go through that whole rigmarole all over again to try and get her back into respite, because it was going to happen, but see, they said that he stopped it. That's what social services apparently told my aunt, that
they are deliberately stopping people's care and then blaming it on the patients. You've got to keep on top of it, Jack, because they are stopping it. I put a request in for emergency support for my mum 8 months ago. We've only just got a social worker now.
Right.
So they've been doing all the care themselves with me for 8 months.
I want to just check, make sure this is Gabby in the back here. Gabby, do us a favour. Go like that. Go, right. No, I'm only joking. I'm joking.
Hi, Mike.
At least I know it's you because you're laughing at that, so I'll bring you up.
I'm going to send Mike. I'm going to send some pictures, Mike, of that truck for you to see if you want me to send it up, and I'll get Dan's details from you. All right.
Okie dokie.
It's in the loft. I've got somebody going up there to go and get it because I can't go up the ladder in the loft. I'm not allowed anymore. Pisses me off.
Tina.
What?
I think I think for me, the most upsetting thing, it's not the fact that I know she's got dementia. It's the fact that 1 minute she is, she as like she used to be before she had dementia. Obviously,
yes.
She used to call me stuff like "Duck, you're right, Ducky," that kind of thing. She used to say stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I know.
But now she doesn't say that anymore. Obviously, because most of that dementia, it's like it's wasting her body away. It's wasting her brain away slowly. But
it does slowly but surely. But they have what's called a 10-minute break. So if you have a conversation with her and she doesn't know, you walk away for 10 minutes, go back. So, hello, how are you doing? Thanks for coming today. That kind of thing. So that's what they do. It's a 10-minute break.
That point, yeah.
It's a 10-minute break.
Yesterday.
And it's upsetting. It's upsetting because, there have been times where, she will literally have a go at you for no reason.
Oh yeah, I get called all sorts of names. She thinks my brother is. She thinks she's living with the postman, which is my brother, and she thinks my sister's a teacher. I don't know what she's. When the social worker was there, oh, who are you? I'm the only daughter you've got with tattoos and used to ride motorbikes. Oh, hi, team. And it was like instant connection. So it's just.
Heather's mum used to think she was Heather's daughter.
Yeah,
Wow.
they go through all that. She's regressed talking about her dead parents from years ago. Her father died just after I was born. So I was born in 61. So, but her mum died about 12, 15 years after that. But she goes back to regression. This is what they do. They become childlike. The best way to handle dementia, not so much with Alzheimer's, is basically talk to them like a child. They understand it when you take more time, be patient, and you'll get through to them. And there's that little smile. I don't know whether you see it, Jack, that cheeky smile. She knows who you are, but she's just playing, you know?
Sometimes.
Do you
People
know what?
get a bit
Isn't
worried
it?
when they say, "Well, where is your mother-in-law?" I said, "She's in the wardrobe upstairs." How long she been there? 6 years now.
Isn't it incredible how the brain works though in that respect?
It is, yeah.
And it can take you back, you know, and you believe or you're living memories from donkeys years ago with
Yeah.
no idea that they're from years ago, and you believe that you're there, you know, in that time. It's mad how the brain can do that.
I found a lot of help from my mum, Jack, was to produce childhood pictures
Yeah.
of relatives, and she could pick one or two of them out. And I've also got her doing a giant size word search so she can see the words, and she gets stimulated by that. And her favourite game is bingo, but I freaking hate it. She
It's
said, "Can
funny
you
you
do
say that, actually. It's funny you say that. Because my nana did used to go bingo before the dementia and everything. She used to go bingo quite a lot. And since the dementia has kind of taken over her life now, the one thing she always goes back to is she always asks me and my brother how our day was at school, right?
Wow.
And and we have to well, she knows my mum's Paula, and every time, the only person she's never had a go at is my mum. That's the only person she's never had a go at. She always, because it's like, I don't know how, some part of her brain she still knows that my mum's Paula, my mum can't do a lot of things, right? And she just knows, even though the dementia kind of takes over, she knows that regardless, right?
Yeah, that's the same with me. I don't live in the household, but whenever I go down, oh, Tina's here, she'll sort it out. She always knows that if I go down, I'm doing something for her. So when my eldest sister turned up, unexpected, and got a bit crappy, my brother picked me up, took me down, and I looked at my big sister and said, "Leave now." And Tina's here; she'll tell you what to do. Door that way. Shut it on the way out. Because my big sister is a bitch. All she's after is the house, but she can't get it because I'm executor of her will, and I got all the deeds to the property with me. So she's screwed. So, yes.
Right, guys, give us a second because I know. First of all, I want to say welcome to Gabby. Sorry,
Hi, Gabby.
Mid conversation when we brought you up there. So hello, nice to see you. And Alan, I think you was trying to say something a minute ago as well, but again, it's impossible. It's impossible to hear you when people are talking, and now I can't hear you at all. Actually, you're not muted, but can't hear you whatsoever.
Can I just interject on the mother's syndrome? My mum got to the point where she thought it was me. I was her mom. She had regressed. She'd gone into a recuperation home, and she had regressed to when she was evacuated in the war. And it wasn't her home, it wasn't her room, and I had to deal with that. But what you will find is the nursing home will tell you when it's time, if that's where she ends up. Nursing home will tell you when it's time. And what I did with my mum was, she said nobody's come to see me. And I went through all the family, including my aunt in Edinburgh that had been down to see her in the last week or so. And she passed a few days later. She was happy that she'd said her goodbyes.
Yeah, definitely, Heather. It's heartbreaking to see a family member go down that way. You know, it really is. Dementia and Alzheimer's is a deadly disease, and to see them lose their life in front of you, it's really hard to undertake unless
I said goodbye to my mother when she was still my mother. Nursed going forward wasn't my mother. My daughter used to go on a regular basis. She was the nice lady that came to visit with the children and the dog.
Mm.
She had no recollection. My father's mother also had dementia. And when I went up, she thought I was my mom because there is a similarity.
That's right, yeah.
And she asked, how are the children? And I said, myself and my son and my daughter are fine. And she looked at me confused. But when I said my name and my brother, she was happy.
They do pick out bits, don't they?
Had
And like
no
I say,
idea who my mother was, who was also there, because she was too old to be my mom. And you have to put yourself into the phase of life that they are in.
Yes, you do. Yeah, because then they feel comfortable because you're the person they're thinking of. That's in their memory at that time. I've been her mum a couple of times. I've been her sister a couple of times because there's a lot of resemblance, and I just play along and I just stay calm and talk to it. It's a dodgy topic, but if you've never lived with it, it is a shock to the system. I will give you that. So
it's very hard to live through.
It is. Yeah, we were already preparing Heather for my mum to go into nursing if it gets too bad. We've got 2 carers coming in twice a day at the moment, 7 days a week, to do her cleaning and get her put to bed. But other than that, we're trying to manage as much as we can. But social services at the moment, they don't seem to give a crap.
It's a very difficult time for carers. It really is.
Can I just bring Stitch up? Sorry to interrupt you. Stitch, can you do me a favour? Can you just pop your camera on for a second, please?
I'm going now. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks for sharing, lovey. Hi, Stitch.
Hi, Stitch. Hi.
Hi, Stitch.
Hi, Stitchy.
Hi, Pops. Hi,
Hi,
Mikey. Hello, Jack.
Oh, and Gabby. Sorry,
You
Gabby.
Hey, hello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing?
Yeah, cool. I'm looking on the other phone.
Hey.
So, Dan, can we talk about another topic that's come up between you and me, I think, at the moment? So I'd like to bring it up to the panel and those in the chat, see what they think.
Which one was that?
Mental health. Mental health.
Oh, we always talk about mental health. I'm fucking nuts, so why not?
Right, there is a trend going on at the moment across England. It is travelling across to Scotland and other places. The CMHT, the Community Mental Health Team, are discharging patients without knowledge. They're telling people that despite the fact you've got a psychiatrist and you're on antipsychotic medication, they're discharging their duty, pushing them back to primary 1 care, which are GP surgeries who are refusing to deal with mental health patients. So be aware, check your status. Basically, this is going to get really bad at the moment. They're still getting paid to run the service. I've already put complaints into the MP and Rishi Sunak. I'm waiting for responses. I won't hold my breath. But I've put a big letter in saying this is utterly disgusting. We've got 3 major services in Exeter that cost the local taxpayer around £2.2 million support. And now they seem to be discharging mental health patients left and right. The incident that occurred was a friend of mine. They ended up having a meltdown. They ended up getting into self-harm, very destructive self-harm. They were arrested, taken to the psychiatry unit. As soon as the police left, the psychiatrist kicked them out of the unit and said, don't care, go to your GP. So be aware they are striking people off their books to make it look like they've got mental health under control. If that happens to you or a family member, fight it. They're not allowed to do this. They're still getting paid.
Well, I've got an appointment with my community mental health, my psychiatrist on the 3rd.
Right.
No, I've not had a cancel. Normally, I'll get a cancellation about a week before.
Yeah, it won't be a cancellation. They'll talk to you in person about striking you off and handing your care back to your GP. But they're telling you can no longer approach the CMHT services.
Right. Gilabsha, I don't know how to pronounce that. Are you guys retired police?
No.
I actually find that a bit of an insult, to be fair. But I'll let you...
I will be honest. I will be honest to the question, though. I was police trained in interviewing skills and techniques, so not a police person or a police woman or whatever you want to fucking call them these days. I hate the police. I just got the training, so I know what they're doing.
I could do with some training. I'd like to know how to get out of fucking trouble when you get into it.
Done. Best place to get out. You can't fucking
I did the police pace interviewing training, interviewing and skills technique. So,
and Alan, we still can't hear you, man. I don't know what's going on, but it's absolutely terrible. Like,
just because he's all the way up north, he's too far away. He must be in Shetlands or something.
It's a gagging order.
Whoever's pedaling on the bike to produce the electric, tell him to pedal quicker.
Well, I've got some good news. I went for my driving lesson.
Yeah.
I was rubbish. I'm scared to
So
go back.
what's the good news? We're not going to see you on the road.
No, I got aye. That's good news. I got my strummer fixed. I got the strummer.
Oh right, okay.
So the in the back's looking half decent. I've half done it, half and half. So good news.
Oh, let's bring you back up.
Thank you. Phone service, shit. So we're having trouble with the actual mast down here, and Sky's been really crap lately.
Bolton Debs, can you do me a favour? Can you just put your camera back on and put your hands on the top of your head like that? Just do that for me. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll bring you up.
Did you see the article the other day?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, how's everyone?
Doing
good,
fine.
thanks, how's you?
Yeah, good. Can you give me a second? I've just got to get something to drink.
No worries.
Yeah. Did you see the article in the paper the other day, Dan, about that special constable for North Wales Police?
Which one?
He's got done for possession of child material, and his excuse was he decided he would go the extra mile and set up a sting operation outside of work. And that's why he was collecting the data.
Wow. What a plonker.
Yeah.
What an absolute
That was his reason.
Oh my God. I don't know what they're doing or what organisation is training them, but they're coming out thicker. I didn't believe it was possible, but it is actually happening.
Yeah.
But the only thing they're teaching them is how to follow orders.
Well, they're certainly not doing any training on the bloody law when you've got teenagers telling them what their actual rights are. It's ridiculous.
How to evade responsibility is what they're taught.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. That, and they're teaching them martial arts to beat the shit out of people. That's a new one.
It's supposed to be taught. They're supposed to be taught self-defense anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, this is even worse. This is like learning how to throw pensioners over their hips so they can break theirs. They're doing a lot more harsh martial arts now than before, mate. They want to do maximum damage to your body so you'll comply. So yeah.
Sorry, Tina. Loafer, can you not use capitals in the chat, please, mate?
Yeah, sorry about that. I just hit the fucking.
No worries.
I'll tell you what. I'll retract it.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You've had your warning. No, I've got to be fair. I've given other people bollockings for it tonight. So.
Equanimity. Fair enough, Roger.
Yeah,
it's that finger, you see. It's that finger. It's slipped on the
mine's
keyboard.
like that. Stop it.
I've got a mind of its own. Yeah, nice try.
I thought that was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hovering on it. I knew. I just knew. See, the thing is, the face was glitchy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed it. The face was glitchy. So as soon as I brought it up, I had my finger hovering over the.
Well done, Dan. Well done. I got something to bring up which might involve you, Dan.
It's a shame because she was all right looking, actually.
So, Dan, I got something to bring up to advise everybody. It's been brought to my memory today. It's about when you move from a private landlord's property, housing association, or council. If you are moving to a new property or just leaving, there's several things you must do. Okay, you must if you can't do it yourself, get cleaners in to clean the property up, make sure everything's intact. What you must do is get your estate officer or landlord to that property for what's called a walkthrough. And what you do is you make it all written down so they tick a box. So you put windows okay, doors okay, floor okay, kitchen okay, toilet okay. You mark any damages that are not your responsibility because the council's refused to repair it or the landlord's refused to repair it, and both of you sign it. The reason I say that is because if you do not do this and you hand over your keys, they can send you a bill for whatever amount and you can't challenge it because you can't prove that you didn't damage that property. So it is vital that you get this right.
Tina, what if you've got what if you've got a 48% mortgage, but you pay rent based on 52% of the value of the house, but you put new PVC double glazing and doors in, you fitted 2 bathrooms and a new kitchen, and you've actually made the property more marketable because my wife is always getting me to do so. We're in that situation. We've got a 48% mortgage and we pay 52% rent because 52% of our house is owned by the housing association.
That's
so
fine.
If some box sticker came round here, I'd just bill them for the improvements that we've done. So if they found a cobweb at the bottom of the stairs, I'll say, get your cleaner in. How long is it going to take to clean a cobweb at the bottom of the stairs? You're lucky my wife hasn't noticed it because I would have had to bloody clean that.
Right.
She's an arachnophobe.
With the shared mortgage plus the rent side of it, with the shared ownership, that is very similar. Any repairs that need to be done to that property, they have an obligation to do because they own the majority of the property. If you've done improvements, they should be acceptable of that. But when you do improvements, you should seek their authority before you do.
No, but she has never done that. The mortgage, 48% is a mortgage in my wife's name. It's still curiously in her maiden name. Everything else, the bank accounts, the billing, the tax, the council tax, the water rates, the electric, the gas, it's all in my wife's married name, my name, but the mortgage is still in her maiden name. I find that rather curious. So
if you're married, you can get that changed through the bank. That's not an issue. The mortgage lender, that can be changed.
If there's any dispute,
maybe the wife doesn't want you on the mortgage.
I wasn't going to say that, Dan. When it comes to council properties or housing association, the minute you are married, a lot of people don't know this either, you are both joint tenants. Even if it says your wife or your husband's name on the document, you are both entitled to stay there. So if you have a breakdown in your relationship and you separate, no one can kick each other out unless it's domestic violence. Okay?
Yeah,
I've told many tenants to come back.
I'm aware of that because the wife has actually said that if she dies before me, she will write it into her will that I've got permission to stay at this house because as soon as the mortgage is paid off, or at least she owns 48% of the house. If she dies before me, she's got it written into her will that she's insisting that our son will inherit the property, not me. Our son will inherit the property. But it's written into a will that I've got permission to stay there until I die.
Well, that's not fair. Should be the husband, not the son.
Loafer, did you say she's writing it in her will or she's written it in her will?
Well, I can't remember saying whether she's written it or writing it in her will, but my wife isn't an executor to my will.
I'll tell you for why I asked that question, because if she dies, she's not going to be writing anything in the will.
Yeah. I'd like to see a copy of that arrangement, that contract, if
well, as a married couple in the estate world, in the words of estate loafer, if you are married, it's usually your next of your husband that will get it, or your wife. The children come down the scale, unless she's made a concrete will now, and it's a living will that she's got now. If she dies suddenly, you have automatic rights to that property, not your son.
Listen to me.
I might have to look into that. I'm actually thinking about looking into employment law as well at the moment on a no-win, no-fee basis, because my contract employers, they all employ me 12 hours a week. They've moved my starting times. It used to be 7 in the morning, then 8 in the morning. Now, because of the increase in the fixed cost with regard to electrical consumption, they've got myself, the handyman, and the cleaners coming now at 9:30 on a Sunday and 10:30 3 other days a week that I attend. So when am I going to get out to a big bathroom refit? When am I going to, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to be wanting me to do a job for them. If it's a day's work, I'm not going to be able to get there. And they're not going to say, I'm not going to say to them, I'll be there at 8 in the morning, but I've got to go at 9:30. I'll be back at 2 in the afternoon. They're not going to want that. So I said to my employers, this is very curious. You do realise that my potential earnings are going to take a nosedive, but because on the account of the downfall in the economy, and given my advancing years and lethargy, because I'm getting old, nobody's getting any younger, I said I'll stick it for a bit. But the thing is, myself and the cleaners were given a letter on a Thursday morning. We were all to attend a one-on-one meeting with the manager and the assistant manageress. We were to sign agree to these new terms and conditions with regard to the starting and finishing times. But I can't remember signing the notes annotation made by the assistant manageress at that meeting. I certainly haven't received a copy, which is signed. And also, 2 of the cleaners that have been there for less than a year, they were given a £500 payoff to go and to resign their jobs. So I think that might actually contravene employment law. I've tried being subtle. Yes, I know. I can be subtle when I want to. I've tried being subtle and dropping a few, sort of things, but they just doesn't seem to be working. But at the end of the day, I think what they've done contravenes employment laws, and I might have a case to sue them. So that's another issue.
You could. Now, are you in a union?
No, of course we're not. No.
Why?
It's an entertainment organisation, private organisation, and
but they do work when it comes to litigation. You get a free solicitor, so they do. I've done this loads of times, for people. Don't join a union in your workplace. Join one outside. Never join the same union that you're working for. Like, for instance, Stagecoach run one called RMT. Now, all of their union reps are managers or supervisors, and they won't protect you, the person. They have to follow what management say. So I always advise my clients that I talk to, get a union outside. The benefits of that is they give health insurance. Let's say, for instance, you have an accident outside of work. You're going to be covered by that union. They'll give you physiotherapy, hospital time. They'll make sure you're paid. That's the benefits of a union. Okay. It's very important people understand that. If you have a car accident outside of work and you're off for 6 months, your boss is going to fire you, basically, or try to. So basically what an outside union will do, not one that's attached to your company, they will support you all the way through. They will give you everything you need.
Tina, Dan's got my email address. If you could just throw me a few links if you got the time, I'd really
the one I recommend, which seems to be the best at the moment across the country, is Unite.
Right. Made a note.
A friend of mine had a bicycle accident on the way to work. They had to be off for 17 weeks. They had to have surgery on a knee. They got physiotherapy provided through a private hospital. They got all their money paid. They got their wages, and they basically didn't lose any time at work. They couldn't even be disciplined. They literally took them to task on it. So they do protect you. Seriously, mate. It's £10 a month to protect your life. You also get a lot of discounts off insurances and that kind of stuff from outside you. There are many more out there, but I've worked with Unite for many years, and and I don't get paid, by the way, if anybody's considering that, because if I did, I'd be fucking rich. So basically, it's just to protect yourself from scrupulous employers. That's what I'm saying. But never join a union that your workforce presents, because they can't protect you. They are management. They will work for the manager, not for you. So always join one outside, a random one, and look at what they provide. But Unite's one of the biggest.
I'm going to look into that tomorrow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. They'll help you with your employment law stuff as well.
Yeah, like I said, they've moved the goalposts, and I don't think it's strictly illegal. I spoke to my brother.
Yeah.
And
If you sign up,
you've got a good, that's because I don't have a union representation. And obviously, I'm pissing in the wind, and I have no idea about it.
That's what I'm saying. They'll get, when you join up, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks, and they'll give you a solicitor and a representative to go into that company and say this is not correct under employment law. It's such a wide scope. I don't get into it. That's why I refer, because I don't know what I'm doing either. So I know a little about you. I'm a TUC rep, by the way, level 2, but I haven't done it for years. But I was trained by the TUC, which is the top union. And then when I did lots of presentations at the council, my council that I worked at, and I said, you can't do that. I said, it's my day off. I can do what I freaking like. So I used to represent people at the local council, because the one we had was Unison, and they were shit. Absolute crap. So they always thought that they always tried to convince the client to step down because it was in their best interest if they wanted to carry on with the job. But yes, crazy. But yes, unions are very, very good, as long as you don't get one that your employer controls.
Duly noted.
I didn't realise Max Branning and Stitch were together.
Who?
Stitch.
Max Branning and Stitch.
Max Branning and Stitch. Stitch, your head looked tiny in that dressing gown with the hood up.
Yeah, it does. I can barely see the picture. Sorry. You all right, Stitch?
Oh, it's Stitch has gone.
You see that comment from Carmen there, Dan?
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
The best way, Carmen. I don't know if you've got Discord. That's probably the best way at the moment. Although it's not completely safe, it's still safer than a lot of other places, I think. And if you contact me through there, then I can give you a phone number to contact me directly on.
I'm sorry to the chat, guys, that I can't talk to you at the moment. I'm on my mobile, so I do apologise, and hope everybody's okay in the chat. So if you're writing nasty shit about me, don't worry. I'll see it on the review of the video when Dan puts it up.
You're right,
I'll see it before you will.
I don't particularly care, you know that, Roger. So I don't give a monkey's.
I'm taking a piss there, by the way. Okay, all right. I've not upset him, have I? I'm only pulling your leg.
Like I always say, Roger, if I want your opinion, I'll fucking ask for it.
Exactly.
All right, Carmen, I'll tell you what, just email me. You don't have to tell me anything in email. Just email me. I'll respond to you with a phone number, and then we can talk on the phone. And that way you don't have to pass any information through email. I will just pass you a phone number to contact me on, if that helps. I might be needing those trimmers soon, Gabby, when this goes through a bit.
I was going to bring me hair clippers down tonight and see if you wanted them sent up.
It looks excellent.
I've got clippers.
It looks excellent. Well done.
It looks really good.
Aye.
I'm going to see it's still a bit red there at the moment. The back is a bit irritating. It's like, for any of you that have shaved your pubes, when they start growing back and it gets a bit tingly and itchy, it feels like on the back of my head. But I think that is less to do with the hair coming through, because where they've taken the hair out, there's no hair there to come through. There's no root anymore, so the hair can't grow there anymore. I think it's to do with the nerve endings repairing themselves.
Yeah, because they get quite sensitive on the hair, don't they?
But I spoke to them the other day. They said everything's fine. They said it all looks good. I might have to have another one done on the crown. The crown's not too bad. It's still a bit shiny because it's very thin hair at the moment.
It'll grow. Don't worry.
There's hair there that wasn't there before, but I might have to have more put in just to thicken it out a little bit.
Aye. And what colour will it come in? Go in grey, salt and pepper?
Sorry?
What colour will it grow back in?
It'll be the same. It'll be the same colour as this, because I'm going grey all the way round, so it'll come through grey.
They match it quite well, don't they? They really do a good job.
Yeah.
So you can see how far back it was receding. I mean, that's quite a distance. That.
Wow.
And there, the hair came almost to where they've put the line, but they've gone over the initial peak a little bit. They've gone about a centimetre into the initial peak, just to fade it into the old hair. But it's just a case,
Right.
just gotta wait and see what happens.
Looks
Lovely.
good.
But
The
I
only
can get a
fading mine's done is fading away.
well, I can get a haircut in a week's time. Might leave it a little bit longer, but I can get a haircut. I need to shave it. I need to get a haircut because this is going to grow at different speeds at the moment. Plus, all of this stuff that's been put in is going to fall out very soon.
Right.
It goes through a growth cycle, so all of that will fall out soon, and then it will start growing through again properly and thicker.
He'll end up with an afro.
So I will, I will look receded again at some point for a little while, but then the hair should come through quite quickly. At which point it should grow normally after that. But
Brilliant.
They do wonderful things these days, Dan. I tell you.
Do that. It's like a miracle.
it's weird. It's weird
Right.
looking at his fucking hairline.
It doesn't make you look completely different.
Makes him look like a grey tennis ball.
Oh dear.
Well, we won't say anything about that minge on your face.
Oh.
You wish you had minge on your face.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Last time you had minge on your face, I was in nappies.
Oh, yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so I'm pleased with the outcome so far.
Looks good, mate.
It does.
I've been sleeping the last sort of 5 days or so. I've been sleeping with a bandana on, and the reason for that is because I wear a CPAP machine, so I haven't been able to wear that for 2 weeks because of this. Can't put the straps on. I have to wear a full face, what they call a full face one, which covers my mouth and nose, and the straps go over the top and around the back. So I've not been able to wear that because it would irritate what they've done. So I've been wearing a bandana that stops the straps from rubbing on my head. And
that's
I've
good.
been
Yeah.
wearing a neck pillow as well, just to keep my head slightly raised in the bed. But I can stop wearing that soon. I could probably stop wearing the bandana now, and I could probably stop wearing the neck pillow now. But I'm just a little bit nervous.
Just do what you feels right, Dan. That's all you got to do is be comfortable with it.
£2,000 that cost.
Wow.
Which is a lot of money, but it's cheaper. It's cheaper than it would have cost. A lot of places charge a lot more than that. So I was a little bit concerned, but I did read the reviews and whatnot, and there was a lot of good reviews for the place, and it was better than going to Turkey.
Yeah. It is mad that with the NHS at the standard we're supposed to be, that we have to go to other places to get what we need.
Well, the standard's not. Well, as you said, the standard it's supposed to be. The standard it is
supposed to be. Yes.
Awful at the moment.
We paid in all of we paid in all of our money, and what do we get back? Very fucking little. Very little. We don't get a lot back from it, so all we get is complaints whenever we're in the hospital and that shit food they serve. Oh my god, I wouldn't give it to a dog. In some hospitals, especially up in Liverpool, in one of the big hospitals up there, they don't even provide food. You've got to buy it in. They have like a big delivery page on the screen, and you've got to order your food in. They don't even prepare food for the actual residents. It's getting crazy. Oh, crap.
Was that Dr. Booby Wooby? Dr. Booby Wooby says that they could make me sleep. They're a doctor. That's an interesting name, Dr. Booby Wooby.
Yeah.
Here's hoping.
Well, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna leave. All right.
Thanks, Tina.
Thanks for having me on board, and I'm sorry for anybody that's got delays at the moment. I will catch up. And everybody take it easy, all right?
Thanks.
No worries.
Good night, folks. Take care.
Bye.
Who's got the telly on in the background?
No, it's coming from Alan's. You're not doing well tonight, Alan. There's an echo.
Yeah, I can hear the echo.
Yeah, but you can't hear Blair.
Look at my picture and you know who I am. I have 3 doctorates. I'm looking at your picture. Well, I can't see a big picture. That's the problem.
You have 3 doctorates, so it must be Crinkle then.
Probably is. Oh no, what was it? He said he had a bachelor's degree in. Did like a bachelor's degree in medical science or molecular science. That's what he said. But
how do I know? How do I know who you are? Who are you? I've no idea. I'm looking at. I've just opened your channel page, and I still can't work out who you are. So I don't know. Sorry. The hair costs £2,000, and it didn't come out of any charity money that I'd raised, by the way, before anybody asks. I've been saving that for the past 5 years.
And anybody that's wondering why I'm not taking the piss out of it, because he's had it 7 days, he's had it done from me on a daily basis.
Wow. Someone that's not allowed to teach kids.
Yeah. Well, I actually spoke to the doctor on the beginning of the week because I've been thinking. I mean, there was a point in my life where I said to myself, I absolutely can't stand people that do things to their body to make themselves look better. I think you are who you are, and you are the way you are for a reason. But now I've hit 45, I think to myself, fuck that shit. I think if you can get yourself fucking changed, you might as well do it. But I've been speaking. Hello.
It's UK lady.
It's not UK lady.
No, it's not.
It's not her. It's somebody
or
taking.
Is it that mad one that was going on last week?
No, it's somebody taking the piss. It could be that fucking Zara, because that it could be that Zara. Could be a number of people who have got issues with UK lady, but I'm not going to get fucking dragged into it. So you can take your bullshit elsewhere.
you know just how chill the channel is when all the haters and all the drama, all the people that cause the drama. You know just how chill and relaxing it is when they're not around.
We've not had a raised voice on here for fucking ages, have we?
No.
So, but yeah, as I was saying, I spoke to the doctor at the beginning of I phoned the doctor on Monday. After last Sunday, I stayed up all night because if I'd have gone to sleep, I wouldn't have woken up at 8 o'clock to call the fucking doctor. So I was up all night so I could call the doctor at 8 o'clock. Phoned the doctor. I said, I'd like to speak to the doctor, please. And a sec. Right, Dr. Booby Wooby, I don't give a fuck who you are. You can fuck off because you're being a dick.
Fair enough. I was thinking about it.
Don't need that shit. Don't need that shit. Don't want that shit. So take it elsewhere. So I phoned the doctor. Got the receptionist. Receptionist says, what would you like to speak to the doctor about? And I'm like, a personal medical matter. Yes, but I need to know so I can put you into the right doctor. Well, surely they all learn the same fucking thing. Surely it's not going to matter which GP, as in general practitioner, you put me in touch with. I'm sure that's not going to make a fucking difference. That I need to know because I've got to put you in the right doctor. So I said, right, it's a personal matter relating to my weight. So anyway, okay, we'll get the doctor to call you about 3 o'clock. So the doctor called. Asian, Pakistani, Indian, whatever, I don't know, but he wasn't a native English speaker. How can I help you? He said. How can I help you? He said. So I explained. I said, listen, I said, I'm a fat bastard. I said, since a stroke, so I can't can't be active. I can't exercise because of the pain, because of the aching, because of the fatigue. I've got a diastasis recti, which is the muscles in your stomach have pulled apart. I said, so I can't pick up anything heavy, so I can't do weights or anything like that. Right? I've been told all I can do is light cardio, but even light cardio is restricted now since the strokes. I want to get rid of some weight. I want to speak to you about bariatric surgery. So he says, okay, what I can do is refer you to the hospital and they'll get in touch with you. That's it. There was no, we'll come down and see us and we'll determine whether you're an ideal, whether you're a good candidate for the surgery and which particular surgery is best. None of that. It was just a case of, oh, right, okay, brush him off to the fucking hospital so I don't have to deal with him and I can get on to the next call. I mean, how fucking wank is that? We're not talking about a fucking thorn in my finger that I can't get out. We're talking about surgery. And he just goes, yeah, okay, well, he didn't. He went, okay, we'll pass you over to the hospital and they will talk to you. And I'm like, but I phoned you. If this is all you're going to do, give me a fucking phone number for the hospital and I'll phone them direct. Yeah. You're here for a fucking reason. And that's for me to come to first, as my first port of call, for you to determine whether or not I can do that, or whether I should try something else. And all you're doing is just fucking fobbing me off to the hospital.
I think you could have just said, stop eating, fatty, and then put the phone down.
I think you're being beguiled because there's that accent you put on. It wasn't the doctor's reception. It was Apu from The Simpsons, and look what happened to him.
Well, it's just fucking, yeah. I mean, look, yes, I smoke. I haven't had a drink in the last 2 months, maybe even slightly longer than that. I've not had an alcoholic drink for a while now. Food-wise, yes, I like food, but I don't eat that much. I mean, today, all I've eaten today is 3 slices of bacon, 3 chipolata sausages, the small thin ones, some beans and 2 poached eggs. That's all I've had to eat today, right? And that is a big meal for me. I normally I'll have something like a bit of like a pasta and sauce or something shit like that, and I'll just eat once a day. So I'm not, the calories I'm taking in are less or equal to the calories that I'm burning. So I shouldn't be putting on weight, but I am. Granted, some of the medication I'm taking makes me put on weight, but there's nothing I can do about that. There's no way I can. Dieting is not going to fucking fix that because it's the medication. But if I know that if I can get my weight down to a certain level, even just 3 or 4 stone lighter than I am now, if I can get that weight gone, I can be more active because I'm not carrying so much weight on my legs, which means my legs won't ache so much when I'm walking to the shops, which means I can walk a bit more, which means I'll burn a few more calories. Do you know what I mean? So, but again, somebody's just put there, no down the GP has to refer you to the hospital. Iceni, if that's how you pronounce your name, I don't know. The problem is, the doctor is supposed to identify whether you're a good candidate for certain things. Just throwing you to the hospital for stuff. It's like if you if they think you've got cancer, you go to the doctors, they give you blood tests, they give you all that kind of stuff first of all, then they'll send you to the hospital. They won't just go. If you walk in there and say I've had a cough for the last 3 weeks and I'm losing weight, they won't just go, okay, hospital. They'll go, okay, let's take some blood tests. Let's see if we can figure out what might be going on, and then they'll send you on to see a specialist or a consultant, and that's what they should be doing in this case. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad I'm going to be speaking to the hospital, but I just think it's a waste of time when for the hospital when the doctor is being paid at the moment to sit on their fucking arse talking to people on the phone, and they're not seeing people like they should be.
I've got no appointment. The doctor's phoning me tomorrow as well, so it's for my high blood pressure. How are they going to tell? Do you know what I mean? It's mad.
Right. We've obviously got people lurking, by the way. Whose voice is that? I've got some noise coming from somewhere and it's annoying. Where's it coming from? Is it still there? It is still there a little bit. Where is it coming from? Still there. I can't work out where it's coming from. But anyway, we've got some lurkers, and I'll tell you how I know we've got some lurkers, because we had that person come on a few minutes ago in the comments, Dr. Booby whatever, Booby Wooby or something.
Yeah.
And there's only a few people that I know that have got a real problem with her. I couldn't give a shit, to be honest. It's got nothing to do with me. It doesn't affect me. But some people like to hang on to fucking things they've got on other people. So what did I say? I said it might be that Zara. Yeah.
Was you right?
Well, guess who's just popped up in the back office?
Oh, here we go.
So we've got some lurkers. Either somebody's gone running over them, going, "Oh, they're talking about you. They're slacking you off," or she's sitting there lurking herself. But to be quite honest with you, Zara, I really don't care what you've got to say, because you, like Crinkle and like many of the others, just chat shit and do my head in. And I'm not interested in any of that bollocks. We've not had any of that shit on here for ages, and all of a sudden, or not all of a sudden, but we've not had any of that shit on here for ages, because most of the people that like the drama don't come on here anymore. Yeah. And unfortunately, you're one of the people that likes the drama. So I'm not interested in what you've got to say, unfortunately. So
off your pop.
Go and say it somewhere else. Yes, off your pop, Buttercup.
Yeah. Speaking of hospitals and doctors and stuff,
Mike, do that, Mike. Good man.
Hey, I'm Zara B, but I've got AI as my quest.
How you doing, everyone?
Not so bad, Mike.
Evening, sorry, not
I've got my police light on for you.
I see them. They're looking cool. I bought some lights the other week. In June, I bought some Dovey lights, and they're the ones that I've got 2 floor standing, about 5 foot tall, thin ones. I've got the LEDs that go around the back of the telly, and I've got 2 small standing lights and 2 which I can attach to the wall or put on a flat surface. It's like a party going on in the front room. But once I move, I'm going to set it all up behind me with the other computer. Oh, fuck off, Crinkle, you silly little cunt.
Oh, is it? He's drafting us at the moment. He's following us around everywhere.
There's still somebody got something running in the background. It's not me. It's not Alan, because we've both been muted.
Yeah, I can hear it. It's making noise. I'll mute myself. It's not me, I don't think. Hold on.
I'll mute myself from my microphone.
I'll do the same. It might be me.
Crinkle, I can tell it's you. You might be using something to mask your face with somebody else's face, but unfortunately, I can actually tell it's you.
He's got his new toy, Pat. That's what it is. He's got this new
ones in the background.
It's a 22 download that you can use these AI. Do you know, like the what they call the soundboards that you can change your voice? Well, now you can do it. You can just pick a photo of someone and it will replicate them as them. He's using that now because he's into technology. I mean, I'm a technologist now. And
somebody said
it's me.
Somebody said last week. Somebody contacted me and said to me, "Oh, you need to be careful because Crinkle's using AI and he can mimic your face and your voice and this, that, and the other." Yeah. Right, there is nothing out there. Deep fakes, like proper deep fakes, that are something that is very difficult to identify. Take some computing power. And when I talk about computing power, I've seen massive YouTube channels that deal with CGI on a daily basis. That's what their companies and businesses are. And it can take them a week or more to render a proper deep fake.
Yeah, I told him. I told him this the other day. I insulted him. I said because he was on one panel and he was going on. Oh well, yeah, but I'm into technology and this sort of thing really interests me. AI, and I went. So what you've done? You've gone to one of these AI online things that any pleb can go to. You've paid $22 for an AI that you get a photograph of someone, and what it'll do, it'll try and overlay that photograph and animate it as you talk. And they're a giveaway because they're so pathetic. It's not like Hollywood, like you're saying, Dan. Where they're spending bloody hundreds of thousands of pounds in this technology. You need supercomputers to do it right.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm just going to show you what I was talking about. This is how, like Crinkle here. And this is guaranteed. This is definitely Crinkle. You tell me if this doesn't look like Crinkle.
There's a laundry in the back.
I've got him on my avatar. Here we go. Look, I'll turn the camera off.
Tell me that's
Crinkle without the glasses.
Crinkle.
Yeah, Crinkle. Even I can do better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's him.
That is Crinkle. You can tell that's Crinkle.
Yeah, of course it is.
You don't even.
Definitely clapped.
He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. But there we go. I'll just ban you from the studio anyway because you're not coming on. So fuck you.
I had.
How pathetic. I mean, how can he seriously sit there, look at that and go, oh, I look like somebody else now? No, you don't. You still look like Crinkle, you fucking moronic prick.
It still looks like a
How you doing, Adrian? How you doing, Adrian? Nice to see you.
Adrian,
how you doing?
I have one question for you, Dan. I mean, it's an obvious question, and there's an obvious answer, but I just want to see if it just shows how idiotic the hospital is, or at least the different departments are, right? So, do you know when you maybe have a certain issue with yourself and there's a certain specialization that the hospital will refer you to? If it's through your eyes, it will be the eye clinic, for example, or if it's through your ears, nose, or throat, ears, nose, and throat department, that kind of thing. Basically, it's different specializations or different areas within the hospital that you would go to if you have a certain issue regarding that, right? Now, I would have assumed, considering that my mum, because she has epilepsy and MS and stuff like that, it's more on the neurological side of things to do with the brain, right? Now, you would expect those people who are specialized in neurology to know certain phrases and terminology that is used regarding epilepsy and MS and pretty much that kind of stuff, right? You'd expect them to know that. Not every single thing. Now, they're not going to know it all off by heart, but you'd expect them to know what it is. And every time we go to the hospital, although it's not as often now because it's like one every year, maybe, depending on what it's for, or maybe one every 2 years. I mean, we've only been to the hospital once in this year. We haven't been to last year. Mum didn't go hospital at all that I'm aware of, at least for any appointment. It might have been for something else, but and every single doctor that we speak to, every single person we speak to that is specialized in neurology, they haven't got a clue what the term MS hug is, right? And I just don't understand, right? And I have not got a degree in I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. I don't know these different phrases and all these different things that they do on a daily basis. I haven't got a Scooby-Doo, right? But I know more about MS than most of the doctors and most of the people.
Jack, can I just jump in there a sec, mate? Sorry, Dan. Guys in the chat, can you stop typing all caps and caps in the chat, please? Mickey can. He has issues with sight. It makes it easier for him, but there's no reason why anybody else should be doing it. The bots flag it up, and us mods are getting annoyed with it. So if you could stop.
Welcome.
Sorry, Jack. Carry on, mate.
That's okay.
Welcome. Is that Sheris or Cheris? I don't know how to pronounce
Sheris
that.
Rosen, welcome to the channel.
Forgive me if I've just murdered your name, but thank you. Welcome.
Would can we at least agree? Can we at least agree though that the neurology, people in neurology that deal with MS and epilepsy and all these different things, especially from a neurological perspective, on a daily basis, they should know these basic common terminologies and not necessarily.
What you got to remember, Jack, a lot of the phrases that you know aren't the scientific names for things. They're taught the scientific side. You learn the easy terms.
Jack's talking about what specifically was talking about an MS hug.
That's right, yeah.
An MS hug, if you think about a bear hug, basically an MS hug is where you feel tight around the chest.
Right.
That's right, yeah.
I was going to ask what he meant by that, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just basically an MS symptom where you can feel tight around the chest, find it hard to breathe.
And every time we go to the hospital, and we specifically go to the neurology department, and we always and Mum, I mean, it's been a while since we've been to the neurology department, but whenever we go, and even when we speak to other doctors as well that maybe aren't in that department. But mainly those in neurology, I'll say to them about the MS hug that my mum has now and again, right? It can come on out of nowhere, right? And I've come up with a home remedy myself that doesn't require to go to a hospital. Very, very simple. A hot water bottle. And it helps. And
is it like chest pains, Jack? Is it literally chest pains, or
imagine being hugged by someone and they squeeze as tight as they physically and possibly can to the point where you struggle to breathe.
Well, the only reason why I asked that, and it's nothing to do with MS. Yeah, it's nothing to do with MS. It's just recently. I know a guy at 50, well, he's just coming up 60. He was 59. He was just coming up 60. He went to the hospital 3 o'clock in the morning, complaining of tight chest. Sorry, I know I might be bringing this away a bit, but this is how loose hospitals are with it. They sent him away and said, "Oh, it's nothing to worry about." Blah blah blah. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, he was dead. He had a coronary. A heart attack.
Major heart attack. Yeah.
And they didn't even detect, right, at 3 o'clock in the morning when he submitted himself into hospital that, his chest pains were. He knew there was something wrong with him. He wouldn't have gone to the hospital. But they just wrote it off and said, "Oh, no, you'll be fine." They put the ECG thing on him and they said, "Oh, it all appears to be normal." He was dead by 2 o'clock.
This is the problem about hospitals. This is the problem. They don't have the thing is, right, they say no one's going to know everything about something, right? I mean, that's just impossible. You're not going to know everything about every subject. You're only going to know so much, right? Because your brain can only
relate so much information.
Yeah, they can only acquire so much information, and obviously you tend to look up the same information again to kind of keep it in your brain. And so, muscle memory, the more you remember, or the more you remember things, the more it stays in your brain.
As you get older, it fades.
Yeah, it does fade.
They totally missed mine. I mean, I had a blood
That's
clot
why
on the
a
brain.
collective like that, different people, recollection information that you can put together.
Hang on now. 2014, I had a blood clot on the brain.
Yeah.
This year and last year, I've had strokes. But also later on this year, they found I've got a blood disorder, which a lot of the symptoms involved with that could have caused my blood clot back in 2014.
Oh, wow. Bloody hell. So what, you had like mini strokes, Roger?
I've had one major one and 5 TIAs.
TIAs, yeah. That's as my father got dementia, he had TIAs. Yeah. And my mum said, I'd never seen him suffer from them, but she said he could be in the kitchen, he'd be doing something like washing up, and all of a sudden he'd just...
Yeah, you go blank.
It'd wobble, and if she spoke to him, it'd be all garbled, nonsense they come out
That's
with.
what happened to me. I got out as far as the kitchen. I knew what was going on because I couldn't move my right arm.
Oh,
So
wow.
I shuffled out into the kitchen, tried to mumble something to her, at which time I hit the deck. I just went out like a bloody light, apparently. But one of the TIAs, I actually had it online. We were on a live. And I felt something coming on, and I made it into the hallway and collapsed out there.
Bloody hell.
But it looks like this could all be connected back to this bloody blood disorder, which they only detected this year.
But the scary thing is, them TIAs, they just come on like that. Bosh.
Yeah, I normally I get a little bit of a warning. I get a twitch.
Yeah, but men don't tend to complain, and this is what frustrated me mother when my dad went through. Before he got dementia, he had a series of TIAs, and he'd never say nothing, even when after the fact it had happened. He would never turn around to her and say, "Oh yeah, well I felt a bit numb," or anything like that. He'd try and brush it off as if it wasn't happening to him. Men are totally different to women. I think they tend to not take things too seriously when it comes to their health. And it's just one ear that falls into that trap. And I'm sure, Dan, with your experiences as well, you probably fall a bit in denial. You're a young lad. You're still in your prime. To have something like that to happen in your time life was probably like, fuck me. No, you go in denial, so you're not going to admit anything to anyone.
Well, I was still out racing bloody mountain bikes after I had me bypass, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean?
No,
but I have
Yeah.
since the stroke, because as Dan knows, he's the same. You've got to change your whole lifestyle. You've got to change the way you do everything, the way you ever thought about doing everything. And that made me sit down and think, well, yeah, I haven't been taking care of myself, and it's a bit late now, but I got to start,
Yeah. How you been, Dan? Anyway, I've not spoken to you for a while, so.
Not so bad. Not just tired as normal. Well, you get a fucking life, you silly little prick.
Oh, it's like,
Where's that crinkle going in the background again? Fucking zippy.
I think.
Well, Dan, you're going to be.
I think he fancies you, to be honest.
No, I think he's a tranny.
Yeah,
he wants to be. I think he wants to be one.
End the stream and then we can invite him in and have a chat then.
I think he wants to be one, and I'll show you for why. Ready? Right, you've seen the last one. That was blatantly him. Now tell me this isn't Crinkle as well.
He's done this, yeah. Oh,
yeah, that's
the same bone structure and everything.
All right.
He's a weirdo.
For fuck's sake, man, that's fucking cool. He's into his technology, Dan, and this is what made me laugh.
He's probably a cock gobbler.
Listen, a cock gobbler. Guaranteed he is.
Bring him on his heart.
The thing is, by talking about him, you're feeding him, you're giving him what he wants.
Oh, you're fucking disgusting. Oh, and he's using the account Ministry of Madness as well. So I've already left a comment for Ministry of Madness to let him know. If anybody speaks to him, let him know that Crinkle's going around using an account in his name, trying to pawn on
people. He's doing it to loads. What you got to do, you got to get there's a YouTube app out there that you can associate to different accounts and email addresses and stuff like that. The thing is that Crinkle's got so many accounts, I think he loses track of the accounts he's got, so he gets a bit loose with it. And it's just sad. Why does someone have to do that? Why do you have to do that, for fuck's sake?
Because he's very simple. He's got nothing else better to do with his time than to just muck about with other people's lives.
Isn't he in his 40s as well? He's in his 40s, isn't he?
I know.
He looks older, to be honest. He looks like an old man.
He looks older than me.
Anyway,
looks like a kiddie fiddler.
Moving on. You've got to be an idiot to look at that and not realise that you're going to get fucking called out on it. You've got to be an absolute fucking retard not to see that's Crinkle.
Yeah, but it's technology. Yeah. It's technology, Dan, and I'm into technology.
That's what he'll say. I mean, I have to put this up as well.
Technology fascinates me. It's me. I'm technology.
He's nothing but a water mitty. He's nothing but a Walter Mitty about all this bollocks about him being a scientist and he's got fucking degrees in this, degrees in that.
Yeah,
He ain't
it's
got
all
fucking degrees in
bollocks.
nothing. Yeah, he
Sure,
could.
he get the degrees in the jail.
The only degree he's got is
somebody's that good,
an album by the 3 Degrees. That's all he's got.
if somebody's that good, if somebody's that good at fucking technology, I would, I would suggest going and making yourself a fucking AI girlfriend, and leaving real people alone. Just go sit in your fucking, your messy room with all your dirty clothes behind you, and go and tug yourself off to some fucking AI girlfriend or something. Do you know what I mean?
He probably does that
anyway.
and learn how to use a computer and technology. Why don't you start making fucking money for yourself? That makes more sense than trying to wind people up. You know what I mean? You're just making yourself look like an idiot.
Isn't it funny how I mentioned one person's name. I only said the first name. I mentioned one person's name. They jump up into the back, and all of a sudden, Crinkle's trying to get on here as well.
Yeah,
it's got to tell you something, isn't it?
He's a stalker. He's a stalker.
Coincidence.
He's a stalker. See, the thing is, he's and he's openly admitted he's into this porn bombing and stuff like that, and he'll go on about. Well, the thing that frustrates me, Alan, is that he'll go around certain channels, and if something he doesn't believe in, he'll start reporting that channel to YouTube, and then you get a strike, and then you get this, and then you get that. Right now, here's a guy, right? That's
he's as long as you stick to the facts, there shouldn't be any strikes, though. You know what I mean?
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that now. Yeah, it'll go something stupid like, bad medical advice or whatever it is. But the thing is, this guy's a porn bomber, right? And he's, he goes under the loose guise that, he'll get away with it and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, hold up a minute. See, the thing is that no one's caught on to yet. And I'm sure Dan knows a lot more about this than me. But actually, if you go around social media, whether it be YouTube or whatever, and you start porn bombing people's channels or chats and things like that, I'm 100% sure that that's covered under the malicious communications.
I knew you was bringing. Yes, it is. It is.
It
is covered under malicious communications because it's unwanted. It's unwanted contact. It's unwanted
Communications Act for it.
And it doesn't matter whether or not it's a text message or WhatsApp message, a comment online.
Harassment under the Communications Act, and you can have all his electrical devices removed for that type of behaviour if it was evidential and proven and taken to court, which you can do. You've got plenty of videos here. You know what I mean? If you want all his devices removed, you just need to set up a court case.
And you should under this country.
You wouldn't even need to go to the police over it. That's the thing. You can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. You can prove it. And there are many. There's many out there that say that he has done this. Right? If you go to a court and tell the court that there is evidence, or you believe, and you explain to them why you believe there's evidence on his devices, they will give an order. They will give an order to have those devices seized. The court will give an order to have those devices seized because it's not because you're not doing it through criminal. You're doing it as a private. They will give an order for those items to be looked at. They might even turn around and say the police have to do it. But if you go to a court and say I want to do a private prosecution against this person for X, Y, Z, and you give them a legitimate reason why you believe there's evidence on their devices, then there is a chance they can then order the police to go and collect those devices and download them.
Yeah. I looked into it, Dan, because I thought, hold on a minute, he's being very critical here.
Owning these devices is proven. They're not allowed to own them. They're not allowed to go online. They get banned for being on the internet. There's things that they cannot do. They're restricted.
Exactly.
So
see, that's what frustrated me, Alan, was he goes reporting channels for giving, I mean, it's not him probably saying that. He says, oh, I don't agree with this. This is bad misinformation and stuff like that. But Google interpret it as that you're giving bad medical advice, right? And I've stood by one thing, never on the channel I used to.
Google gives a lot of bad medical advice.
Yeah, I questioned medical advice, but I never gave it. But the thing is, Well, it works on the other foot. He's quite proudly going around because he can't get on certain channels. Well, I'll porn bomb them, and I'm, yes, I admit that I porn bombed some channels, right, like fucking Zippy. But the thing is, at the end of the day, he's got to realise is that he's breaking laws, and I don't think anyone yet. Maybe you, Dan, thought of it, and if we want to get illegally, get him on it. Yeah. Just blase fucking isn't on.
He's did it to so many people. You could, as a collective, could all come together with the evidence you've collected on your own channels, because it's all videos. You know what I mean? If it's been lives, you've still got the lives on your channel, and you'll be able to see his chats. You can put every one of the emails. If you get the email addresses, and they can link that the emails are coming from a certain IP address, that IP address is linked to his computers, he's screwed. Everything will be linked to his devices, you know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how many different accounts he uses, every account is going to be linked to that device. And
well, no doubt he uses VPNs, and
even ones you don't know it's using that he's been using will be found out in there as well. You know what I mean? It's just
but the trouble is, he probably thinks he's got the safety of a VPN. Well, where the IP address and your IP address gets spoofed or whatever. But at the end of the day, the information that comes with that is your MAC addresses, and that's something you can't. If you're using
no, you can't change that on your computer. That comes with the computer. You know what I mean? That's a computer's identifier.
Literally just about to say that as well. IP addresses can be changed. Forget about VPNs. You can change when you reset your router. There's a way to do it, not just resetting it, as in restarting it. There's a way to do it. It changes your IP address for everyone in the household or whatever you've got it set up. It's dynamic.
The net mask, you put the net mask and everything else you can set up as well. There's so many different.
MAC address stays the same. And there's a second thing actually. About a year or two ago, and I remember this because Dan did an apology video on the channel regarding what Crinkle did to the channel because he porn bombed and gore bombed the channel. That was a very disturbing image.
Yes, I remember that.
Or disturbing video of something going on, which I'm not going to say. Dan actually, I think you actually phoned his local police force and told them about the incident, and I believe they said something about that they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I had the same.
So
the problem with the police, right? The problem with the police, right, is they will turn around because it's hard work for them. They will turn around and they will say something along the lines of, "Well, you see, we can ask to get the IP addresses, but we're not always given permission." Okay, and they say they have to do it all through IP addresses. Now, I'll give you. I said this earlier today, right? I've been in contact with the police recently because of these people fucking ordering food and shit, and some comments that have been online as well. And you know what? And I phoned the police, phoned 101, spoke to a woman. It was actually quite nice. Told her the situation. She said to me, "Okay," she goes, "Let me go and speak to a supervisor, and I'll come back to you." So off she's popped. She was gone for about 4 minutes. And when she came back with information that must have taken 20 minutes for somebody to have told her, which tells me that she didn't go and get all of this information from somebody else. She had it. She knew what to say already. So she come back to me and she said to me, well, she goes, the problem is, as I've just said, the problem is we've got to try and find their IP address and link this to them and that to them. Blah. I said, no, you don't. You don't need to do that because I've got all the proof. I've got the screenshots. I've got the people telling me from their personal phone numbers. I've got everything you need to link it to the person. You don't need to worry about IP addresses. Yes, it would help, but I've got their fucking phone numbers where they've contacted me on their phone numbers, and I can prove that it's them without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. Well, there's not really a lot we can do. Maybe, it wouldn't be under harassment, they said. It wouldn't be harassment. Maybe malicious communications, but it's unlikely that we'll be able to get...
And if you said, yeah, but hold up a minute, I've got the phone number and everything, but he called me a she or he called me whatever. If it missed you, fuck me, they'd be taking the doors down.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I said this. I said this to God Bless the UK when I spoke to him yesterday, I think it was. They would. You're absolutely right. It's okay for them to go to get the fucking order to go and get people's IP addresses from Twitter over a misgendering tweet.
Yeah.
But when somebody's being accused of things online, and somebody suggesting that I've done something to them directly without proving any evidence. I've asked them for the evidence and they still haven't. You know, serious shit as well. We're talking. Yeah, I'm talking, you know, I'll tell you what, I'm talking fucking Russell Brand type shit here. Okay. And I've been accused outright of doing something to somebody, but they won't say what it was that I'd done. They've just said that I was very inappropriate to them. But yet when I asked them for the evidence of it, nothing. Quiet.
A loose term. Yeah.
But again, you know, I tell the police this, and the police are like, well, we need to get their IP addresses and blah, 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 blah.
Well, they can do that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, but
they don't need them anyway. I've got their phone numbers and I've got messages from them proving it was them.
Dan, they have massive departments. They have massive departments that just do this. They pass it on to like their IT department and say, right, here we go. We've got some evidence here of this happening, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And all they do is contact the providers, the ISPs or whatever, or the phone companies. And that information is handed over. There's no warrants involved or anything like that. If it's in an investigation to a crime, it's written under UK law that they're entitled to ask for that information. The only time they have to get a warrant is that the device on the end of it, if they want to inspect it, then they have to go through the courts to get the warrant.
Or if the provider refuses to give the information, then they
and there has been cases of that, but in general, most of the UK mobile phone and ISPs like Virgin Media, Sky, are all signed up to the police. If there's a criminal investigation, they won't ask for a warrant. The only time they'll ask for a warrant is if they're going into their servers or if they're going into their end user kit, which would be the router. Other than that, they hand over the information. But at the point that the police break down that front door of whoever it is, if they want to inspect that equipment, they'll have to have a warrant. But
I just want to say thank you to Carmen. I put the comment on the screen to say thank you a minute ago, and I haven't got round to it yet. So thank you, Carmen, for becoming a member. Sorry, Mike, for interrupting you.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, you know, it's all there. It's just laziness. It's just laziness. They want quick fixes. You know, if the said person that was harassing you with whatever or accusing you of whatever had turned around and misgendered you, or you know, if you was a trans, or if you was this, or if you was in the special,
a whole different ball game if that happened.
Yeah, if Pap was in the Rainbow Club, fuck me, everything's on your side. If Pap was in the BLM Club, everything's on your fucking side. But I'm afraid
I've got an issue with
that demographic.
I've got an issue with the fact that if this girl, I won't call her a woman, if this girl, because she behaves like a child, by the way, but if this girl had gone to the police and said to the police what the allegations that she's made about me online, then the police would be coming through my door.
Yeah,
I've gone to the police and said I've had these allegations made against me. Well, there's not really a lot we can do about it.
Does the acronym PA mean anything to you, Dan, about this accuser? PA?
No.
No, okay, I'm thinking of someone else.
But yeah, it's fucking bollocks. The whole thing's bollocks. But I know for a fact what they've done is I phoned up. She's asked me for my details, which I've happily given her. I wouldn't under normal circumstances, but what's happened is a criminal offence, and therefore that's what the police are there for. You know, I get comments all the time. Oh, you'll be the first person that called the police if that happened to you. Well, yes, of course I would. If it was a criminal,
anyone would. That's what they're paid for.
No, exactly. I don't bash. If the police are doing their job that they're paid to do, then fine. You know, that's what they're there for. That's what I'll use them for. I won't go to the police just because somebody's called me a cunt in the street. I won't go to the police because, you know, somebody's misgendered me. I won't waste the police's time over shit like that because none of that's an offence as far as I'm concerned. But trying to do what's being done at the moment it does come under criminal law. And therefore, that's what the police are there for. But they don't have the time because they're too busy chasing down misgenderers on Twitter.
Yeah, it's a familiar story, isn't it? That we hear it every day, and it's not. You know, people, you conspiracy theorists, or you're paranoid and stuff. No, it's fucking happening. It's happening all the time. I mean, you know, Christ, I can go on.
We've got more cops that are free now because they've not got one run about with guns. Because they don't want to run about guns, they'll just go on the streets.
Didn't understand a word of that, Alan. Sorry, mate. I didn't catch any of that.
No, and we're not saying that because you've got a Scottish accent. I think your mic's playing up. Get closer to your mic.
Don't get closer to Mike. Get closer to your mic.
Not to me. I would be scary fat bastard. So
there should be more posts on the streets. They don't want to use their guns, but go back onto the beat. Get out your car and get back on the beat. You don't want to use a gun, but get back on the beat.
Alan, Alan, get a tape measure where that distance you had from your microphone was perfect. Then I understood every word of that.
Quick, try a knot in one of the leads.
Yeah, when you're 6 inches away from your microphone, it translates from Scottish to English.
I took them off.
Oh, it's got no protection. That's why you took its protection off.
So I think the police I've given them my details. They've pulled me up on their computer, and it's got like a big red box that says, "Warning: this fucker runs police abusing powers."
It's bad. The lights go off there. They've got normal lights in the background in the office, but they go off like this when Pap's name's fucking mentions. Oh no! It's Pap.
I'm sure that's what happens. I've seen it. I've seen it on ambulance on the 999. When you phone 999, it comes up on the screen. It's got any information that's linked to your number. So if you're a prank caller, if you call all the time, if you're, all of that stuff, it comes up on the screen when you phone them. When they go, right, let's answer the next call. It shows the number, has all the information, even though they still ask you for your information, they've got it all.
Right.
So they know who you are.
It's like
in case you're having a heart attack and you're dying on the phone and you can't answer the questions, they send an ambulance out to the house kind of thing. They know exactly the address because it's registered.
They've got everything. They've got the address.
Call somebody that's across the road or next door or down the road, you know what I mean? It's obviously they're going to ask you those questions, but if you're dying, they know where to send you.
Alan, if you do it, your mobile phone, right, if you're out in your car, you hit a tree or whatever, bam, as soon as you dial 999, ask for that service, your information's coming up immediately. It takes a GPS reading off your phone, bang, he's there, where this call is generated from here. Before you start to tell them what the problem is. So, we all know that information between the ambulance, fire service, and police is readily available.
Most of your new cars, the minute you crash, that sends a crash report and sends ambulance and police straight to where you are. You know what I mean? They're all set up with all that in them now. I find that is a good thing, but think what else they can do.
Well, it's good in a way. Because people think, Alan, that it's only the big expensive cars that have that facility. You can get a Ford fucking Mondeo or Focus. They've got it all built in now. They're sort of mid-range, top-range ones.
If they've got the Wi-Fi in it and the location settings, it's pretty much set up.
As soon as a crash detection sensor goes off or an airbag in that car, it's onto the emergency services. Or some of them, Audi do it in a different way. It goes through their call center, and then they look at the data and go, "Oh shit, yeah, bang." They put
Has anybody seen that guy Peter Blexley, the former detective from the Metropolitan Police? He keeps popping up on talk radio. He keeps popping up.
Oh yes, he's a real Cockney type guy, isn't he?
He's a real Cockney type guy. What we know to do now? I first came across that bloke on a TV program called Hunted. Do you remember that?
Called what?
Hunted.
Hunted, right?
Yeah, he formally first popped up on that, and they get these members of the public. They even have a celebrity hunted as well. They get these people, they drop them off at a prearranged location, and they have to get as far away and evade capture for as long as possible. Now, that Blexley guy was the guy that was coordinating the room where they were trying to track them, and they'd have these mobile people going round in, souped up for 4x4s trying to track them down. And the first thing that you did You'd buy a burner phone. If you wanted to communicate with a loved one, you'd say, "Hello, darling. Yes, don't tell anybody. They'll come round asking you questions. I'm in Basildon. Yes, I'm in Basildon." They weren't in Basildon. They'd be in fucking Glasgow.
Yeah.
And even if it was a burner phone, they could pick up on the signal. So the first thing is, you watch the first or second or third series, everybody that's watched the ones before and wanted to evade capture, they'd say, "Hello, darling. Yes, I'm in Basildon." The hunters knew they were in Glasgow. They dumped the phone in Glasgow and getting on Intercity Express and go straight to somewhere other than Basildon, but as far away from Glasgow as possible. It's quite obvious that every communication is being fucking monitored. Now, if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear.
Exactly.
Everything is being monitored. Right, you try doing this. If you've got Google, if you go in a Google image search, try typing the following: straight white males. And straight away, you'll get a picture of some buff alpha male. And the next one will be a buff alpha male. And the next be a gay, a black and a white guy embracing and kissing.
I've seen it, Loafer. Someone told me that a few months ago. Just Google straight white guy, and I you do in Google Images. Yeah, it's hilarious.
If you've got an Alexa machine, try this one. Sit down, turn off all of your communications devices apart from your Alexa, and engage with the conversation with your partner or one of your friends and talk about something obscure, something ordinarily that you wouldn't talk about. So I'm a plumber. So if you sat down with your sparky mate, start talking about flower arranging. Straight away, when you log on back online, you'll get fucking ads for fucking flower arranging classes and shit like that. With surveillance, there's no getting away from it. There's no getting away from it.
Talking of adverts. Sorry, Mike. Talking of adverts and what you was just talking about a minute ago. Piss off, Crinkle, you mug.
Still trying to get in, is he?
Yeah, he's just coming in his own profile this time. But it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Fuck off. I was watching a film on Prime. It wasn't Prime. It was one of the free ones that Prime puts you through to, like Phoebe or whatever it's fucking called. I was watching one of them, and it's got adverts every so often throughout what you're watching. And every single advert, and we're talking about 15, maybe 20 adverts throughout this film, every one of them was black people.
Yeah.
No, hang on. I want to make it clear. I've got nothing against black people being in adverts, okay? Because we're talking about equality, and everybody should be able to do everything, right? However, there was not a single white man or woman in any of the adverts that I saw. They were either Indian, they were either Asian or black, of one shade or another. And I don't mean that to be horrible, but you know what I mean. They're from different places, are different.
But there's no way.
Terrestrial TV on.
And I thought to myself, this is supposed to be equality. Why? You know, you've got an advert, and there's about 15 people. Why are not half white and half black?
Dan, it's the hypocrisy of it all. See, this is what makes it laughable. I mean, I got to the point, probably 2 years ago where it used to piss me off, but now I've got to the point and I think it's pathetic. This is actually beyond childness what media companies are doing, and it goes back to what Loafer was saying earlier about the adverts as well. And I'm going back a few years now. I'd say my ex-missus, what was it, 2017? I bought her whatever then was the latest iPhone. And, she was setting it up and, look at all this. I'll just put no to all the terms and conditions about, we use your data for, giving you target adverts or whatever and stuff like that. Well, I tell you what, right? Well, we went through all that. We've done that so that the phone was meant to be set up so that it doesn't do any target advertising. And it was about, I'd say about 6 weeks after I bought that phone. And it was a Sunday afternoon. We'd just been out. We'd had some dinner, got back. And the missus went, what are we doing for our holiday this year? And I thought, well, let's go somewhere that we ain't normally been, Spain or fucking Cyprus or whatever. And we looked at Malta. And we discussed Malta, and I hadn't been to Malta since the fucking 80s with my family when I was a young teenager. And I said, I'd love to go back to Malta because that, good memories there. And from a teenager. And on the Monday, that was on the Sunday. On the Monday, because I worked away from home, I rang her on the Monday evening. She said, guess what? She said, it ain't just the iPhone. She said, because we had one of the first generation smart TVs then. She had Netflix on it. She said, all I've seen on my phone and on the telly is adverts for Malta. Right now, we I'd never typed it into a Google search or anything. We were speaking about it on a Sunday afternoon after coming back from the pub after having a meal. We were in our front room, no TV switched on, no computer switched on. We're talking. She was saying, yeah. She said, where do you think we can go different? And I said, well, as a kid, we used to go to. I said the first holiday I ever had abroad in the early 80s was Malta. I said I'd love to go back there to see if it was still the same. And she phoned me when I was away at work the next day, and she said, all I've seen on my phone and on the telly when she looks at Netflix, it's adverts from Malta. Now that's and I thought these devices are definitely listening to us, and that's when I done a series on my channel back then, looking into Samsung smart TVs. Those were and it was a specific TV back then. It had the camera built in so that you could do your social media and all that and stuff like that, and a microphone built in. But I proved through the metadata that was going out through that TV that device is listening for keywords all the time and sending them up to Samsung servers. I said, well, the only way you're going to get around this is desolder the microphone from the board, which I ended up doing on my own TV in a video that I put out. I sort of showed them how to disconnect if they wanted to, the video camera and the microphone. But they're listening for keywords all the time. I mean, they're
not just listening for keywords.
Yeah, there's no one back in Samson, Alan, listening to me talking to the missus about, let's go and have Savoy and chips tonight.
It's just bots.
It's listening for keywords. Holiday, Malta is what it must have picked up on.
Samsung will be, but no only Samsung will listen to that device.
Her Apple phone also picked up on it. She weren't on her phone searching. She says, I've done no searches. We only spoke about it yesterday. She said, I've had it on my phone when she was at work that day. She said, when I get home, she put Netflix on, and we didn't have the full subscription then. There were certain programs that you have adverts on. She said she was getting adverts for Malta, and it wasn't until I got home on the Friday that it's fun. We'd never spoke about anything to do with Malta up until that Sunday. And
remember Edward Snowden?
Edward Snowden, yeah.
Worked for the NSA.
Yeah, he warned us about it, didn't he?
Spying on all mobile phones, all listening devices and everything else.
Yeah,
that includes your TV.
Well, there was a thing on YouTube about
the internet.
Anything with the word smart.
Exactly.
There was a thing on YouTube about 2 or 3 years ago that I watched. It was a guy who proved all of this. He sat there with a computer. It was freshly installed, and he showed, he literally showed it just being installed. The screens you get afterwards that says set your language, set your time, and all that stuff. He'd done all of that. Opened up Google. Went on a few news sites that are known for lots of adverts, and he said, right, look at all these adverts. They're all random adverts. So then he closed them down, and he sat there, and for 4 minutes, all he done was he just said buzzwords to do with pets, like cats, dogs, dog chew, bonios, biscuits, cat toys, all of this kind of stuff. And he went back to exactly the same websites, and they were all showing pet insurance, pet food, pet stores of some description. So, I mean, I've known this for years. And I think a lot of people have. I mean, it's not something that you would generally notice. You just don't, you probably see it. You just don't register it. It's a very good way of subliminal advertising, isn't it? It's a very good way of doing it.
But it's the spying aspect, Dan.
Right, I seen in Norfolk and Woodstock, if you two are going to carry on, you'll be removed, all right? Stop now if you want to stay in here.
It's a bit of Tilafi going in there. If you've noticed, my sub thing there is YouTube relationship counselor. So if anyone in the chat is having a bit of a twosome and a fucking bit of a thumping, you want a bit of a thumping, the counselor's here. Go in the back room. I'll sort you out, and you can keep it out of the chat. Keep your fucking one to. This is what I've noticed, right, in the last 18 months, right, with all these panels that go on across the internet. It's getting more and more toxic every fucking month. No one's talking about the issues like that you're talking about here tonight. All they're doing is doing personal attacks on each other. And it's like, fucking hell, everything's getting more and more toxic, which is why I come up with this thing tonight. Because basically what it was, I was on Society X's and someone had come on and said that he was a life coach. And yeah, for £150 a month, so I can help you talk through your problems and all this shit. And I thought, well, fucking that sounds great. I'm going to do the same. What I'll do, though, I'll be a life counsellor for YouTube fucking arguments within the chat.
You'll never be out of fucking work.
That's what I'm fucking so bad. Yeah, I'll be a rich man this time next year. Pat, I'll be a billionaire. You know, but I've just noticed just how toxic things have got on YouTube, and it puts me off. It's just like, do you know what? Yeah, I don't mind going on talking about the issues and stuff like, sensible conversations like we're having on here tonight. But when it comes to people just slagging each other off, but you said, she said that, James, he said that, you said, fucking teeth hanging out everywhere and stuff going.
Mate, this is why I don't want it in there. That's why I said it earlier. I'm not going to bring people on that I know want to come on.
You've got Carol in here. Carol in. Carol in. Top banana. Have you ever spoke to Carol in?
Yeah, he used to come on here quite a bit.
Yeah, fucking love him.
I won't do the fucking shit anymore. I went through a phase of it. You know what I mean? It took me a while to realise that I was getting dragged into it all. Yeah. But for the last few months, we've not had any shit on here.
No, getting yourself dragged into other people's mess. You know what I mean? It just pulls your channel down and makes you look ridiculous.
It shows you how desperate people are for causing drama. When you mention somebody's name, you don't even mention a full fucking name. Could be anybody, and somebody goes running over to them and saying, "Oh, they're talking about you," and then they all pile over because they want to come on and cause shit. Do you know what I mean? And that just shows you how fucking pathetic and toxic it is. I'm not interested in it, and I don't want to hear people coming on here just to fucking slag me or other people off. Find someone else to do it.
Do you know what it reminds me of, right? I mean, and I remember an ex missus of mine, and I'm talking back in the playground. We're going back a bit now. She always used to watch EastEnders, right? So, and I was working away from home then. I used to be home every night, and every time I come home, now and again, it'd be and I'd be in the background and I'd be listening to it. And do you know what it was? All the time, right? It was people just shouting at each other. It was always fucking rows. There was no laugh in it. Yeah, there'd be in the Queen Vic 1 minute and there'd be a fucking, you fucking what? And then it'd go to someone's
pub. Get out of my pub, Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky. Do you know what? And I just thought, do people honestly come home from work, right? Sit down in front of them. And I had this out with Mrs. and I said, this ain't normal. I said, you come home from work, you complain that you've had a shit day at work, you sit down, you put fucking EastEnders on, right? And it was at the time when Coronation Street still used to have a little bit of comedy in it. So I could suffer that. That's all changed since then. And I'd say to her, I said, what were you getting out of this program? It's just all it is shouting, just shouting, constant for half an hour, shouting at each other. And I just, it's depressing. And it's like, you can see why people, and I said to her, look, I ain't going to sit down and watch this with you because it's just going to fucking wind me up. And even in the end, after a couple of months, she turned around and she went, do you know what? Yeah, you're right. She said, it's fucking depressing. But now, that was in the 90s. Now it's even worse. Even Coronation Street, everything's got a narrative behind it, whether it be the LGBT shit, whether it be something that the government want to push, whether it be on the BBC or ITV, Coronation Street, or whatever.
Some of them follow the same kind of plot lines a couple of weeks apart as well. Somebody gets murdered in each one.
Yeah.
It's a similar plot line.
Is it all got the same script writers?
You can write the script for each week. You know what's coming. You know what I mean? It's
The best part is Christmas time is supposed to be a time of joy and love and all the rest of it. And somebody always fucking dies.
Exactly.
Or run over at Christmas on them fucking programs. Why would you want to watch that? Christmas fuck
Somebody's
off.
petrol bombed the pub.
Emmerdale's done this one with the plane crash. Do you remember the plane crash in Emmerdale? When the fucking plane crash.
Oh shit!
The village. It's like, what? Oh, fuck's sake! Come on, you can't even keep this. Like, you know, people watch these things to get out of their world. But now it seems to me that it's totally the opposite. You're sucked in to make it sound like, well, things are going to be much worse for you if you keep watching us. You think it's bad now. This is how it's going to be. Emmerdale, you know, somewhere in the fucking rural middle of nowhere has got lesbian invasion. It's got aeroplanes dropping out the sky. They've even had terrorism. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck me. You know, can you think of a darker world? Lesbians and fucking...
well, I wouldn't say lesbians is a dark world necessarily.
Well, no, I'm going to say, you know, if I was to become one, which I think I am a big fat lesbian at the end of the day, to be honest, Dan.
Dark chocolate.
My daughter is.
When you cover
I've been a lesbian all my life. I only sleep with women.
Exactly, yeah.
She's bi. I don't know, man.
That's a fantasy we can all have, isn't it? Yeah. I was sorry, Gabby Grey Hips. I'm not including you in that. I'm just talking about.
Hey, thanks.
I don't know. Gabby's got a lesbian haircut.
No,
yeah, no.
I'm just teasing them.
I'm only pulling your leg, Gabby. You know that.
Oh, sorry to bring it down the gutter, Dan, but.
Well, here's a tinfoil hat theory for you. Don't you think things started going really wrong after around about 2008 when we had the worldwide banking crisis? And we had all those, and it was same with the Gilets jaunes in France when they started kicking off about 5 years ago. And somebody be waving a communist flag, somebody be waving a bloody libertarian, no step on me. And they'd always zone in and say, look at them, they're extremists. No, they're not. There are just an awful lot of pissed off people that have realised that their life experiences and expectations have taken a fucking great, huge fucking nosedive. In 2008, we had the Occupy Wall Street movement. Tim Pool started on a left-wing channel called Vice. They've gone bankrupt since then, and he covered it. He was one of the few people on the ground that did live streams from the Occupy Wall Street movement. Isn't it just strange that all of these corporations that own absolutely fucking everything have started jumping on this intersectional bandwagon, trans, gay, what have you, and they're pushing it, and they're pushing it to drive divisions between ordinarily good, honest, hard-working people. Blue collar or white collar, it doesn't matter. They're doing it by design to get people arguing.
Guys, hang on 1 second. Alan, was that a woman in your house?
That's my daughter.
As your daughter? Fuck off. You're not old enough to have a daughter, are you?
He looks like my son. He's 16, my son. You only look about
13 on Tuesday.
How old?
Wow.
No
13.
way.
I thought you lived on your own. I thought you just lived there on your own, man. Never seen just you and the dog.
I did for a while, but my daughter decided she wants to come and live here, so she's coming here to stay.
Oh, fair play. Fair play, man.
Alan, I only thought you were about 16, 17 years old.
I had another 20 years.
I thought he was young as well. That's why I was shocked. I thought he was young.
It's that fucking Scottish water, isn't it? That's what does it. Oh, it's all the fucking, all the distilleries up there.
Well, I'm old enough for Pat to be my son.
No, I'm jealous.
I'm not going to own up to that, mind.
I'll look like your grandson when my hair grows through.
Oh, dear.
You're the last one using it.
You got a bit of a stand look about you at the moment, Pat.
Sorry?
You got a bit of a Stan look about you at the moment.
Stan?
Yeah,
What,
the old
Stan,
what's
Stan
his name?
Laurel? Stan Laurel?
Stan. I meant the Slim Shady, mate. The what's his name? Oh God, what was it? Eminem.
Eminem.
You got the
Now.
oh, fucking hell! Now, oh Christ Almighty, man, the old Trilby out as well.
Humphrey Bogart. Anyone?
Action man with the
Nice one.
At the end of the day, the global elites want to keep people demoralised and fighting amongst themselves, always blaming somebody else. They want to keep you demoralised, stupid, and frightened. That's how the ruling elites have always ruled. You look at the Roman Empire, they kept every disparate group fighting amongst each other so that they could control them. People are waking up, this internet thing, and people have called me all sorts of stuff, especially that fucking midwit we all knew we were talking about. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, which is Hitchens' razor. Now, I like Christopher Hitchens. I've read a lot of his work. I like Peter Hitchens, who is a conservative as well. If you ever see any episodes of Question Time, when Peter Hitchens has been on the panel, all the Conservatives have railed against him and all the Labour Party have railed against him. They fucking hate people having independence of thought and credible, sceptical minds. They want to keep us all fighting amongst ourselves because in this global communication system that we've got now, we're exchanging ideas and they're frightened. Like I've said, I could not vote for any of the Labour. I'm a fucking former
I'm
Labour.
the same, mate.
I'm a card-carrying member of the Labour Party, and I campaigned for fucking Tony Blair. How stupid was I? That man is evil. Tony Blair is evil.
Yeah, well, I think most of them are, Jamie, and Loafer, and that's why I find myself politically homeless. Not that I've voted since fucking hell. Was the last time I voted? 2000 and what was it? Just after the Tony Blair election, which would have been early 2000 sometime. That was it for me. It was just like, no, it doesn't matter. Conservatives are more Labour than fucking Labour. Labour are more conservatives than fucking and it's quite paradigm thing. I think we all fall into a trap. Oh, you're left wing, you're right wing, you're this, you're that. People believe they're left wing, they're right wing, or whatever. At the end of the day, you know, if that's how you live your life, was living on the left or living on the right, then it's a pretty sad existence, isn't it? Because somewhere you've got to meet in between. And you know, what do they call us? Liberals or liberalists or fucking centrists? It's just like there's some things on the left that make sense, there's some things on the right that make sense, but
the thing about liberalism is, if it wasn't for liberalism and free independent thought, it would still be ruled by the kings and the theocracy, the churches. It's still opening the reins of power. But about 250 years ago, went through this liberalism, Galileo, and all that sort of shit. They went through the Industrial Revolution, massive change in the leap forward in scientific understanding. The thing about liberalism, it bucks the orthodoxy. What I've got an issue with about liberalism is it always capitulates and gives in to people that shout the loudest. And I am becoming more and more conservative, whether that's with a little c or a big C. More and more nationalistic and conservative. Because these evil globalists, they want us fighting amongst each other. Now, when it comes to what you do know, I don't share my subscription for obvious reasons. I used to watch fucking hours and hours of conversations with Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris and Douglas Murray and Eric Weinstein and Brett Weinstein. Weinstein. Ooh, 4B2. Have fun. They got everything's to the truth, according to these fucking midwits. No, we know that certain members of that particular group own an awful lot of power. I've had a Jewish girlfriend. I've had fucking 2 black girlfriends. I've had an half Indian Hindu, white English girlfriend, and midwits on this platform still call me a fucking fascist.
Loafer, I've been called all that tonight. I've been called a racist Nazi, a nonce. I've been called a lot tonight, all for bringing up the fact that we had a debate that we're talking about this communist Marxist march that's going on in Manchester over the weekend. And, where's all this come from? It's like, well, I'll tell you where it's all come from. I've been saying this since 2015, was the 1922 Frankfurt School. So I come out and I read their 11-point plan, and, all that they put in their 11-point plan in 1938 is happening today. And there was one guy that he puts in there that he's a lefty on his description in StreamYards, and he said, before Mike goes on with this tirade with the 1922 committee stuff, he said, I can tell you now that you don't want this read on this channel, because it's all racist. Luckily enough, there was Brace Welshman was on. He said, well, I'll tell you now. He said, and I said, no. I said, right. I said, this is how it goes. If I read any of these 11-point plans that comes across as racist, kick me and ban me for life. And this is what it is. This is what it's like now. You cannot challenge history. They want to rewrite history and what history is. Politically, they want to change the whole political scene. Everything's inverse nowadays. And I was taught a long time ago, once everything goes inverse, it's evil. That's it. Whether you, and I don't mean that from a religious point of view. I mean that as it is now. I mean, we're being told now, our kids are being told at school, well, it's quite all right if you want to chop your cock off and become the opposite sex at fucking 7, 8, 9 years old. To me, I've only got one word for that, and it is evil. It's fucking evil. And anyone that argues against that with me has to fucking justify it, because I can't think of any other.
If you try to normalise mental illness and you're forced to accept it, like gender dysphoria, if somebody's trans, whether it's a neurological or a physiological or something, psychological malady, then it's very, very abnormal. And I've got sympathy towards these people that have really gone through these turmoils, and something in their brain has convinced them they don't feel right in their own body. If they're adults, they've gone through psychological testing, and they're willing to make that decision, then I say, fine, go for it. If you want to wear a frock and a bit of lippy and a wig, go for it. You're an adult. You've been tested. It's a very, 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 very rare it's not physiological. We've also got people that are actually born with both sex organs. Very, 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 very rare. But if it's a psychological and neurological imbalance in your brain, the synapses aren't quite connecting. There's a chemical imbalance. If you're an adult and you want to have your fucking cock and balls chopped off, go for it. But stop normalising it and pushing it on the kids.
Right, but I just realised something. Sorry, Mike. Go on.
That's all right, mate. Go on. Go on. No, go on, Dan.
You two having that discussion has just made me realise something. I should phone the doctor back up and say to him, look, I don't feel right in this body. I feel like I should be in a slim body. And if you don't allow me to have a slim body, then I'm going to sue you for discrimination. Maybe to sort it out.
Yeah, but that's how it is now. But I'll bet your bottom dollar, Dan, if you did do that, they'd have to take you seriously, because that's how indoctrinated things are nowadays. And to Loafer, I agree to a certain extent that a lot of this is mental illness. But I have to think of what's happening now in junior schools and in secondary schools before it gets to university, where that it really fucking gets rammed down your throat. I think they're being indoctrinated. They're being made to feel that if you don't agree with this, or if you feel something slightly wrong with you, yes, there is something wrong with you, but we can do something about it. I think this is brought into the education system at a very early age now. I think by the time they get to secondary school, that's where it starts to really fuck them up. They're going to go one or two ways. They're going to get very rebellious against it, or they're going to go with it. And by the time they're in colleges and universities are a fucking cesspit. They're not there about education. They're about indoctrination, these universities. And I believe that's where the real damage is done. By the time they've got to the age of university age, that's it. It's fucking game over for the weak minded. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean those that are easily influenced. And I'm afraid that's what's happening. And it was meant to be that way. And it was something that we were talking about earlier about the 1922 Frankfurt School in 1938, when they come up with the Marxist think tank on how to bring down the West, this was one of the things that was mentioned in it, was to bring sexual confusion into children at a young age, to demise the father of the family and so and so.
You know, Jacques Derrida was also a nonce. He was one of the leading founders of the Frankfurt School.
Mike, can you put your link? You're not a mod, are you? Dan, can you
Stick
put
link in the
Mike's
private
link
chat.
up?
Stick the link in the private chat, Mike.
I haven't really got a channel yet. Crinkle had my last one taken down. I've got this, which is my Mike West thing, and I don't really do anything on it, Dan. I'll just come on panels now and again.
Listen, well, when you get something sorted, come back and see us. We'll come back and see us before then anyway, but come back and see us when you've got a channel sorted and
That's
drop a link and we'll
appreciated.
stick it out.
Thanks.
There was just some people in the chat asking. That was all.
Nice one. Thanks for that. I appreciate that.
I've just decided, still listening to you, but also cogs are wearing now up here. I'm going to go and buy some clothes that are too small for me. Then I'm going to go to the doctor and I'm going to say, "What's going on, doctor? I don't understand why they don't fit me." And he's going to say, "You're overweight." I'm going to go, "No, I'm not." Well, if I am, I'm in the wrong fucking body.
Get some body smugglers.
Fucking, I've got
German Speedos.
Yeah, but then they're going to be looking at, oh, you've got a hernia there.
How do I copy and paste this link? Just
you just want to go, doctor. Me lady garden's a little bit swollen.
There we go. Okay.
And I'm sure it's growing a bit extra because it's meeting up with the full lawn on the back.
Dan, if you can just put a name in the chat, if you can find an image of this person, Kayla Lemieux. Somebody's tittering. Now stop tittering. Dan, if you can find a picture of Kayla Lemieux. Now this is normalised. This guy is the ultimate troll. I am convinced of it.
I'm trying to find a decent picture. Yeah, this picture will do. Tab. I think some people would have seen this already, but I didn't know what her name was. So
I think I know who he means.
Stop tittering. Stop tittering.
That's the one I'm thinking of, yes.
That was just ridiculous, man. That was just that's another Canadian one.
It's a Canadian, isn't it?
That
is the ultimate troll.
Why?
This guy was gender critical.
I've got too excited. I'll be back in a minute. I've just got to, hold on.
Sorry.
I've said it before. If you're genuinely gender dysphoric and you're an adult, you've had the psychological counselling, you start on the MRT scans. There's something not quite in your brain. If you want to do that, then go for it. The lady who sells me my fucking backy down at Asda is a bloke in a frock, for fuck's sake.
Loafer, just imagine, right? Like half an hour with that and a bottle of Mr. Matey.
All that does is stir up the bubbles, isn't it?
I'm back in a minute. I'm just going for a wank.
I've name dropped a few times. You've got Blair White. You've got Rose of Dawn, who was a fully excised trans activist in the United Kingdom. I think she was in Chester, somewhere that way. You got Blair White. And there's another contributor that goes occasionally on a live stream. I go on a Tuesday night. They're all trans. But they've made up their mind. They're adults. They recognise that it's a fault in their psychology, and they don't feel comfortable with it. But when you normalise it and push it on children, I've got big issues with that.
We don't necessarily hate government. It's just the people who are running it.
I don't know what I mean. The current UK government is shite.
And everybody, particularly on the left, has signed onto it.
You might have to go on with me for a few seconds. I'm just looking at some Blair White pictures.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah, so you see, when it comes to somebody like Blair White, I don't think I could say no, to be quite honest. That'll get clipped.
No,
but who's that other one, Loafer? Who's that fucking horrible, weird one in America or Canada?
That
The one
was
that goes around
Taylor.
suing everybody.
Delaney.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, you have to give me a
Delaney,
minute.
No.
No.
She basically, it went into a salon, right, and asked to have a wax, right, a you know, like a lady wax, a lady garden, you know, makeover, and it went in, and they refused to do it because it had a penis, and they refused to do it, and she sued them, or it sued them.
Rose of Dawn did a This Week in Trans Stupid.
Why would they have a problem with that? They didn't. They did backtracking sacks anyway. My ex was a beauty therapist.
This was a lady salon. This was a lady salon. You said. They only dealt with ladies. They only dealt with I'm a lady. They only dealt with women. And this. Well, hang on. Jin. What was her fucking name?
I know what you mean.
Fucking hell, something. Eve or
Jessica Unive. Thank you.
Unive, that's the one. Oh God, yeah. Oh, it's fucking horrid. Let's have a look if we can fucking find a picture of it.
Unive went into a waxing beautician salon and insisted that, and know a lot of these people that work in these are Filipinos, and Filipinos are devout Catholics.
Had a long time.
And Jessica Unive insisted that these religiously devout Filipinos had emigrated to work and live in Canada. Jessica insisted that they wax her balls. Kid you not.
It's like Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh, that's terrible. Fuck it.
Come on.
Oh, fucking, you gotta be rubbing your knees.
What pisses me off is that these so-called well-meaning lefties, like, you know, this thing you've got, you know, we've got this thing with GB News going through the mill at the moment because Lawrence Fox said something stupid. On GB News, oh crikey, what was it? No, actually, Rose of Dawn, who was trans, meat to veg, bye, appeared on Piers Morgan's show on whatever he was on before he got unceremoniously dumped because he had an argument. But Rose of Dawn,
Good morning, Britain.
Good morning, Britain. Thank you. And they had this mid-witted Benjamin Butterworth on. It was trying to claim that he knew more about trans issues than somebody who had decided to grow their hair and have the cock and meat and two veg cut off.
Is that like your Sean Batty that we have on STV News?
This is the thing that really annoys me is if you ever watch GB News, you got Dan Wootton on. I'm sorry, DJ.
He's fired. He's gone.
Yeah, well, me and DJ had in this chat about 2 or 3 months ago, I had a chat about Dan Wootton, and I said I think his eyes sort of light up when everybody starts tearing strips off each other. He loves it when people start arguing. But the thing about the Ofcom regulations is you've got to give a contrarian point of view. You've always got to get somebody from the opposite side to put their 2 pence in. And usually these people are deliberately brought on so people can see the shit show and watch people shouting and arguing and tearing strips off each other. Now, doesn't that remind you of what we go through? Thank you. You filled in the blanks. It's a bit like YouTube.
Like YouTube, yeah.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, Loafer, what makes me laugh is, right, now, you know, I remember the first time I saw that fucking Benjamin Bollocks on GB News, and I actually thought, you know, they come across that they're the alternative, they're the voice of the people and stuff like that. They say some of the right things that we all want to hear. And then all of a sudden, amongst all that, where they're saying the things that they want us to have, they bring someone on like Benjamin fucking, what was it? Benjamin
Butterworth. Benjamin Butterworth.
I mean, come on, let's face it. Someone within the establishment has thought, what? I mean, whoever heard of this fucking guy prior to GB News? I'd never heard of him. You know, I've kept in touch, you know, abreast of media stuff and like this. And I thought, this, you know, the establishment rely on characters, and I think they take the piss a bit. I don't even think that's his real name, Benjamin Butterworth, or whatever. It sounds fucking bent as it is, you know. And he's on there, he's mincing with Dan Wootton from a lefty point of view. No, we can't say that. We can't do this, and the fucking lefty Jeremy Corbyn this and all this shit. And I just think, you know, is this their way of mediating between having a far left, a dominant far left media in this country? Is this their way around? Well, you can have your sort of on the right media, but you must have some of our fucking wrong uns in it, like Dan Morton and fucking Benjamin Button, whatever his fucking name is. Fucking hell, is Gabriel stripping off?
Very hard.
I have that fucking effect on people.
It's Dan with it. Yeah, I see it's getting too hot. Yeah, but Loafer, I honestly think, you know, I was quite disappointed, and I started to pick up on it a few months ago with GB News, and I thought, oh, well, maybe it is an attempt to have some balance in all that's going on here. But in actual fact, it's turned out a big shit show. You know, but you know, GB News. The time I stood aside from them was oh God, what was his name? Mark Stein. Mark Stein. As far as I'm concerned, right, he's got no sort of political wand to wind, but he was stating things of the obvious that we could never talk about on the BBC, Channel 4, ITV, Sky News, and stuff like that. He was going on about the fucking vaccines. He was going on about the grooming gangs, big stuff.
Mark Stein first came on my radar because he did a speech at the Danish Free Speech Society. If I can find it, I'll throw it in the chat, Dan. If you want to share it, you can do. But Douglas Murray was the keynote speaker at it. And that was about 6 years ago. Now, Mark Stein, I used to watch his show. Do you remember that time where he actually said on Albanian Independence Day on Westminster Bridge, it was completely shut down? And they had 4 women in Albanian national dress dancing away, and we had all these Porsches and Mercedes doing wheel spins and everything. And I thought, well, these Albanian immigrants have done rather well for themselves, haven't they? They're obviously really, really astute businessmen that they've all been in this country for a few years, and they're all driving around in suits. We know what the Albanians are up to. Everybody knows what the Albanians are up to, but nobody fucking talks about it.
No, but we can't, because let's face it, we defended them in the Balkans, didn't we? It was this country that stepped to their aid. We were certainly on the fucking wrong side there, like we have been in most conflicts that we've been involved with. But look at Libya, what we've done to that. Fucking bombed the shit out of that. Syria, bombed the shit out of that.
Guys, you know, this is turning into the Mike and Loafer show at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to mute myself because Princess Angela just said something, so I'm going to bail for 10 minutes. I'm just going to.
I want to go at me tonight already.
I'm going to be wrapping up in about 10 minutes anyway. But I want to bring something up. And this is not to ridicule or have a go at anybody. This is a serious point I want to make. Okay, so because it's in the chat, I'll put it up on the screen. It's to stop bullying as we have changed. Some people have 2 mums. So to make children learn about acceptance and love, respect of self and others, why is that a bad thing? Well, the way, and I might be wrong, but the way I see it is that the people who aren't in certain groups are the ones that now get bullied and don't have the respect and aren't accepted.
Exactly. We've got to accept this shit.
It's all about accepting 2 mums or 2 dads. You know, it's all about that. But there's very little about accepting a normal family unit. You know, what has been since the dawn of time and what must continue in order for life on Earth to continue. You've got to have men and women.
Dan, listen. I was on another stream just before this, and Angela come up, and we were talking about the 1922 Frankfurt School, 1938 conglomerate that come up with this 11-point plan. She come in, she was sort of going against what we were saying on it and sort of justifying what we were saying. And I think now that is clearly said to me what she said there in that comment is why she got so upset about it, because she's all for this transhumanism, changing pansexualism and all this stuff, which is ruining fucking society and is confusing kids. Child suicide has never been so fucking high, the rates in this country. And I'm sorry, Angela. Angela, I did apologise to you earlier because I thought you may have got the wrong end of the stick. Well, now I think I know where you're coming from, and it's someone I don't want to waste my time debating, because I think I know where you're from. I know what your beliefs are. You're one of these Marxist.
Let's remember though that some people. Listen, we also need to remember. Okay,
I don't want it rammed down my throat.
No. That's my point. That's the point. No. So 1 second, Blair, because I'll forget. Sorry, and I'll come straight to you. My point is that schools and governments and workplaces force people. They don't. They're not educate. I don't think they're educating people. They're forcing.
You got to be weak, Dan, to accept it.
But if kids at school are just, if we just introduce the fact that, yes, some blokes like blokes, some girls like girls, some people feel that they're in the wrong body, fine. Introduce it slowly, right?
Explain
and explain it, and tell people that, this is life. Some people are different, and we must respect everybody, the same as we must respect black people, Chinese people.
Yeah, but that's fair enough.
You've got to respect them.
Criminalised now. If you agree with it,
they're creating whole curriculums. They're creating whole curriculums to force stuff on people, and that's where I think the problem comes from, because it is being forced on people.
They're removing the personal choice.
It's not generically happening. People aren't learning generically. It is all being forced upon them, and that's what I've got an issue with.
It's at an age where they question quite a lot.
I've got nothing against gays, lesbians, trans people. I haven't got nothing against them at all.
But it's being
used. As far as I'm concerned, you live your life. I don't go round, going, this is how it should be. This is how it should be, man and female. It's got to be like that. I don't go around, to people and doing all that stuff. I live and let live as far as I'm concerned. Live your life. Fine. If you're different, that's absolutely fine. It makes you interesting. But the one thing that's always a problem is when an interesting person starts to try and get you to fucking abide by their way of thinking. I hate that, right? Yeah. As I say, introduce these things to children over a period of time, okay, and people will get used to it. Forcing that kind of thing on people, I think, is a very dangerous situation.
Dan, my take on it is, right, it's as simple as this: when a child is 5, 6, 7 years old, and you're trying to force a sexual, they turn around and say, well, it's not sexual, it's gender. No, it's fucking. Let's face it, what it is. It's fucking sexual, right? When you're doing that, there's something mentally wrong with the people doing it, right? That, and I understand some teachers, they're forced into it. They've got fucking mortgages to pay. They've got this and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I couldn't do it. If I was a teacher, if my profession over the last 30 years was being a teacher, and I was told you have got to teach 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds this shit, I would have to walk away from it. There's no doubt about it. There's nothing in my mind that would give me any doubt about it at all. If I was told and instructed to teach this shit to fucking young children, to me, it borders on the verge of paedophilia and grooming. Right?
There are quite a few that have walked away saying they won't teach it. They've left.
It's not inclusive either. It's not inclusive because listen. If children at school turned around and went, "You're straight,"
yes, you're straight. Angela, thank you.
Well, I'm getting that, Mike. If you was at school and some of the kids turned around and started laughing and go, "Ha ha, you're straight. Your parents are together," ha 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 ha, nothing would happen. But if somebody turned around and went, "Ha, you're gay. You've got 2 dads," you're fucked.
Yeah.
Your life's over.
Yes.
That's not inclusive.
It's wrong, and that's where it is. Princess Angela, I don't know what side of the fucking... Well, I do know what side of the fence you're on with all this now. And only in the last couple of hours, I don't know whether you've fucking spammed us over here or whatever. But it's very clear what side of the fence you're on with all this. And it seems debauchery and anything goes with you. I don't like people like that. Anything goes to me is a very dangerous thing, certainly when it comes to children. And if you're supporting this stuff, don't follow me about and don't, you can slag me off behind my back or in the chat or whatever. But I don't want nothing to do with your conversation.
Can I chime in on what
I've seen enough of you tonight, and I don't know you, Princess Angela. I've seen enough of you tonight, darling. And I know you don't like me using that word, darling, so I'm going to use it again, darling, because I'm a misogynist.
Right, Jack, go ahead, mate. Jack,
no, I was just going to say,
take the face off so we can be a bit more serious.
Oh yeah. I forgot it's been on, to be honest. No, I was just sitting playing solitaire. Anyway, I'll be honest. I haven't really liked the curriculum with the way that it's changed over the years since I was at school. It's changed a whole lot, right? The things that I was taught are the things that I was taught. I'm trying to think how I'm saying it now. I weren't taught the things that are being taught now, right? We weren't taught all this stuff about lesbian, gays, bisexual, transsexual, etc. The rest of the LGBTQ thing. I haven't got not against any people who want to be trans or bi or whatever. They be what they want to be, but in my opinion, keep it behind closed doors and stop sharing your personal life with everyone else.
Exactly.
Keep it to yourself and stop wanting attention for. In my opinion, it's attention seeking more than anything.
Yes. I've got to be honest, Jack. I think it's important to teach kids about the differences between people. I think that's the same way, exactly the same way as we teach kids that somebody with a disability isn't somebody to be laughed at. Okay? Exactly the same way as that. Okay, and some people say, if you could be trans, it's a disability, mental health, or whatever. But I'm separating the two. Okay, I'm separating gender from a disability. But in the same context, I'm saying we teach our children that people with disabilities aren't there to be laughed at. Some people are different. Some people are born different, and we should be respectful to them. Okay, exactly the same way as we should be doing with gay and lesbian and trans people. Okay, it is a fact of life that these people exist, and we all have to get on. Okay.
Yeah.
But and some people don't. Some people just outright deny this. It is being forced upon people.
It is. Yeah.
There is no general.
They are being taught, Angela.
There's no general diversity. All the diversity training is about Black people, Asian people, gays, lesbians, and trans. There's no, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the video, right? The police are being taught lessons on Black history. Okay. And if you're hiring police that needs to have those lessons because they don't understand how to be respectful to Black people, then they shouldn't be fucking police.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I tell you something, Pat? How this all come to me, right? Angela's in the background there saying they're not teaching this in schools, right?
Yeah.
Now, you may know, I may have explained it to you when on my earlier days of Bastion Radio. What really started my radio station was I moved from Swindon to Weston-super-Mare, and it was in 2012. And we went to the council when my son then was coming up 5 years old, and we were looking for a school for him. I moved to Woe, just outside of Weston-super-Mare, and the council went. We put our choice down for the school to the nearest one. They went, "Oh no, there's only places left at this school," and it was the Hillside Primary School. And and people that Google that now, you'll know what it's got. I was unaware that went on in that school, and it wasn't until we got back and we looked at it. They changed the name to Wold Primary School from Hillside Primary School. And I sat down one evening talking to Mrs. and went, okay, a little bit further away, but it's no problem. Just go with it. Well, it was a couple of evenings later, we sat down, and the headmaster of that school had just been put away for fucking 22 years for raping nearly 20 children in that fucking school, right? And that was going on for 2 years. The police knew about it. The fucking social services knew about it. The educational authority knew about it. And the only reason why they didn't do anything was because of the fucking headmaster's fucking right? Now, I found out a few days after we'd found out that my son, that was the only choice we had to put him in. And I was like, what the fuck? This is disgusting. The only reason why there was places at that school, because no one wanted their fucking children going there. And it was just like, it was a wake up. It was my fucking red pill, whatever you want to call it. Then it was like, what the fuck is going on in this country? How can a headmaster get away with systemically raping children for over 2 years, while the police, Avon and Somerset police, knew about it, the fucking social services knew about it, and the educational authority knew about it, and the teachers within the school knew about it. And nothing was said for over 2 years. And this is the debauchery that's going on in schools now. Angela sits there and goes, oh, well, this ain't taught in schools now. Well, it ain't only taught in schools, it's fucking practice in schools. We've gone
calm down a bit, Mike. Mike, calm down a little bit, please.
Sorry. I do get angry about this.
It's even been brought up in the House in Westminster about it.
This is what got me. This is what got me into all this in the first place. And it weren't long after that the Jimmy Savile scandal came out, and then I went to. And it's the first time I've ever cancelled.
The police commissioner of that area going to the school a lot.
Can you imagine if Jimmy Savile was alive now, right? And this was all coming. Everything that came out about him had started to come out about him now.
Angela would be worshipping him,
as Carol's put here, right? Imagine if that's as if he was still alive and all of that stuff had started to come out now. And then he put a dress on and said, I'm trans, you can't bully me.
Yeah.
He would have been treated so much differently. Some people might say, no, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
I'm sick. Are you saying I'm sick, Angela? I'll tell you what, you're sick. I'll tell you what, you've trolled me tonight on Society X's and now to here, right? Everything I bring up, I'm sick. You actually agree with what's going on in the education system at this moment. You think that's normal?
Some people do. Again,
no. I'll tell you what. She's one of these women that would take abuse from men and stuff like that. I think she's what they call a cock. You're a cock.
Mike.
Don't buy into it.
Come on.
Sorry, but I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that. That comment's in your chat here, and I'm not taking that, mate. She's saying I'm not saying kids. What's she saying?
I understand. I don't want the argument spilling. I don't want arguments spilling in from the panel to the comments, please.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Well, am I right in saying that they actually changed the age limit on when in other words, the age limit on sex education, they actually lowered the age limit. I'm not sure.
I believe it's about 4 years old now. I think they can start teaching them stuff like that.
They have no right in that.
They're not even.
You know what I mean? No child that age. No.
They haven't even got a brain. They haven't even got a functionally working brain yet to even know that kind of stuff, and they're teaching them at that young age.
Yeah. The fact that I've actually heard about questionnaires going about schools.
Females maturate at an earlier age than males, but we basically, until you reach the age of around like 25, your brain doesn't stop developing, taking in and absorbing information. Now, if the people are actually teaching you right from wrong, if that remit falls upon your parents and your parents are doing a good job, then it should be up to your parents. It's the same with this online safety bill. If you allow your children to go online and you do not filter or observe what they're actually getting up to, I've seen it with my own son. I've seen it with my own son. My own son's on the tablet and he's flitting through TikTok and shit like that. And occasionally I'd overhear the conversation on what he's listening to. They come in with out with F this and fuck that and cunt this and that, everything. And I'm thinking, Mummy, Daddy, you need to really be a little bit more careful about what your son's getting up to. Now, my little lad's 9-year-old, and he's privy to all this sort of stuff. So basically, the first and foremost, when it comes to safeguarding your children, falls with the parents. Now, if you take away the parents' rights and you give that to the state, then the state decides. So this this new online safeguarding bill, I've got very serious reservations from it. You know that thing that we're going that Caroline Dinage about all what's going on? Yeah. Basically, the state allows things to get so bad that they've just got to intervene. We've got to intervene. We can't have all this, with Russell Brand. That's a fucking different bloody fucking sack full of ferrets, that is.
Sorry, obviously,
how can you get some royal assent from somebody who's not your king?
I just don't trust the government. I don't trust the government.
He may have been inaugurated, but no one in this country accepts him as king. How's he a king? That's something we've got to question. You're only a king if you have the fellowship or the following of the people.
You say nobody accepts him. The majority of people still do.
They do. Of course they do.
Well, obviously the people in our circles, okay, we all
the
think
privileged ones.
Okay, but the majority of people in this country, okay, at the moment, the majority of people still support him as a king. Okay, and it's the same as everything else. Unfortunately, we are a minority when it comes to shit like that. The same as when we turned around and said lockdowns don't work. The same as when we turned around and said what we're talking about at the moment. People shouldn't be teaching kids certain things. We are the minority, unfortunately, and until we become the majority, until parents and adults start to see how it affects children, when more children are going through depression as they get older, wishing they'd never done things that they'd done as youngsters, then older people are going to start realizing, but it's too late by then.
Dan, I've been accused of being sick tonight. Can I just put something up to just prove my case here? I've shared the screen with you. Of Angela's going, when I brought this story up, she said, I'm sick. Right. Well, it's here. And I've put the story up. There's plenty more on there on mainstream media. This is the Western Mercury. Right. We're going back to 5th of December 2019 with this story. School to be examined during National Child Sex Abuse Inquiry after Leet abuse. Right. The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse will consider Hillside, which was first primary school, during the second phase of its residential schools investigation. Former teacher Nigel Leet, well, he wasn't a teacher, he was the headmaster, received an indefinite jail sentence for public protection in 2011 after he pleaded guilty to 36 charges relating to the abuse of pupils in his care. The offences included attempted rape of sexual assaults, and he also filmed the abuse which took place at the school. The independent inquiry into the sexual abuse is examining the extent to the institutions and organisations fouled to protection of the children in England and Wales. North Somerset Council said, we are glad to support the work. Well, this is what makes me laugh, all these sound bites. North Somerset Council were the ones that fucking covered it up. This is why it went on so too long, because parents were reporting this, and even teachers were reporting this in 2010 and 2009, right? So I've got fucking Princess Angela in the chat calling me sick, thinking that I'm making a fucking story up here about this. Then I'm sorry. If you think I'm out of order getting angry about this, Dan, listen, I ain't. And this was the thing that got me started my YouTube channel. Started questioning it. How can
who else was involved? All these people, right? You're saying the council, everything else like that.
Police.
Who else
social services
was actually involved in it, right? In the school, actually doing it with the kids. He was probably the only fall guy. You would have probably had counsellors and other people who were in there doing the same.
Children were raped, Princess Angela. Children were raped. What do you think my language is going to be? Fucking polite and fucking... No. See, the thing is, you'll do what you can to argue. If we were to have this chat all night, you would argue and you would try and defend this like you tried defending the Nazi chat that was going on about on fucking Society X's earlier. Sorry, Princess Angela, you come across as very, how can I say? I don't know. I ain't really got words for it.
Can I make a suggestion before I go to Roger, because Roger was going to say something a second ago. Can I just make a quick suggestion first? How about you two block each other? I've lost your mic. You've muted yourself. Mike, you've muted yourself. I don't know if you meant to do that or not, but oh dear. Roger.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think parents should take a lot more responsibility for what their kids learn at school, because most of the parents don't even control their kids after they get home from fucking school, and they rely on the school to bring their kids up for them, and that's why they're fucking turning out like they are.
Yeah,
not a chance. No, we mate.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to wrap it up. It's 1:45. I'm getting tired, I'm afraid, so I'm going to have to wrap this up. It has been a bit of a heated one tonight, but then we are talking about some controversial issues, and different people have very different views in some cases. And I get that. I will still, I still have my beliefs, and I'll argue my beliefs, just as you, Mike, and Princess Angela are. I will ask, however, that if it, I'd rather not have the falling out between people. And this is to both of you. I'd rather not have the falling out.
Dan, you can give your opinions, but give them respectfully.
Yeah, well, I follow respect to a certain degree. I mean, we was on Society X's earlier, and we brought up the communist marching that was going on in Manchester earlier, and we sort of gave a bit of history, because he was saying, well, how can this how can this happen in this country? And we just brought up the fact about the Frankfurt School, and where this was all planned in 1938, bring down the West, bring in the Marxism rules, and that's it. Angela butts in, she comes up, she does the same thing there. Now she's on this stream about me bringing the example to you that, as to why I got involved in YouTube, why I started a channel. And it was my son's school. We moved from Swindon to Weston-super-Mare, and then we discovered this. This was national news. This ain't conspiracy theory. That was on the fucking 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock news. It was national story. I didn't know nothing about it until I moved there. And then I looked at the local paper as to what was going on. It was like, Jesus Christ, no wonder this is the only school in the local area to us that's got vacancies for children. It turns out afterwards it was probably one of the safest schools to be in because the spotlight was on it. But at the time, speaking to other parents there, and to parents that had their children abused, and they told me direct. They went to all the authorities they could think of with it. No one was listening to them. And this went on for 2 years, Dan. It's in that news story. It was allowed to get away for 2 years. And then she comes up on here. She's calling me sick. Well, for questioning something else.
Well,
So
it's a good time to wrap up there, I think, Dan, before anything gets out of control.
Yeah, remember, you've come over from another channel where you've already had an interaction together.
But that was
so
something else. That was something else, Dan. Something totally different.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, what you've done, if you've been on one panel and you've had an interaction that you both got a bit heated over, I haven't seen that, so I don't know how that's affected everybody. You know what I mean? So all I'm seeing is what's happening on here.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
And again, I don't want people to fall out. If they fall out, they fall out. I
apologized to her on the other channel and said, "Oh, sorry if you took, you may have not understood what I was saying," and blah, blah, blah. I ended up apologizing to her. But for her to come on here and then sort of pick up on it, she said, I remember from about 2 years ago. She said she followed Georgia. I remember Princess Angela from about 2 years ago, and I always thought she was a bit short of a screw.
Then it's somebody you should just ignore.
Right,
that's personal insult starting to fly about now, and we're not fucking having that in here.
Yeah,
sorry, Mike, we can't have that, mate.
Fair dues. All right, sorry, guys. Sorry.
Listen, I appreciate you coming on. And your opinions, being part of the discussion. So thank you. Again, I've had to learn very quickly. Some people will be against everything that I say, and unfortunately, we've got to learn to deal with that, and it has taken me a long time to deal with it. And and even now, some people will wind me up. So all I can say is, if somebody's winding you up,
well, there's she might not be making it a personal attack on me, and I don't see why she would, because I don't know her from Adam. But you've only got to look at her chat when she went. She's trying to justify everything, because she's saying things like, "Well, that's gone on in the church for the last 90 days." It seems to me that everything
she wants you to be.
She's trying to trigger you, and she's also trying to justify it by going, "Well, it's gone on for 9 years in the church." Well, it don't make it right, but she tries to make it like it's. Well,
if you keep biting, she's going to win. That's it.
Yeah.
If you keep,
and that's why I get wound up. That's why I get wound up, Dan, because I know someone. I know what I know her game, as it were. And I've heard about other tricks that she's done with other people and stuff like that. Look, okay, I'm going to take your advice, and I'm going to block her, and hopefully I won't see any of her comments ever again, because it disgusts me. Absolutely disgusts me. Anyway, guys, I'm sorry I brought this on here.
But no doubt there will be another account that will appear, and it'll be the same person.
Sorry if you got offended, but it's real life at the end of the day, mate. It's happened in my life, and I'm just disgusted by anyone that would try and defend it in any way. Or if you think that child abuse or whatever can be defended in any way, I'm sorry, you've got to live with that. I won't. I will never will. And I will stand out again, whether it's abusive or not, or whether it's offensive language. I'm very sorry. I know I'm a guy of the 70s and 80s. So, I deal with things in different ways, not in this politically correct shit way that we deal with. And this is the problem today. Everyone's shit scared to say everything because they're afraid of offending everyone. Well, Angela, I'm not afraid of offending you. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. I'm an old school git, and that's it. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Tough.
Yes,
right.
Tough.
With that said, guys in the chat, good night, Mike. With that said, guys in the chat, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Appreciated as always. Yeah. Thanks to those who joined in the quiz earlier, where Roger got beaten by his wife. Not to rub salt in a wound or anything, Roger, but she beat you by 1. But yeah, thank you to those who have chucked a few quid towards the channel. Again, that's always appreciated. I know I've not put anything out recently, but none of that money goes on anything other than paying to keep this channel running. If I get to a point where I'm making, money like Russell Brand was, then that's different. I'll spend a bit on myself. But until then, it all goes on keeping this channel running and keeping me alive to do that. So yes, I've got it. I've read the introduction, and that's as far as I've got at the moment, Loafer. But I will get round.
It's a very good book.
Yeah, I will get round to reading it. If I like it, I'll give it a shout out on here and get people to go and buy it as well.
Well, it's been on Joe Rogan 9 times, so biggest podcaster in the world. That should lend him some credibility. He's very.
Let me just wrap this up and end the stream, and then you can still talk in the back here. So everybody watching, again, much appreciated. Respect to you all, and I will see you all soon.